Thank you, everyone. Due to technical difficulties, and we've had a few issues over the last few days, the power outage has affected our ability to broadcast. So we will be recording the whole of today's meeting and then rebroadcasting it when we can. Also today, we have not advertised public testimony, so there will be no public testimony today. So the special meeting of the Annapolis City Council on Monday, June 5th, 2023 will be called to order at 10:23. At this time, please join us for the invocation given by Alderman Pindell Charles, followed by the pledge of...
Oh, getting right to pledge.
Followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we all bow our heads and close our eyes today so that we can focus? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for bringing us to this place that you have all placed us here for a special reason. As we go about the city's business, Lord, we look to our residents, we look to our visitors, we look to our businesses to gain focus and to gain knowledge and wisdom as to how we should proceed. Lord, we sit here in these humble places hoping and praying that you will give us the wisdom, the guidance, the wherewithal to move forward for our entire city. Lord, we ask you for prayers, especially for those from our underserved communities. Lord, we know that those are the people that really need our assistance, that need our focus, that need us to look toward them. Lord, we thank you for our public safety. We thank you for our first responders. We thank you for our entire city staff, those who go about their business day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, doing the work, the ministry, Lord, the ministry that is so important for all of our residents, citizens, our visitors, and our businesses. Lord, please help us, guide us, direct us to be full-fledged council persons, city persons, staff persons, to do your will. Let's be congenial. Let's give our discussion, our vision. But Lord, let us in the end do the right thing. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Present.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Present.
Alderwoman Pindell Charles.
Here.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Present.
Alderman Shandelmeyer.
Present.
Alderman Gay. Alderman Savage.
Present.
Alderman Arnett.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the first item.
Yes, the first item is approval of the agenda.
Could I entertain a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderwoman Pindell Charles.
Aye.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Aye.
Alderman Shandelmeyer.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Oh, God, I'm last. Aye.
You are last today.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item.
Yes, the next item is legislative actions on second reader, beginning with R2123, FY 2024 fees schedule.
So a motion to adopt R21-23 on second reader.
So moved.
Can I get a second? So we have some proposed amendments. R2123, is that right? I think we're going to hand it to you, Katie, right?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Savage.
can I move Amendment 1?
Thank you.
Second.
think we,
Amendment 1
yep.
adopts the fees according to the Stantec study for refuse and watershed restoration fund.
Okay. We need to roll call it or just, okay. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, can I get the amendments here? Can I get the amendments? Is it here?
It's in the back of, can I?
Yes, ma'am. Got it. Thanks.
Want to do that again for me, Alderman Savage? Move amendment 2.
Move Amendment 2.
Second. Amendment number 2 is a technical correction. It removes the fees for the baseball fields.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a point of order question. This is still our 2123 a fee change on that, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, it doesn't remove the fees for all the fields. There's still a fee in the currently adopted fee schedule for general field rental, which is $80 for a 4-hour block or $95 for a 4-hour block. The proposed amendment would just remove the increase from the new fiscal year, new fee schedule to give us time to have a larger discussion about approach to youth league field fees, right?
Yes. So the Alderman is correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Alderman Savage.
I'd like to move Amendment 3.
Second. Alderman Savage.
Yeah, just background, this also overlaps with the previous amendment, but it extends the thinking to the pool facilities as well as the pickleball court. And again, this is just so we have more time to discuss the actual fee level. Because as proposed, the pool lane rental fee would total, just as an example, about $20,000 for a youth league who wants to run something out of the pool. And I think we need to take a look at that as far as what level we want to set all of our facility fees, at least for recreation and parks. And so this would just give us a chance. We can always modify it once we have a discussion out of the way. And this was developed, I think, after having a conversation with the city manager, as far as, at the time, just putting a pin in some of the conversation about fees while we discuss it more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Do we have the opportunity, once we've looked through these fees and studied the fees more, at a later point in time in FY24 to add them back in or add a separate? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is, again, this doesn't like remove the fee entirely. It's just a hold on the current fee amount. And while we revisit this, just because we've been having a couple of these issues with fines and amounts, et cetera.
So what happens, like, tomorrow? What would we do? No, I mean, if, as far as the process, it's just on hold? If someone wants to take...
To your mic, please.
If somebody wants to pay or anything like that? They know that this is on hold?
Current fees.
Oh, the current fees, it defaults to the current fees. Okay, sorry, thank you. I missed that.
All those in favour, say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Ayes have it. So we'll postpone further action on R 2123 until the regular meeting is scheduled on Monday, June 12th, 2023. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is R 2223 FY 2024 fines schedule.
Is there a motion to adopt R 2223 on second reader?
So moved.
Amendment number 1 increases the non-standing stopping parking fine from $50 to $100.
Thank you. Could someone move that, please?
So moved.
Get a second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. We will postpone further action on R 2223 until the regular meeting is scheduled for Monday, June 12th.
Oh, we have one
There's
more.
a second
sorry.
amendment, Mr. Mayor.
I missed that, sorry. Could someone move Amendment 2, please?
So moved.
Non-residential parking permit violation, that's part of the same thing. Jody? Yeah. That's right.
Amendment number 2 increases the fines for repeat offenders for non-RPP parking violations.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. We'll postpone further action on R 2123 until the regular meeting is scheduled for Monday, June 12th. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is O 1423 annual budget and appropriation property tax levy.
Is there a motion to adopt O-14-23 on second reader?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Like to suspend the rules and move to third reading?
How are we going down this? Okay. This is the big one. Let's start with you, Jody. Thank you.
I'm going to have Katie Conley read the amendment wording for each one. Someone's going to start with the first one, correct?
Amendment number 1, please.
Yep, this amendment adds $30,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning for additional funding for the Annapolis Arts District and the Downtown Annapolis Partnership using ARPA.
Thank you. I'm just gonna,
It's up and moved.
just go with those. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so there's my amendment. Alderman Savage, I can give some clarification if you guys want, so.
I'm just going to move it.
Thank you. Could I get a second?
Second.
For anyone that knows what the Arts District does, they're responsible for multiple things and also chasing other grants. They have raised well over their current budget most years. We don't give a huge amount to the Arts District, and they're responsible for things like the Chocolate Festival, the First Sunday Arts Festival, Dining Under the Stars. Multiple things came out of that, and so I'm asking for some support from the council to up their budget on this cycle. Alderman Schnellmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They bring a lot of great things to us. I am going to be supportive of this. I just have a quick question. Did we do a similar grant to them last budget cycle as well? Or would this legally be called a grant, or?
I think this is the first time we've increased their money for a long time, but I'm not.
That's correct. They're at a base amount, and I would have to look up what they're at. They've been at a base amount for numerous years now. This is the first time we're adding to them.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Tierney?
Yes, it's for fine. They have 2 line items in the budget, if I'm not mistaken, correct? There's, is it the flowers or the baskets is separate?
Yeah, that's the Main Street.
Okay.
That's another amendment, second
Oh,
amendment.
okay. And just for, this is then a confirmed recurring expense, to answer Alderman Schettelmeyer's question. It's going to be every year.
There's no other amendment that addresses flowers. This one adds money, this funding. Flowers are already in the budget as
Right, okay.
proposed, and they're in the same account, I believe, but different components of that
Okay.
account.
Okay.
And we're voting for Arts District and the Downtown Partnership, so, okay.
Okay.
All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2 adds $40,000 to the city council for a parliamentarian using ARPA.
Someone move that, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Second. And for clarification for the public, so we are exploring the possibility of a parliamentarian to make sure that we keep our council on track. It's a shared effort by Alderman Savage and myself, and we have brought in some experts before on Robert's rules that did some training for the staff. We think this is going to be a good exercise and really going to help our meetings go a lot smoother. So that would be someone that will be available to us on city council meeting nights. So this is the early stages. Any questions? Alderman Tierney?
Have we had one before?
I do not believe so, no. Thank you. Alderman Schettelmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would this require any additional benefits or oversight, pension, et cetera? This
No,
would just be
just a contract,
part-time
yeah,
contract position?
Yep. Consulting, contracting, yeah.
If I could ask, the system now we have, I think, is okay. Do we think this would have a significant streamlining effect, or?
I believe educationally will be great for us. We all need a little bit of training too, probably. Alderman Savage? Yeah.
Just ditto. I think we've all made mistakes as far as, and I think it would just help us. Even if we just do it for a couple months, a couple meetings, I think it'd be worthwhile to.
That's a good point.
Training, yeah.
It's a contract. We can always see how it goes. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Amendment number 3.
This amendment adds $50,000 to the mayor's office for a lobbyist using the reserve for one-time uses.
Somebody please move that.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Schettelmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we going to be using this for in-house or contractual?
Contractually, and I'll speak to it if you are okay. When we knew that there was going to be federal money in the pipeline, we engaged a firm to make sure that we were at the head of the line. We believe that the city's had many worthy projects, and I will point to a 3-point-something million dollar chamber of FEMA grant, a 3-point-something the other grant, sorry, and then a $300,000 one from HUD. Nearly $7 million from the efforts of the last contract we had with this company. We think the federal money is going to be running out soon, but I think it's worth trying this company for another shot to see if we can pull down some of the big dollars that we've been successful in pulling down for City Dock, but for other projects around the city.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Tierney?
I'm just confused on why, versus the previous amendment, that this is, we're using one-time uses. I would assume that this is something that you want every year, or are you just taking it year by year?
I think year by year, we
Okay.
think that the federal dollars are not going to be as accessible as they have been in this last year or two. So,
So hence why
yeah,
we're
it
not
would be
using,
one time, yeah.
hence why we're not using
Yeah.
ARPA.
And I think that we did move away from having a lobbyist for a few years. It wasn't a real priority, but your lobbyists, at different levels, but having that federal lobbyist, I think really was beneficial because that's where the real dollars are, so. Alderman Chandler?
Thanks, Mayor. And I do want to say we wouldn't be unique in this. Other cities do hire lobbyists for state or federal issues, so
Forget who that we had.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 4.
This amendment reduces salaries and benefits in the police department by $44,300 and adds this appropriation to the Office of Community Services for a Hispanic Outreach Navigator.
Thank you. We'd like to move that. Alderman Tierney, I think, finance.
second.
Anyone want to speak to it? Alderman Pindell Charles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think these comments I'm going to give are going to go for overall for our public safety. And I have to say what I have to say as the public safety chair. First of all, we know the importance of public safety in our city, and I'm not disregarding any departments within the city. All of our departments are totally vital. But what we need to look at is commerce within our city as far as the visitors are concerned. We also need to look at, as I said in my prayer, our underserved communities and how important public safety is. Yesterday, the mayor's office hosted a gun awareness health fair, and everybody who was there could hear and see the gut-wrenching and heart-wrenching stories of those who have lost loved ones through gun violence. We know recently we've had a rash of thefts from auto. I have received, I can't even count anymore how many emails I've received concerning what's been going on and what am I going to do about it, and what am my office is going to do about it, and what is the mayor going to do about it, and what is the police department going to do about it. So I've been fielding all of those emails and calls and texts about that. As we know, this year we've had 2 homicides, and we're just into June. We have not reached the summer as yet. School is still in session. We just had a homicide over the weekend. So that was on and is on everyone's mind. I see us overall, as I said at our work session, that we are starting to pit our public safety departments against one another. We're starting to rob Peter and pay Paul. And that's how I see it, and I brought it up at the work session, and I asked, was I incorrect? Nobody said I was wrong. Yes, the public safety teams have the highest budget in the city. There's a reason for that. We need public safety, otherwise all the other things that we do could be meaningless. And so downtown is vital, no ifs, ands, and buts about it. But we do need to look at our public safety budget, not taking away from one or another. Now, regarding this amendment, regarding the Hispanic Outreach Navigator, certainly we definitely need one. No doubt about it. We do need one. And me coming from Ward 3, who has the highest Hispanic population, I am truly aware of that. But I do have to look at, in my role as public safety chair, the entire city. And so I would hope that we can fund this Hispanic Outreach Navigator along with this salaries and benefits in the police department. I don't see why we can't do both. We have the budget for it. I know on yesterday, there was conversation about what happened over the weekend, and we know most of what goes on in the city, as far as violence is concerned, is retaliation. And once we do that, we have to pay overtime for officers to be present in a lot of our underserved communities especially. So I really feel really heartbroken that I'm going to be voting against this amendment unless I can hear some clarity on how we can do both, and I don't see why we can't.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Alderwoman Pendle Charles, for your concern, because it was, let me give you a little bit of background. The Finance Committee proposed about a half a dozen amendments which we wish to have as one-time expenses and not go into the ARPA money. As such, and I know the Finance Department can probably speak to this better, but they basically drew a line in the sand as far as positions and turnover. And when they did that and had all the calculations, my first question was, are there any existing positions, specifically in the police department, in the fire department, and OEM, that we are jeopardizing by using this money? And the question is absolutely not. Each amendment has specific funding for a reason that is in line with the police department's planning on staffing. So speaking specifically on amendment number 1 for the Hispanic Outreach Navigator, the APD Annapolis Police Department decided not to go through with 2 conversions, and that allowed money to be released, and that money is $44,300, which goes towards this amendment. Thanks. Is that?
Thank you. I'm just going to go down the line. Alderman Savage had his hand up first, then Alderman Annette, then Alderman Shanamar,
Thank you,
and
Mr.
then
Mayor.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles.
I do have a few questions, I guess, first of all, with the city manager. So were these positions proposed to be funded when like, is this one of the things that you evaluated in your consideration for drafting the budget?
The position, the navigator position, was frankly not included as proposed because we thought it was going to be grant funded, but the grant, we were told, wouldn't, if it was going to be awarded, not until well into the fiscal year. And that's why it came up late. So that's why there was an alternative funding source.
So the grant funding to be determined, is that still being pursued?
Yes, Alderman Savage, it could happen, but the assistant city manager and the community services coordinator both reached out and found that if it does happen, it won't be until perhaps the middle of the year, fiscal year.
Thank you. And this question might be for your office or APD, but what were the positions that APD decided not to move forward with as far as converting, and why did they decide not to move forward with that?
It's the investigative support analyst and the accreditation manager position. So they're currently vacant, which means we don't have to convert them. They were, the people previously that were in that position were pushing up against that 5-year mark. So that's why we.
Well, have they actually hit the 5-year?
Say again?
Have they actually hit the 5-year point?
I believe they were in year 4.
So this last fiscal year was year 4?
Year 4, and now the positions are vacant. They've either left or they've been moved to another position. So those positions that they were going to convert, there's no longer anybody there pushing up against the 5-year.
Well, I guess the question for APD would be, do we still need those positions? Because I remember especially the accreditation came up with the state legislation and the effort to comply with the state.
You want to come forward and give them clarification for Alderman Savage?
The positions still stand. They're just not converting, so they're staying contractual.
Oh, they're staying, okay, they're staying contractual.
That's
and
correct.
They will be filled this, well, presumably, this next fiscal year. Okay.
Yes, so we had those, Acting Captain Dave Miga for the police department. So we had those two positions that we initially
Mike?
listed as enhancements.
Is your mic on, Ms. Cap?
Yes,
He did.
I believe it is. Okay.
Okay.
We initially had those two positions in our list of enhancements. After we submitted the enhancements, we determined that one of them, the responsibilities from one, was being funded by a position for the accreditation manager. The accreditation work was being funded by a grant that we got for another position. And so that one was going to be vacant. And then the employee in the investigative support analyst position also took another position, also funded by a grant. And so that one was going to be vacant. And in a discussion with HR and the finance director, I was informed that positions could not be converted if they were vacant. So we withdrew those two positions. I did not know that the money would then be up for grabs to be used for other purposes. I wasn't told that. If I had known that, I would have put that funding against the other enhancements to decrease the fiscal impact of those enhancements.
Okay. And thank you, that's helpful. And I guess it's,
those positions.
sorry,
We do plan on filling them, but they will be filled with people who, actually, I believe FY24 was going to be year 4 for those employees who were in them before. They will be filled with new employees, so that 5-year clock will then start over again. So it's not as urgent as it was before.
and I want to hear from Russ as well, but just a quick question, I guess, for HR. Is HR here?
Yes.
Oh, I can't see, you're behind the chief there. How does the conversion usually work? Because I know we have the policy for 5-year, when a position's been contractual for 5 years, we have a policy to convert it. But what if we decide to just, for whatever reason, just to keep it, can we keep it contractual theoretically for year 6?
No. So it's in the
And does that
code.
change if it's a different person in that position?
Correct. So an individual cannot hold the employment agreement position for more than 5 fiscal years. So if the person got hired in June of a fiscal year, that'll still count as a fiscal year. And so those positions are expected to be converted before you get to the 6th FY.
Okay, so if they're both vacant, that clock starts over.
Conceivably, yes.
If the
It could
same
start
person's
over.
not in there. So
But-
if we decide to keep it contractual, we could. Okay. Was there anything else APD wanted to contribute to?
We just wanted to say that those two positions are important positions, and we've listened to the council, and we're trying to grow APD, and we're trying to look outside the box and bring more civilians in and keep our mission going. So we did get grant money to move. Another person who held that investigator's position was perfect for the supervisor's position, which we got under grant funding. We got $98,000 for that position with salary and fringe. But we do plan on hiring another person with the clock starts over, because the position that he held, going out, pulling camera footage from different areas when we have, like the homicide we had last night, they come in, they pull the video, they testify in the court. We do plan on filling that position. The same with the accreditation manager. We had, some grant funding. We were able to move a position over to the grant, but we do plan on hiring another person for that position. These are both two critical positions, and we had no idea that monies were going to be taken.
I think what frustrated me about this whole process, I'm the face of the department, and I do many things in the community. When we did our budget hearings, I asked for 2 things. I asked for an enhancement so we can get a grant writer, so we don't have to nickel and dime the city for technology. There's no secret that I've been given the autonomy by the mayor and the city manager to advocate to provide more outreach. I'm the chief of police, and nobody's ever contacted me about taking money from anywhere. I instructed Acting Captain Miguez and Professional Standards Manager Rhonda McCoy to look at the budget and see if we can free up money so that we can restructure our organizational chart. If you remember, when we presented our budget a month and a half ago, I articulated to the council that I wasn't going to put up a organizational chart because I didn't want to be locked into that structure, that we were trying to, with minimal fiscal impact, because I know that money is a consideration, we were going to try to take some existing funding and reconfigure the organizational chart so that it could operate, we as the APD can operate more efficiently. You know, I'm doing my very best because times are changing, folks, and there's a lot of threats. And I'm not saying it to scare anybody, but the expectation, we can't have it both ways. We can't expect the men and women of the APD to keep this city safe and protect all its assets and not get the basic support. So any funding taken away from us undermines our ability to be creative and restructure this department so that it'll operate more efficiently.
And Chief, what's...
I'm going to go to the city manager because we're talking about 44,300 here. I'm sure that we're going to find that money somewhere else. And so everybody wants to speak to this. None of us want to take any money away from your budget. Sometimes we move things around, line item things, just to balance things to when a lot of requests come in. So instead of us all weighing in here, maybe the city manager can clarify.
Michael Malinoff, city manager. Certainly understand what everyone's saying. There was no intent to rob Peter to pay Paul. I've been talking to the finance director about this before this discussion, so if you don't mind, I think if she could weigh in, she might be able to give you some other suggestions on how.
Thank you.
So this whole thing came about because the Finance Committee wanted to make several funding changes and add things to the budget, and we volunteered to find funding that we knew was available from other places. There were very few in the initial proposed budget that we knew were no longer needed for the purpose they had been put forth. And we had included the funding for the 4 conversions at the police department because we knew they were coming close to the 5 years. So we put that money in the budget, and then when we were finalizing, and we came to, after it was finalized, we had found out that 2 of them were no longer filled and therefore would not be converted. So we thought that was available funding to serve for something else. The conversion money was not in the previous budget. It was added to this budget, and then they said, we're not going to convert those positions. So that's why we felt that was a new item added to the budget, and we could safely take that out because they didn't need it anymore. We did not know at that time that there was some other indication to use it for something else. Instead of that, it wasn't presented that way in the enhancements. So that's why we chose that. If you were going to try to look for other funding, it has to come from ARPA. And I don't know how much is left after we're done with this from the ARPA monies, maybe very little to carry in 25. I'm just saying that would be the only other source available.
Alderman Savage still has the floor, sorry.
I just want to wrap up real quick, sorry. So to summarize though, I think even if this passes, now correct me if I'm wrong, even if this amendment passes, APD will still have the ability to fund to fill these positions contractually.
Correct.
Okay.
The 44.3 is just for the conversion to civil service.
Okay,
For both
thank
of
you.
those, yes.
Yeah, so it doesn't, so they can still keep it funded, it just delays, which we can do, because we have another 5 years, frankly. It just delays the conversion, potential conversion to.
I think what the chief was saying is that
To civil service.
he doesn't want to use it for the conversions anymore, he wants to use it for other initiatives they have. And so the addition to the budget was asked for that particular purpose, so they think they want to reprogram it to have it flexible for other purposes.
Well, but I think to the Finance Committee's point, though, I think having an effective funded Hispanic Outreach Navigator will help public safety concerns as well. So I think I just want, after all that, I just wanted to get to the point that this is good to know that you can still fund and fill those positions. It's just, okay, that's all, thank you.
And we will make sure that happens. So. I'm going to go down the line. I'm afraid everybody's got their hand up. So Alderman Arnett was next, then Alderman Schneidermeyer, then Alderman Pindell-Charles. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 3 points, if I may. I support both of the points that I heard from Alderwoman Pindell-Charles. I do not support defunding the police in any way. I do support having this Hispanic community outreach. I respect the Finance Committee and their suggestion, but I'm hoping that we can have enough ARPA money to use as the alternative to taking money away from police and continuing to go ahead with this Hispanic outreach. So I can't vote for this amendment as it stands, but I would vote for it if we would find, instead of taking from police, we would find money in ARPA.
Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the important things about bringing this on is community outreach is a very effective way to improve crime situations by just not letting crime happen, by improving overall the community situation and leading to less crime overall. There is a lot of mistrust between the Latino community and government of various kinds. Rationale are many, going back to government situations and where folks came from, distrust over current government due to federal policies. And these positions really help build trust overall in the Latino community and cut down on the crime rate through community bonds. So I do think that this is a pretty small investment for a pretty big return, to get a pretty big return. So I think through balancing things out with other items in the budget that always come up throughout the year, we can fill these contractual positions that our police department are talking about. But this is a really worthwhile investment to a prominent part of our city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And just for some clarification for the public here, we're just talking about 2 months. We're not going to fill that position in the next 2 months. Are we right, Katie?
No, this, that's incorrect. So what we're.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I think down the line, what we're talking about turnover for the other Finance Committee amendments.
Okay, that's down the
This one in
line.
particular, the 44-3 is just for the converting the positions from contractual to civil service.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Pindell-Charles, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What message are we sending? Unless I can get an absolute assurance that we have the money for the Hispanic Outreach Navigator, and like I said, I have the most Hispanic population in my ward. Let me go back to something Alderman Schneidermeyer has stated, and I do agree with him, but what I will say is this. And we'll talk about the mistrust, and I think the police department has done a yeoman's job in elevating the community outreach commander, which is Captain Amy Maguez. They want to, I know, grow that department because it is very successful in thwarting a lot of the mistrust. They have an extremely successful reentry program that is being looked at throughout the entire country. On Facebook Live that we do regularly on Fridays, the Annapolis United Protect and Serve and Community Updates. They are receiving 22,000 viewers since we've been doing it for a year. They're getting more tips than they used to get. People are feeling much more comfortable talking with the police department. I was talking with the chief on yesterday. I know we had a closed session about a month ago to talk about some of the strategies and plans that the police department have. And I had mentioned, because of the most recent homicide over the weekend, that we have another closed session, and the chief indicated, yes, we can do that. I think we need to do those a little more regularly, because those of us on the Public Safety Committee get to hear and see a lot of what you all may not, and we all can't be involved in every aspect of every committee, and that's why we have committee chairs and members. But I would certainly strongly suggest, and that's why we're gonna have another closed session, to bring everybody up to date to what's going on. I think those closed sessions would alleviate some of the questions that we have. I agree with Alderman Schneidermeyer, but I think we aren't necessarily as informed, and I understand why, and I'm not disparaging anyone, don't get me wrong. I think 2 months, if that's it or not it, is way too long. Like I said earlier, we're gonna have to have some police overtime we're gonna use, because most of, if not all of the shootings and violent acts we have are retaliatory. And so therefore, we're gonna have to use some overtime. Like I said, summer's coming, school will be out, and so unless I have absolute 100% assurance that we will not be taking money away, and I don't care if it's 2 months, 1 month, or 2 days, I cannot vote for this in good conscience as your public safety chair.
Thank you, Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you. I can't say enough how strongly and how vital the Office of Community Services is to our city. We created it with the idea of doing just as Alderman Schneidermeyer said, bringing that community together and giving it, all communities, the support that's needed. I totally disagree with us taking money, and I'll say it again, robbing Peter to pay Paul, regardless of the time, just as Alderwoman Pendle-Charles has said. These descriptions are not our descriptions. These are the finance committees or the finance department's descriptions of our amendments. And attached to our amendments are their suggestions for how to fund it. So how, and I asked the city attorney, and Mr. Mayor, I would ask you to defer to the city attorney, how could we amend this amendment? I know I was told already I can't do that, but let me ask you again. How do we amend this amendment to take the source of the funding away? I think we all agree we want this navigator position. So how can we approve this navigator position without the funding that's been designated by the finance department?
I will move an amendment at the end to put the money back somewhere else from the ARPA money, if you will support that. Does that sound okay?
Well, I was asking the city attorney if we could amend this amendment to simply take out the funding source and support the 44-3 for the navigator.
So I'm going to go to...
That's a process question. The council can do it at once.
I'm sorry?
The council can vote on what it wants to vote on.
So we can amend this to simply say 44-3 for a navigator for the Office of Community Services and eliminate the funding source and leave that to the finance chair to come up with later today?
I have no opinion on the substantive aspect of what you're saying. I'm only responding to the question about what the council can do with the things before it.
So let me ask again then, because I'm not clear. So could we amend amendment number 4 to simply say to create, to appropriate funds to the Office of Community Services for Hispanic Outreach Navigator?
All of that would be up to the council, man.
And can we just go to the director for that? Because just a funding source, I believe, is the question here, right?
So what you're saying is we're going to increase an expense without citing how we're paying for it. Your budget would be out of balance. So what I would suggest, if you're going to do that, you say we want to amend it, providing you say they can amend an amendment, 44-3 from ARPA instead of from the other position, because you can't add an expense without saying how you're going to pay for it. That would make your budget out of balance.
I understand the balanced budget.
Okay.
As you are aware, when the Finance Committee finished our work, we didn't have a balanced budget. And I'm not sure that we have to do it one for one at this time. Traditionally, we've gone through the entire budget, and then at the end, we've been able to figure out where we could pull the additional funds from. Your process is different in that you want it to be done line by line.
So for when we proposed the mayor's budget, it was balanced. And so as you make changes to that budget and you add expenses, you're going to need to say where that comes from. Either it takes from another expense or you cite a source for it. You cannot pass an unbalanced budget. You should not amend the budget unless you know where the funding is coming from. I'm just suggesting, it's just like we have on other amendments, we added things to the budget and we said the funding source is ARPA. That's what I would do to this amendment in order to make sure we're balancing as we go.
Okay, I'm not suggesting we not move forward with a balanced budget. So can we just say using ARPA funds? Is there a consensus to use the ARPA funds? Thank you.
Yeah, we're still in discussion. There's a lot of hands up, so I'm going to go to, so have you proposed that now? Or?
Yes, and I got a second.
Okay.
There any requirement that this amendment be amended by those who are sponsoring it? No. Okay.
Mr. City Attorney, please.
Well, let's go back. I just checked Robert's Rules of Order. An amendment that amends an amendment is a first order amendment or a second order amendment. So this would be a second order amendment, so it's appropriate or proper to do functionally. But I'm only speaking to the technical aspects. There may be other options you have, like defeat this particular amendment and then supplant it with something else of your choice later on is another option to take care of it until you figure out where the money's coming from. This amendment could be defeated.
I think I heard the recommendation to use ARPA funds. I'm good with that if we have a consensus.
Okay, so we have a first and a second on that. We can have discussion on this. Alderman Savage has his hand up. I don't see your hands up still.
This is on the discussion of the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so using ARPA money. So I don't support that because, and I want to correct it, this is not defunding the police at all. This money takes, originally, this budget increased their salaries and benefits to pay for conversion, but they're not converting. So we're taking back that extra money we gave them in the budget because frankly, that extra money would be in salaries and benefits sitting in there. They can't just use that for general purposes. They'd have to presumably get a transfer or something anyway. So that's not, it's going to serve no purpose sitting in salaries and benefits in the police department. We're just taking that excess back to fund another salary position in Office of Community Caring. So it's not defunding, it's still allowing them to fulfill this two contractual positions. It's just saying, well, since they decide not to convert, we're going to take that money back and use it for another.
May I respond?
So I think that's what I prefer. I'm not going to support using ARPA.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson, yeah, please, yes.
I think we ought to be giving our directors autonomy to make these decisions. I don't think another department, finance or anyone else, HR, should be making these decisions for them. And if the chief is good with it, then I'm good with it. But this is his department that we've empowered him to make decisions to help keep our city safe. And so whatever he says should be the end of the story as far as I'm concerned. I don't think anyone should take autonomy from any of the department heads. It's their decision, and if they don't agree, we shouldn't agree. I'm sorry, that's what we're here to do, so that's my response. And I understand the timing, but it's his decision, and we don't know what his plan is for July 1.
Well, I mean,
Let me recognize you first, Alderman Savage.
So,
first,
sorry.
yeah. Alderman Savage? Yeah.
can we just get clarification from the chief? I mean, and frankly, I hear what you're saying, but frankly, they don't have a vote on this. It's our budget, our decision at this point. But I think we need to hear from the chief is, the question is, I guess, are you still looking to convert this position this fiscal year? These two positions?
These two positions, assuming some other employee is in these positions for 3 or 4 years, then yes, we will be looking to convert them. But the detail here is that if we had known that the money was then available for other use, we would have put it towards the enhancements that we had submitted along with these two conversions, which would have decreased the fiscal impact of those enhancements, at least one of which is involved in one or two of the other amendments. It would have covered the cost of that entirely.
Are they staffed? Because even if you keep this money, presumably it still needs to be used for salaries and benefits because that's where it's sitting, right?
Yes, and that's how it would have been used.
Huh?
And that's how it would be used.
Okay, but that's still something, we're kind of at the 11th hour. That's something we would need to know.
I would have needed
today,
to know it as well.
Really. Yes, well, but the point is, it's our budget. We've got the ability to move this money if it's not going to be used.
But does it make sense to?
Again, the key question is, you would still be able to fill those positions.
Yes, but if the money can be used within the same department, does it make sense to move it to another department and then use other funding to come back into our department to fund the enhancements?
Well, it's all related to public safety, though. I would argue, the community caring.
I think hands up first were Alderman Pendle Charles and Alderman O'Neill.
I'm going to agree with Alderwoman Finlayson. This is the chief's budget. I think Acting Captain McGuinness put it good. The money, if we had known the money was up for grabs, we would have used the money for enhancements instead. I don't think anybody can argue the point that the police department can't use some enhancements. And so therefore, they were unaware. It's their budget. They know how to run the department. We're not police officers, okay? We're not out there every day. We don't hear, what they see, what they're doing. So they're the experts. That's why we hired them. That's why we have the experts in all of the departments. We listen to what they have to say. You're an expert in environmental, expert in construction, expert in all education. We all bring that to the table. That's why we have them here. So I go with what Acting Captain Miguez has indicated to us today. Enhancements, they're gonna need them.
O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to reiterate what one of my colleagues else said. It's not money up for grabs. It was money that was put in one place, taken out of another. If I look down the other amendments, for instance, there are two other amendments that.
Can I get your microphone on there? Thank you.
It is. There are two other amendments that are within the police department's budget that we're funding in a similar way. And it sounds like we have an amendment to just take the 44.3 from ARPA, but instead of those enhancements, we can use them for either amendment number 7 or 8. So the money stays back in the police department, even though it's not, it was funding that was for positions that didn't get converted. I think that we're all saying the same thing. Nobody's defunding the police in any of this. It's moving money around where it's currently not being used. And I don't believe it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. It is utilizing the sources and the funding where we have it and where we need it. So if we could talk through this one, finish this one, 6 and 7, we could use that 44 to partially fund those two, 7 and 8, those two amendments, without taking some of the funds from another department. So I think that we're all getting in an uproar over the word defunding when it has nothing to do with defunding.
And I think it's a small amount of money for us to get caught up on. I'm going to support the Finance Committee's recommendation, and I'm going to believe our Budget Director is going to find the money for the enhancements down the road. We all support the Police Department. This isn't again about their budget. It's just about trying to do things that we've done for a long, long time. So we have an amendment to amend the amendment. I'm going to get a vote on that now. We'll probably have to do a roll call. I think it's going to be close.
I have a.
Alderman Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this very specific to a funding question on the amendment of the amendment. Madam Finance Director, if we pull this out of ARPA, would we, instead of as Amendment 4 is currently written, would that dry up significantly for other potential amendments down the line that are using ARPA funding?
So when we pulled all the amendments together and we listed them on the schedule that we emailed to you yesterday, last week maybe, this has everything on here. And when we apply all of these amendments, if all passed, we would have $968,000 left in ARPA funds.
Okay.
However, the mayor's proposed budget had more than that going into FY25. So we've already pulled $603,000 out with the amendments. We were going to carry over $1.5 million into FY25, but now 968 is there, and that 968 is what you would be depleting if you add to the ARPA usage here. So it'll impact 25, and next year we'll have an even more difficult decision to make on the budget side if the ARPA revenues are gone or primarily gone.
Thank you, Director.
Then what replaces them next year?
Thank you, Director Dickinson.
I want to be clear on what the motion is, that's all.
I just recognize you when Alderman Pindell Charles. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to be clear on what we're voting on specifically.
So we're voting on the amendment to amend the amendment to change the funding source to ARPA money, not Police Department. Is that right, Director Dickinson?
I think that's a clerk question. I think that's what's on the floor right now is the proposal to amend the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
That's what's on, okay. And I'm going to do a roll call unless you need to speak.
I just wanted to say that I'll take this responsibility. I don't want the Finance Department to take this responsibility. We asked them to draw a line in the sand on the fiscal year 2024 budget, line item by line item, and what money was available. And so this was more of an accounting exercise. So I accepted that, and I thought we all did, but so I just want to make it clear they were not taking money without, defunding and all that. So in the spirit of cooperation, these Hispanic positions are a given. They're staying on. So, and it isn't a lot of money. So I don't understand why it's deemed as a threat.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Roll call on that, please.
Yes, sir,
On the
ma'am.
no, thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Tierney.
No.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman O'Neill.
That's right.
You're last today.
No.
Alderman Pindell Charles.
Yay.
Alderman Finlayson.
Yes.
Alderman Shonda Meyer.
Nay.
Alderman Gay.
Abstain, just.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment fails. The amendment fails.
Yeah. Thank you.
The amendment to the amendment fails.
Okay, we're back on the floor again with the original amendment. Had a lot of discussion on this. Now, can we please vote on amendment number 4 as it stands? I think we'll have to do a roll call again. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Mayor Buckley, yes. Alderman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderman Pindell Charles.
No.
Alderman Finlayson.
Nay.
Alderman Schottenmeier,
Aye.
Alderman Gay,
Abstain.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
No.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Aye.
Thank you.
And that amendment passes.
Okay, Katie, amendment number 5, please.
This amendment
And
provides.
for everyone's clarification, these are the Finance Committee amendments that we're going through now. This Finance Committee has met with every department, spent time, a lot of time on this budget. Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Mayor. You indicated earlier that you were confident that this navigator position was going to be funded, and it did pass. Is there some relief when it comes to the police department, even though it did pass, when it comes to this $44,300?
Well, I'm going to go to the city manager on that.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. If we get the grant, that could happen
Which grant is that, sir?
He's talking about
for the Navigator. I mean,
Where's the grant coming from?
I don't, with the Maryland Department of Health. And that's what the position we originally relied on. So like with everything here, we can certainly revisit it if the issue comes up. And it is our hope that the grant comes through.
When will, there's an anticipated
They weren't sure, the latest information was sometime into the fiscal year, perhaps the middle of fiscal year. They
So we're
just weren't
talking about maybe
prepared.
December?
Perhaps, and we can certainly revisit it and would, and that's something I sent a text to the mayor on while you were debating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amendment number 5, Katie, thank you.
This amendment provides a general fund appropriation to contribute toward the substance abuse disorder program in the event state funding is not awarded. It cuts $30,000 for the contractual PIO position in the mayor's office, removes $19,300 of funding for a civil service conversion from the police department, and $63,700 of funding for the vacant police administrative manager position in the police department.
Thank you. Can someone move that, please? Second, please.
Second.
Alderman Arnett.
So I have a real problem. First of all, I have the same problem with the defunding of the police once again, but this is a conditional thing in the event. And I really have a problem doing funding that way. What if it does come through? What happens then? Is the money automatically restored to police in these other places that it's coming from? It just does not seem like an appropriate way to do the budget and do the amendments.
Director Dickinson.
Oh, I was just going to say it wouldn't automatically be restored if we ended up not needing the funding. And they wanted to restore it to various sources. We would come back to council with a budget adjustment to the finance committee and then to the council.
Okay. Alderman Schottenmeier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The substance abuse disorder program, I think, has been one of the most successful programs that we have seen in this city. In my ward, I've seen a 75% drop in overdoses, 0 fatal overdoses in the past 3 years. We have seen so much success from this. This is, again, community investment, really cuts down on public safety problems, on crime problems, on healthcare problems by investing in earlier and preventing them from happening. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's a great way to invest our money, and we can do and continue to do a lot of good. Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson. I'm going to work my way down the line. I didn't see his hand went up first. Sorry.
I just need clarification. If the grant funding does come in, does the funding go into the general fund and then we have to acknowledge, or do we automatically get an acknowledgement that the money is there to give us an opportunity to use it?
So,
Dickinson.
yes. You're establishing here an appropriation authority in the general fund to send money to the grant program. So if it's not used, and we didn't do anything, that amount would just fall to fund balance and be unspent budget. There will then, at that point in time, have to be an action initiated by the administration to take the 113 and use it for something else. And then we would do a fund transfer, is what we call it, and bring it to Finance Committee and then to the council. So it won't automatically happen. It'll have to be a budget adjustment in another way. It would just move it from the transfer account in the general fund and move some of it to, if you were trying to restore some of this, to the departments where you were trying to restore it.
I understand that process. My question is, if the funding does come in, will we be notified that we have received it? And will we then be given an opportunity to decide where the unused funds go?
Yes, I mean, that would be initiated by OEM, as they did last year when it happened. They did in fact get the funding and told us they would not need it.
So we'll rely on the departments to let us know when they've been notified that the funds arrive, and then we
Yes.
can decide how to use it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, just want
Thank
clarity.
you. Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I would like to propose an amendment to this amendment to remove the funding source of the $30,000 and instead use the opioids settlement funds in place of that $30,000.
Second.
Director Dickinson, did you hear that?
Yes, and I think that if the belief is that we can amend an amendment and adjust the funding sources, as we did on the last one, that's fine. We have at least $30,000 of the opioid settlement monies. We have more. I was just going to try to check and see how much has come in so far. That would be a valid funding source. It's just, the budget team has to redo the amendment to show it in appropriate places.
Thank you. We got a first and a second on that. Still discussion, Alderman Tierney and then Alderman Gay.
Well, my discussion was on the amendment, not the amendment to the amendment, so I don't know what's on the floor now. I just want to address Alderman Arnett's concern. We did this last year, this process, similar to the Hispanic coordinators. This is ongoing, and we want to keep it ongoing. You know, we all receive the monthly status reports from OEM, and things are improving. Still difficult, but for example, we have had 21% reduction in fatalities since 2021, and those numbers are increasing. So we have evidence-based data here to continue the program. So I just wanted to make it clear that this strategy of, we pretty clear that we're going to get this money, so let's just, present it as such.
And Alderman Arnett wanted to respond.
I didn't like conditional budgeting last year either. I don't think this is an appropriate way to budget.
Understood.
You either lock it in or you don't. Things do fall to fund balance, and we have ways to deal with it as the finance director, but not starting off with the conditional. I mean, it gives you this sort of menu of, column A, column B, column C, and I'd rather have a budget that's not conditional, at least when we start.
Thank you. Alderman Gay next, then Alderman Savage.
Mr. Mayor, just two quick questions. My first is, why wouldn't opioid funding that we're receiving from a lawsuit due to deaths of overdoses of opioid, why wouldn't that go directly back to the opioid programming anyway? Why would that go to the general fund and sit there for other purposes when the express purpose of us suing was to use those funds to combat the issues that were taking place in the community?
I think this is a way to do that, but Alderman O'Neill?
Well, I guess my question might be for the finance director.
Mr. City Manager.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. The purpose of the litigation was not to use the money for prospective costs, but to reimburse governments and other entities for costs already incurred. It doesn't mean you can't do this, but that was the reason of the litigation.
So when you say cost incurred, what could you...
Policing, medical, health, any number of reasons. I was in another community when we put together a class action participated in a class action like this community, and that's how damages were determined. We were approached about using it for this program, and that's really up to you all. But that's not the source of the damages. The damages were predicated on a settlement based on existing costs.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Alderwoman, for bringing that amendment. I think it makes perfect sense to use the money from the people that killed people's families to provide for solutions in the community. Second, just so I'm clear, is OEM still managing this fund? Is this associated with the 4 programs, no harm? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
That was a nod.
No. Yeah. Nod works. Nod works.
Yes.
I'll go with the nod.
The nod doesn't count.
Director Simmons, thank you. Yeah.
Good morning. Kevin Simmons, Director of Office of Emergency Management. Bear with my throat. I had a hard time yesterday. I had to talk to everybody and let them know that we wasn't under a nuclear attack or anything. So
wasn't too much partying in Ocean City? No.
Might have been a little bit. But what question can I answer for you?
Alderman Gay.
No, I just wanted to make sure, I wasn't sure if the funding that they are setting aside, the $113,000 is it for the purpose of just in case you aren't able to fund? Because typically you only ask for $70,000, I thought, for the 4 programs.
Right, but we've since asked for more money this year based on what the coordinators needed for each of the programs. So it's a lot more than $70,000 this year. It came up to a total for the 4 programs of $147,000.
Okay, and you'll still be managing it and distributing it equitably? Awesome, thank you.
I can tell you exactly where it's going to go. To the NAM program would be $44,500. Your Life Matters in the fire department, $41,000. OD Free, which is in the Office of Emergency Management, $30,000. And APD SUD program is $31,000, bringing to a total of $147,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with using the opioid suit money for this and trying to. I'm just wondering if we could expand that, because there's still that. The one question I do have is regarding that $63,000 of funding for the vacant police administrative manager position. So what are the impacts of that? If we utilize that money from the vacant position, is that going to prevent it from being filled next fiscal year?
Is that your question or mine?
Director Dickinson.
Go ahead. The total from those 2 conversions was actually 63,600 for the 2 conversions. We used the 43 for the previous item of discussion, and the rest of it was applied to this program, this amendment. So there's still a bit from that position as well. And
okay, so it's only, okay, I got you. So it's only 20-some thousand left in light of the previous amendment, but that's still enough. Okay, so that's
right,
still part of that
but there's also
conversion that was backed away. Okay.
There's also another vacant position, 63,700, that's not filled in police that we were taking some funding from. So that may.
And Director Dickinson, these are the ones that are not filled to the end of this, to the middle of the year, right? Is that what we're talking about here? No?
I'll let him speak to which position it is that the 63,700 relates to.
Yes, Acting Captain Dave Meager with the Police Department. So the Police Administrative Manager position is vacant, and our plan for that was to reclassify it as a grants manager position in the Police Department, full-time grants manager position, so that we can have one person who is managing all of our grants to be more effective at that instead of the 4 to 5 of us who are managing them now. That was a discussion that we had with HR and the finance director in late April, early May to reclassify that position. It would be at a lower salary grade than the police administrative manager, so it would have been a cost savings for the city. So that was our plan for using that money.
And is that and
still is.
What's in the budget as proposed,
So,
as introduced?
so I'll just give you background as to why we wrote this as we did. So my understanding was, well, the police administrative manager position is currently vacant. And we used that funding in the previous fiscal year to convert it basically to the police professional standards manager. So that funding for that police administrative manager was used, upgraded to the police professional standards manager. So from our lens, the reason why it's in this amendment is because it shouldn't have been included in the budget anyway. So essentially, we have funding for, in the mayor's budget right now, for the police administrative manager and the police professional standards manager.
And what about the grant position that is mentioned? Is that
wasn't something that we had discussed before we put the budget together. When we brought up this vacant position funding with the police department, we were told, well, we wanted to instead use that money for something else. Again, the grants position. That wasn't a part of what was talked about with budget enhancements. This was something they had in mind to do as well through their own initiatives. And it was brought up when we said, well, we don't need this anymore because you used that funding for something else. And they said, well, we would like to use it for this other purpose. So
I'm still confused. So what was, so that was the grant position was evaluated by Finance City Manager's office?
I don't know, it wasn't evaluated.
It wasn't proposed at the time?
No, not during the budget planning part when they submitted their budget to us. This is something I believe they wanted to do out before the budget process even finalized. They were going to try to repurpose that funding for something else.
Okay.
You might want to.
Okay.
We'll let you guys speak to that. If you can give us some clarification for Alderman Savage, thank you.
For however much it clarifies, I assumed that since there was a cost savings and not a cost impact to the budget, that reclassifying that position to a grants manager position, which we need, was not something that needed. It was, if this were September, October, we would have organized that through HR and the finance director. I didn't see it as something that needed to be in the budget as an enhancement because it was not, there was no cost increase to the budget. There was a decrease to our budget.
Well, so I'm still a little confused. Make sure you speak on the mic, Chief.
Yeah, I originally asked the captain to put it in as an enhancement. And the reason why I originally asked him to put it in for an enhancement, because not only did I want a grant writer and a grant manager, I wanted somebody to make sure that, a compliance officer to make sure that whatever grants we procured would be managed properly. And this came out of a discussion that Alderman Gay had mentioned, I think maybe a year ago, in the budget when we were talking about how expensive it was to run the police department. And he's here now, but Alderman Gay, if you remember, he had mentioned why don't we compete for grants? And I had responded to him at that hearing that we don't have the bandwidth to manage multi-million-dollar grants. So I originally asked in the budget that it be put in as an enhancement. I relied on my grant, my administrative, my fiscal captain, acting captain, budget captain. He had told me, which it made sense at the time, to reclass the position that we already had. It'd be more efficient than to ask for an enhancement of the budget. It would probably go over. But it looked like it somewhat backfired because, you know, I figured that any other monies that we would have, we could look at that and really have a robust grant unit within the Annapolis Police Department so that we don't always have to come with the course of support of the budget committee, that we would be accountable to really manage these multi-million-dollar grants, in particular to address some of the technical needs that I would like to see. That's part of my vision as a police chief, to really professionalize the department, make it a world-class department. There's far too many things that we have to farm out that affects the overall efficiency. You know, we have a lot of evidence I would like to see processed more rapidly and get it back in more time. I would like to eventually have a couple of more crime forensic analysts, and I'd like to enhance the training budget. So I'm saying all that to say that this grant was so that I didn't have to come before the council, only to say that the positions that we were asking for would be paid for by grant funding. Because as it stands now, we have had grant. I've been here, next month it'll be 4 years, and we've applied, no offense, for nickel and dime grants to do small things, to take kids camping and fishing, which are a great thing. But that's not how you run a police department. I mean, this is not unique to Annapolis. About 80, almost 90% of our budget goes towards salary and fringe. It leaves very little room to do some of the things that we need to do. And all I was trying to do is to, you know, find a way that we wouldn't have to come before the council every budget year and ask for enhancements to continue to increase our budget. Let us offset it through grant funding.
I hear you, and I think the grant funding position sounds like it'd be a nice addition and worthwhile for the same reasons I think the mayor mentioned earlier. But just, I'll wrap it up, but just, I still need some clarity as far as if this amendment is defeated, what happens? So if it's defeated, you could have all the funding for the vacant police administrative manager, but that's the one you would be looking to convert into a grant position, a grant pursuing whatever, grant ninja position, right?
Yes, that would be the position that we were trying to downgrade to the grant manager's positions. And let me be clear, as the chief said, we have in the past competed for very small grants. We endeavored to compete for some larger grants this year, and we got it. We were able to stand up a full service body-worn camera unit, which we desperately needed. We were the only department in the state that had body-worn cameras that did not have that unit. We stood that up with completely grant funded. We need that position to task at other things to grow the department. We want to grow out our recruitment department. We're not going to be able to do that unless we apply for some of those grants that will allow us to hire civilian staff to increase in those areas. We want to increase community service. There are large grants out there that we can get, but we need to manage them. The one that we got this year that staffed our body-worn camera unit, I am managing that along with my other responsibilities. Captain Miguez manages a whole myriad of other grants along with his other responsibilities. It is tasking. We need that other person in there so we can, number one, apply for the grants, but number two, manage them better.
And the next organizational chart, and this is important, the next organizational chart, and I'll be quick, that I put up won't reflect how we operate, it'll reflect the vision. I refuse to put up another organizational chart that limits our ability to protect all the assets in the city of Annapolis. I wouldn't be a good chief if I did that. So what we're doing now, I told my staff, I don't want an organizational chart to reflect what we're doing now. I can come here and tell you what we're doing now. I want an organizational chart so everybody can see how everything that I'm trying to do ties into the overall, the big picture to protect some of these world-class assets that we have in the city of Annapolis.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So if this passes, the amendment passes, I guess that would prevent you from converting that position. It would prevent you, get down to it, from having that grant position. However, that money would go towards our opioid. So, I mean, we're in a kind of a tough position now. I mean, if we vote yes, we're voting for money going to opioid. If we vote no, it's going to be giving you a grant position. I see value in both. Part of the problem is I think the process, this isn't quite the most efficient way to do this, but I don't know, maybe do we just give more of the opioid money to help pay for both these things?
Can I just go to Director Dickinson again, or Katie? I believe in the mayor's budget there is that position. Is that right?
Go ahead. First of all, I think one of the points he's making is if the grant comes in that OEM wants, this is all a moot point because we won't need this money. So far to date, we have received within this fiscal year $55,372 in opioid settlement money, and we are due to receive a couple of more installments within June, I believe. It's all coming very soon. So there's going to be more than that could be set aside for the program. And, you know, so those are there, but they're not programmed in the budget yet for that purpose. We would have to take an action to isolate those funds that we've received this fiscal year for the program for next year.
Alderman Savage, you still have the floor. Sorry.
Well, I'm at a loss of what to do at this point. I mean, I think I'm tempted just to say, look, I value the desire to have the grant position, but frankly, we weren't really told about that till 11th hour. So, I mean, at least the Finance Committee went through a lot of things as far as developing this amendment. I'm tempted just to agree with this, and maybe down the road we can find money for the grants, but I don't know.
Mr. City Manager,
I'm going to breathe deep before I speak. Frankly, we think this amendment is moot because the grant's going to come in. Now, there's a bigger discussion about grants. We also have other ideas about whether we think APD, planning, finance should have grants. And you have an amendment number 6 that I think is related to creating more grants capacity in OEM. And we think that that would have been better directed towards finance or planning or APD. So that's really your discussion. This money is really kind of a fail-safe in case the grant that we always get doesn't come in. So I don't know that clarifies it any, but we definitely had some discussions about grants. Who should have the grant capacity, where the different departments do grants. Our planning department's involved in the grant process that could bring us in $50 million. Brought in $3.2 million for an electric ferry. Our finance office is looking for a grants person to do the accounting and follow-up, and can't because they don't have space. We were trying to organize a relationship with another department, but that didn't work out because they didn't want to do that. Police needs grant for the reasons that we mentioned, which is really quite necessary in the success of the operation and where funding is available. So I really think, 5, if you vote on it, I'm going to say is probably not going to be an issue at all. It's really the bigger question of where we go with grants administration, and that, frankly, is another discussion.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney had a hand up, so I'm trying to get around the room. Oh, no, not Tierney, sorry. Alderman Pindell-Charles, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to bring up 2 things. This is a classic case of trying to do the right thing, which goes awry and backfires. That's number 1. Director Simmons, I want you to stand up, please. This visual is stark. OEM versus APD. This is what we're trying to avoid. Tell me we're not pitting two public safety departments against one another. It's classic right here. That's it.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
I was just going to say that this is unfortunate that we don't have a strategic plan, because I see Director, I see the city manager shaking his head, because I'm sure one of those initiatives in our strategic plan would be to address the opioid epidemic, and that is the spirit of this. And it is unfortunate that we did not have the time to sit down, OEM and APD, because what, 30-something thousand of this is going to the APD for this opioid initiative. I just don't, otherwise we wouldn't be looking at this in these silos. You're taking away from my budget. No, let's look at the big picture here. We're addressing the opioid epidemic, So it's more of an editorial. It is unfortunate that we don't have, that strategic plan where this opioid epidemic was prioritized, and we wouldn't be battling this out this way.
So, Alderman Finlayson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like for clarification, what's on the floor?
Amendment number 5, or the amendment to the amendment, which is for $30,000 to be substituted by opioid funds from the lawsuit.
So that is the $55,000 that we've received thus far?
No, just 30,000, just 30,000 of it.
No, I'm talking about the $55,000 that we have received.
So the idea on the amendment to amend this amendment was that we would take 30,000 of the 55 that we've received so far and substitute it for the $30,000 for the PIO position.
The amendment
to the mayor's.
So there's still a $20,000 shortfall here.
Well, we would still have $25,000 of opioid monies that came in that we hadn't yet earmarked for anything.
So that money could be used so that the 63 would not be taken from APD.
So there's 25 left, and 63 is what they would want. So they would still, if you put the 25 towards the 63, you'd still be down $28,000 for what they wanted to do.
Okay, but we got 55,000.
We got 55, and we're getting more. I just
Okay,
haven't
but
received it yet.
I'm not counting on what might be.
Right,
We
right.
have 55.
Right.
And we're using the 30. So there's 25 left.
Right, and they would like to retain the 63.
Right.
It's 83,000 that's going to hit.
But that's got the other position. That's 19 for that other conversion, which they already took the funding for.
So my question is, we're still short 25,000.
I think the amendment now, it just speaks to the 30,000 position. This is the amendment to the amendment. So I'm not sure we can amend on top of that, because that's been proposed
Well,
in
Robert's
second.
rule says you can. Thank you, Mr. Lyles.
No, can you amend amendment to an amendment?
You can amend an amendment. Yes, you can.
No,
Or
we've
twice,
done it once. So
Okay, so
yeah.
once, and this is it. I just want clarification. So the 30,000 is not being used because we're not taking that position away. We have 55,000. So that means that we are still short 63 minus 25.
Yes, but let me clarify with Katie. Katie, why did you say the 80? Was that with the other funding, or was that how much they want for the grants?
No, my apologies.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm saying, so yeah, 63 minus 25.
So which is 38,700.
Okay. I just want to be clear that that's what we're talking about. So we're talking about 38,000 that will have to come from somewhere else, because it's not a full position in APD. Not that we want to take that anyway.
That would be your amendment, yes.
Well, there's already an amendment on the floor.
Correct.
And there's an amendment to the amendment on the floor, so that's going to be the last one. But we want to reiterate that the city manager feels confident, like it's happened every year, that the money is going to come, right? We feel confident, and we know there is more money coming in on the opioids. So this is just an amendment to the amendment, just specifically for only 30,000 of that opioid money. So that was the amendments on the floor. Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Simmons, I have a question for you. Can you give us some sense of, since you've been in this field a long time and you've received a lot of grants, can you give us your assessment of how you feel about this grant and the likelihood that we'll get it?
So, substance use disorder is fairly new since 2017. And since 2017, they've given out, the Opioid Operational Command Center has given out a host of grants. Now, some years they give it out for prevention, sometimes they give it out for law enforcement. I've applied since 2017, and I've only received grant one time, and that was last year. And with my experience and what I've seen, other than nonprofits for the Opioid Operational Command Center, which we applied for, I think we applied for $215,000. I have low confidence that we will get that grant this year.
You said no confidence.
Low.
No comment.
Low. So we've already.
I think Alderman Savage needs to hear this. We've heard the testimony right now from Director Simmons, and based on his assessment since 2017, he has no confidence that we're going to get this grant.
Low confidence.
No confidence that we're going to get the grant.
So what we have is, we have what we think is guaranteed from the health department of $34,000, right? So we know we're going to get that. We're hopeful that we can get to $215,000, but from what I've seen in the history, again, I have low confidence in that. So we need to make sure we have a plan to move forward should we not get that grant.
Is that it at this point, Director Simmons?
Unless you have a question.
I have a question for Acting Captain Miguez. Acting Captain Miguez, can you give us a kind of a timeline on how we got to this point and what was submitted and what was reviewed and what was assessed when it comes to this amendment we're considering today?
As far as the police administrative manager position, we had a meeting here in late April, and that was when I mentioned reclassifying that position to the grants manager position. And we had an email thread with HR and Director Dickinson because she wanted to have a conversation about that. And then we had a Google Meet, I think the first week of May. So I don't know when the amendments were drafted, but I didn't know that that money was being suggested to be used for the amendment until the amendments came out.
So there was maybe some sort of miscommunication?
There may have been. Yes, there may have been. But I know that when we had our Google Meet, that's when we discussed the police department's interest in reclassifying that position from the police administrative manager to a grants manager position.
And here we sit today. This is unfortunate, in my opinion. It's only my opinion. That we've come to this point where we can see that this is not a good situation. We have things hanging in the balance. I'm very uncomfortable with what is transpiring, with the visual that I see. And again, I'll say, doing the right thing, going awry, and pretty much backfiring. Thank you.
We go down the line, Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Gay, and then Alderman Finlayson. And we're all trying to do the right thing. Alderman Pindell Charles. This finances it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my constituents are not well-versed in things like funds transfers and supplemental appropriations and things like that. What they do see, and I know this makes some uncomfortable in the room, but they see defunding the police. And I've had comments on that, those few people that do take the time to pour into the budget. And I think we're also seeing taking money away from other public safety and from IT and things of that nature. That's what they see, and that is hard for me to sanction in the budget when we keep getting assurances that the funding will show up. And so going back to the previous one where we were doing the Hispanic liaison, everybody, I think, right-thinking people would support that. You cannot help but support the opioid and fighting that. But when it comes with the trappings of defunding things that the constituents know they want, that's a tough sell, and is going to be very hard for me to vote in favor of this particular, even with the 30,000 changing that 30,000 amendment. So this is a problem.
I'm just going to get Katie to clarify that we're not defunding the police. Please, Katie.
I wanted to add, we need to be very mindful when it comes to grants, because if we're including operating money in our budget, why would the grantor is not going to give us funds for something that we already have in our budget? So we need to be very mindful of that.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. Defund the police is so 2020, okay? We left that there, and, you know, even that effort was focused more on beat cops, military vehicles, industrial equipment, et cetera. This was no effort to defund the police, at least from what I'm seeing. And in fact, as he mentioned, I think we all support some sort of grant manager for the police department because we realize how important it is. Here's why I'm going to vote no, and this shouldn't have taken 45 minutes on this one amendment. He is positive that he's going to get the funding for the $215,000 he said he's not confident on. But for this grant that has been, you know, we've received for the last 4 years, he's confident he's going to get the funding for it. And the second reason I'm not going to support it is because, you know, as the alderman from Ward 7 mentioned, it's pulling a lot of funding from a lot of places, and we're not even utilizing the full $55,000 in opioid funding that we have for opioid issues. And so I just think it's a mess, but I can commend the Finance Committee for putting this together because it is a serious issue. I just think that we should probably regroup, come back after the budget, put up supplemental appropriation together to use that $55,000 and direct it to OEM. I mean, I don't know why we would pull all of this funding from other departments at this point. So I'm going to vote no on all of it across the board.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson was next, then Alderman Pindell Charles. And we're still on the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with Alderman Gay. We need to look at, I thought the 55,000 was being utilized and Ms. Dickinson's left the room. But then I also heard another 30,000. And I thought when I last spoke, we were short about 25 or 28,000.
I'm sorry.
So is the 55,000 being utilized for this funding?
Only 30,000.
But I'm asking, we had just kind of figured out using the 55,000, and I thought I heard Director Simmons say that there was another 30,000, which would make none of this necessary. because the funding would be there. Am I miscalculating, Director? Did I
I'm not going to
misunderstand?
get anyone to come up until I recognize it, but let's get it through the finance director, can we?
Well, I'm
Can we
asking the coordinator for the program, and Mr. Mayor, I don't want to argue with you, but I think we need to be clear on programming and financing. And we seem to think the finance director, and she's got infinite wisdom in financing, but our directors have infinite wisdom in programming. So I don't want one to supplant the other. So that's why I was calling on the director, because I heard him make a comment about what he saw, what he received coming into his department through his efforts.
Director Simmons, please answer the question.
I may be able to clarify that the 34 that he referred to has already been reduced, and the 113,000 from this amendment is net of that amount. So we've already applied the 34.
Okay.
So so we've already taken that into account.
And the 55 has already been,
No, when you look at the amendment's for $113,000. The 34 is in addition to that. He wanted 150 something. We took off the 34,000, came to this 113 net number. So we already considered that he would be getting 34,000 from that grant. The county piece. The county has guaranteed us 34,000 if the state money doesn't come through. But this 113 is what he wants in addition to the 34, correct?
Is that
Yes.
total 147, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alderman Finlayson, does that clarify it for you or not?
I'm still not sure that it does. The amendment is to, and Alderwoman O'Neill, if you can clarify me, because this was the amendment from the Finance Committee. We're taking away the 30,000 because we're restoring the part-time PIO, correct?
We're moving the funding from
Okay.
PIO position to the opioid supplement.
And in your calculations, were we utilizing the 55,000?
I was using 30,000 of the 55.
30,000 of the 55. And then there's another 34,000, utilized or not?
Not.
It's calculated, it's a moot point because the 113 takes into account that 34 is coming.
Okay, so that reduces the total amount. The 34 reduces the total amount down to
No, it would have been 140.
7 was the original.
34 is a county grant. Right.
Okay. All right, I think I'm clear on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Yeah, one question I meant to ask the police department. My understanding is you have a domestic violence grant. Is that something that you can speak to quickly, Ms. McCoy?
What does that have to do? That is something that we wanted, that we vitally needed that grants manager to be able to accomplish. We spoke with several older people. We told them that, you know, we have a critical issue where, you know, the court judges are telling individuals to come to the police lot to make exchanges for their children. And of course, we don't want the police on the lot. We want them on the street. And, you know, we needed to find other avenues, as in a visitation center, to exchange the children and make people safe for domestic. We also had one very serious domestic-related, almost fatal incident. So, you know, we, again, don't want to pit one thing against the other, domestic with opioid use, but, you know, these are both vital issues. We cannot do all of these things with our current staffing. We have to get some civilian staffing in to make these things work. We will task to get that money through grants. There are a myriad of federal grants that will assist us to do this, but we can't manage them. We didn't go for that grant. You participated in it. We sat, we talked, we just didn't have the bandwidth. Alderman Finlayson, you know, you were a little involved in it. We just could not get the bandwidth, to get the, everyone together and then start submitting for it because it's too much. It was definitely I attempted to do it. It was too much for me. But that grant will come again next year. And next year, we will not have the bandwidth, but kids will be coming to that lot. And that's an issue.
Thank you for the reiteration and clarification and additional information. And I'm going to say this. I can't vote for this. I can't split the baby. I just can't. I can't vote for any of this. It's too much. I have to choose, literally, between APD and OEM. And I can't do that. I just can't. And that's a horrible thing and a place for me to be. It really is. It's a bad way. I've been here on the council for almost 10 years, and we've never had this happen before. And I think this is horrible. Thank you.
Okay, these are the Finance Committee's recommendations, and we could vote on that because the pizza's ready. And just letting you all know, Alderman Savage has his hand up. Sorry, did you have your hand?
I'll be quick. So just one other I completely can understand with where you are. I'm in a very similar position, but I will say two other things. One is, I could probably guarantee that there are other departments here who, I think as the city manager alluded to, who would benefit from having a grants position. Probably planning and zoning, probably public works, transportation, right? It's difficult. That's why it's difficult for us to be hearing these position requests at the 11th hour. Maybe not all of you were, but this is the first I'm really hearing about this. The 11th hour. That's why, because it's really not fair to, frankly, the other departments for us to be focusing on just the police. I'm not doubting the need for that position at all. I'd like to try to find funding for it, but it's not fair for us to be doing it at this stage of the game. So I think we should move forward with the Finance Committee, who has put forward deliberation with their amendment. The last part, and hopefully this is the last time this term is used, but I think to my colleagues, respectfully, I think we need to stop with the defund the police rhetoric, because like my colleague said from Ward 6, that was a policy-wide initiative cities would do to massively remove funding from the police departments and put it elsewhere. That is not an initiative of any of us, right? And to be throwing that label out there for trying to reallocate money that's not used by the department when they're not converting a position, or if they have a vacant position, it's completely inappropriate and not accurate to be throwing that statement out there at all. And it just feeds into the nonsense that we're probably going to hear.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Alderman Tierney while there's still some pepperoni pizza left.
No, I was just going to get a reality check that, as we close out fiscal year 2023, we've approved several supplemental appropriations that the money was from APD turnover. So I just want to put that in perspective. APD has never come before us with an amendment to ask for more money because they haven't, utilized what they've been allocated that fiscal year. So I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we'll just get a vote on this. And so just for clarification for everybody, this is to substitute the source of the cut, the $30,000 cut, instead of it being from the mayor's office, it will be from, it will be supplemented by the opioid settlement money. Is that everybody okay on that?
I have a question.
This is an amendment to the amendment. So does everyone understand that?
No.
No?
I don't.
Yes? Yeah.
So what about the 19.3 for the funding for the civil service conversion from police and the 63.7 funding for the vacant police administrator position? Where is that in this?
That wasn't proposed in the amendment to the amendment. All that was proposed in the amendment to the amendment and that was seconded was just the 30,000 from the mayor's office to be not taken from the mayor's office, to be taken from the opioid money. So that was what was proposed in this amendment to the amendment. You can only amend one time.
So cutting 30,000 for the contractual PIO position in the mayor's office will go to the substance abuse disorder program in OEM. Is that correct or not?
No, the funding source will not be the mayor's office. The funding source for the 30,000 cut or addition, whatever you want to call it, will be from opioid money.
Which is what Director Simmons said, he doesn't think he, I'm confused. I
I don't know if, Katie, can you clarify?
I'm truly confused.
So,
I want to hear from Director Simmons, is that okay?
but I don't think,
No, I can't.
I don't think, you can, of course, but I don't think that's particularly, the amendment was proposed by Alderman O'Neill, and here is an idea to fund the money that we're trying to get to OEM, right? And the way we're going to fund the money we're going to get to OEM is through these various ways. But instead of one of those funding sources, we're changing that. So, Katie?
Chair, I'm going to list the funding sources. All right, so the goal was to get to $147,000. That's the request.
Excuse me, Ms. Conley, all I need to know is this $30,000, we're voting for that to go to the substance abuse disorder program in OEM. Is that correct or not?
No.
No,
We are,
okay.
the $30,000 that we were originally going to cut from the mayor's office, we are now using the opioid settlement money, the funding there, to replace the cut in the PIO position.
So, I am
I
confused.
think if I could just go through the funding sources. So the $147,000 is the ask to run the program. $34,000 of that is coming from the county grant. $30,000 of that via Alderwoman O'Neill is the opioid settlement money. $19,300 of that is the civil service conversion, removing that from the police department. It also removes $63,700 of funding for the vacant police administrative manager position in the police department.
I'm even more confused.
All of that money is going to the substance abuse disorder program.
Director Simmons, can you come forward, please? Maybe I can get a better handle on this. Are you, and I'm just gonna be blunt. Are you satisfied with the amendment to the amendment? Let me ask that.
Can you call a question in a budget meeting?
Anyone can call the
I'm making a
question.
motion to call a question.
I need to
please.
hear clarification. I cannot reasonably, I'm sorry
It's
that
been
I'm
45
slow.
minutes.
I'm sorry that I'm slow.
I'm not
I'm
saying
really
that.
sorry that I'm slow. I'm slow. Yeah, right.
We're nearly there, we're nearly there, yeah.
I need to hear from Director Simmons. Are you comfortable with the amendment to the amendment? Yes or no?
Well, with an explanation.
Okay.
We get to 147,000, that's where we need to be to run the programs, to have the success that we have. I don't necessarily know, I personally don't feel good about it when it comes at the expense of another department. But we need to get to the 147.
And the amendment to the amendment will get you to the 147, is that correct?
It will.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit brighter now.
Instead of calling the question, I'm just gonna call the vote now on the amendment to the amendment. I'm gonna say all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Amendment passes. So now we'll go ahead and vote on amendment number 5, and everybody in the audience can get to the pizza before, we've got a first and a second on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Ayes have it. Thank you. I did bring my dunce cap with me today.
Oh, no.
Yes, I did.
No. Sheila.
So we're up to amendment number 6, but we will hold that till after lunch. So we're going to adjourn for 30 minutes. We'll come back at, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Recess.
We got $55,000 in opioid money. Instead of putting that funding
Welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. We'll continue the meeting now. You all set, Katie? We are moving on to amendment number 6.
This amendment funds an emergency. This amendment funds an emergency planner position within the Office of Emergency Management, less 2 months of turnover for the position, $79,000 of funding for the vacant police administrative manager position in the police department, and $5,100 of turnover for the EMS training captain in the fire department.
Someone please move that.
So moved.
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, I'll get things started on this one. So my concerns with this one are what I think I alluded to earlier as far as adding a position kind of late in the process. Because it's my understanding for the city manager, this position was not, well, I'm sorry, this position was evaluated by the administration. Is there anything you could you get into any detail as far as why you may have determined not to, or what your decision process is as far as when you're evaluating?
Director Simmons? Oh, sorry. Mr. City Manager, sorry.
Let me get my snacks out of the way. This is meant to make me happy. Michael Malinoff, City Manager. Yes, we did discuss, it was enhancement number 2 from the Office of Emergency Management. And in the overall sense, it was really just trying to figure out the priorities across the board and where we would put our funding. In particular, this was discussed with us as really either directly or indirectly a means to create more grant capacity within the department. And our sense in discussing it is that, and I alluded to it earlier, that there are at least three other departments that could use that capacity. Finance has a position but can't house it. That allows us to be able to track and on the management component of it, do a better system-wide evaluation of grants. We've heard about APD, and APD's had a lot of interest and needs for obvious intent, and a lot of grants available there and needs, as well as planning. And I think our sense was, whether you go to finance for the management of it, or perhaps even planning for the overall component of it, that we would have had our priorities there. I was hoping that with the funding of finances that we could maybe do some space sharing, but I don't think that worked out with OEM. And so we just didn't think that that was where our priorities were. I think the issue needs to be discussed. For grant purposes, we really could use that, but I don't think it necessarily belongs in that department.
Okay, thank you. And I think that department in particular has shown how grants can be leveraged very effectively over the years. And so, I mean, my preference for this would be just to kind of, basically what I'm probably going to do is vote no. And I think we should look at this over the next year, just as far as how we want to build out a grant program. Because I know the mayor mentioned before, back I think during campaign, is having maybe some of that centralized in, and you have to a certain degree, right, centralized in the mayor's office that the other departments can utilize. But that may be one approach, because I think the city manager's office, when you're putting together the budget, you're seeing it from the whatever 20,000 foot level and are able to evaluate all the different needs, because I don't want to get in a situation where, which I think we may be in, where I'm sure I know there are departments out there who have additional position requests, who if they realize they could just come right to the council, they may have done so. So I don't know if it's quite fair to just do it in this manner. I think we should try to respect the process the administration went through, and then for now, and maybe look as far as in the future as if we want to add grant positions here or there. So for that reason, I'm inclined to vote no at this point.
Thank you. Alderman Pendle-Charles.
Again, we are now pitting 3 departments against one another. This is horrible. I have never in my life, I am about as confused as anybody wants to be. Yes, I'm ready to put the dunce cap on. I have it today, because I don't understand what's going on. I really don't. We know that the emergency planner position that Director Simmons has given us a 3-page summary white paper on is definitely necessary. We've heard from the police department. We know that the vacant administrative manager position in the police department is what it is. And now we've inserted the fire department, EMS training captain, which we know from some information that I have received that we need it. Now, what am I to do? If I vote for number 5, number 6, then we get to number 7, then what do I do? Because then we have the crossing guards' pay being increased. We also have in here, again, the EMS training captain position in the fire department. Now we've inserted MIT and planning and zoning and the city manager's office. This is extraordinarily confusing. I don't know what to do. I don't know how many ways we're gonna split the baby. Do we cut off an arm, cut off a leg? What do we do? I don't know. I really don't. I'm confused. I really don't know what to do. I'm being honest, and trust me, I'm being honest. This is about the most confusing thing I've ever seen. I don't know what to do. I really don't.
Director Dickinson, we move money around every year, right? This is the process.
Not like this.
So the amendment was developed by the Finance Committee, right? Yes, and to find sources to pay for the addition, because the amendment was adding something. So when you add something, you've got to find the funding for it somewhere else. So we took on the task of trying to identify where we thought there might be, where we might find some savings in the budget elsewhere. So what you see across departments on this one is that for every new position that we put into the budget for '24, we took an extra 2 months of turnover against it, meaning for the first 2 months of the fiscal year, there's not enough funding to give the position a full year of filling. So there was the position in the fire, there was some in planning and zoning, there's an extra position in MIT. For all of those, we took a turnover against that new position so that it would delay when they could fill it and provide funding for the new position for 10 months out of the year. So it would just delay it. That would provide enough funding to do what the Finance Committee wanted to do by adding the emergency planner. So it's just because we had these other positions. There was the one that we previously talked about in the police department. There's a new position added to the fire department, and then there's 2 in planning and zoning, et cetera. So we just took 2 months of turnover on every new position.
Director Dickinson, no disrespect to you, nor to Ms. Conley, who I spoke to earlier. I don't understand any of this. I really don't. I really, truly do not understand. I understand the concept that you're proposing, but I don't understand why we're doing this. I think it's just horrible. I don't know whatever word to say, but it's no disrespect to you and your expertise when it comes to finance. That's not my point. I don't get it. I really don't get it. And I don't know what more to say.
The other option would have been to find another funding source for it. Now, we could do ARPA funds, more ARPA funds for it. That's an option. But again, we were trying to save some of that for FY25. And so we've already used up all of the available revenues from our normal sources. We're tapping into ARPA because we have that money available now. And then next year, when you go to fund things in 25 and 26, an emergency planner and all these other things that we have added, then you're going to have to try to find the funds from some other sources.
What do we tell our residents about fiscal year 25 when we're now dealing with fiscal year 24 and the needs are there when it comes to either public safety or, and I'm not, this is a programming question.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying. You're our finance person, but what do we tell people? You gotta wait. We have this money, but we can't use it. I mean, I'm at a loss. I really, nothing to do with your job at all, and how you perform it. But I don't know what to tell people. I'm getting constant emails regarding all of the thefts from autos that we've recently had. We had a homicide over the weekend. We've had some other situations that need to be taken care of, but we're talking about fiscal year 25 and 26. I think that's misplaced, nothing to do with you. I'm going to repeat that 1,000 times. But what message are we sending? What respect are we giving the residents, the businesses, and the visitors? That's all I'm looking at this point. And for me, and I'm not a finance guru, but to me, this is awfully confusing because each amendment that we vote on affects the next amendment and the next amendment and the next amendment, and we have more and more departments inserted in here. And so by the time we're finished, I won't know my own name.
Alderman Annette, then Alderman Finlayson after.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little confused, and I admit I've been a little bit out of the loop, but I'm not sure I understand what an emergency planner is, but from the drift of the conversation, it sounds to me like this is more of a grants manager than whatever an emergency planner is. So I can't quite figure out what this position does.
Director Simmons.
Kevin Simmons, Director of Office of Emergency Management. So we have a grants coordinator position, and we just hired that person last week. We struggle with that position, and in the last 4 years, we've had almost 3 people come through, but that's neither here nor there. A planner does it all. We have a host of plans that we need to keep up. A lot of them are federal regulated plans, and we have to keep those up. They also respond to the EOC. They write incident action plans, et cetera. So that is the emergency planner. So what I wanted to do with this position is to be able to free up folks like the deputy director to do more pursuit of grants for city dock. You know, get my notes. So we got 9.8 million in state and federal grants for city dock. So with that planner coming in, we could relieve the deputy director of some of those duties and pursue these grants, because the city looks to OEM to secure major federal grants, some of which do not come from FEMA. So we're actually pursuing grants that are not Homeland Security, that are not FEMA, but will help the city at large, especially with the city dock program. So that's the premise behind it. So the city manager is correct, but we also struggle in keeping up with our plans. I'll give an example of that. The hazardous mitigation plan, we have to have a recognized FEMA hazardous mitigation plan, or we can't get these big grants that we've been bringing in. So our hazardous mitigation plan is expired because I don't have the bandwidth to keep up with the plans. So it expired in March. FEMA is reviewing it now, and we hope to have it to you by the end of June or July. In the meantime, it's that gap where we can't actually apply for FEMA-related grants because we don't have an approved hazardous mitigation plan. The continuity of government plan, we had to kick that can down the road, but that has not been reviewed or updated since the Panelides administration. And we have those type of issues that we're facing. So I've been there 13 years. We've had 6 folks in the Office of Emergency Management. 3 of the folks have been paid full-time by grants. The city pays for my salary, which half of my salary is used toward another grant. And they pay for the deputy salary and the grants coordinator salary. So this would be the first and only, if this is approved, emergency planner paid by the city. But you know, you got to look at what you're getting with us. We're the best deal in town. We bring in millions and millions and millions of dollars. But we don't have the bandwidth to be so aggressive like we have been. We can't even keep up with what we're supposed to do. So I sent you all something through Alderwoman Finlayson. Hopefully you read it. It goes into more detail, but the helper needs help. I need a planner.
So I didn't read it, I apologize, but I hear planner, and first of all, I thought The Planning Department did the planning for the city dock, which that planning was the hazard mitigation. Raising the level was the hazard mitigation. And so what I keep hearing is grant getting, and I recognize that OEM has been a champion in getting grants. But that sort of says, all right, you're already getting us a lot of grants. The planning for City Dock is prompted because of the hazard of sea level rise. So I'm still trying to figure out what the OEM person does for this planning function that isn't part of the planning that's coming from the planning department.
So the big thing that the deputy director does, and he's assigned to this, is he gets funding. That's the biggest thing. So you have these grants, they're 200 pages, they're like another 50 addendums with it. These grants take about 6 years. The deputy tells the story of the first $3 million that we got. His child was being born, and we've been managing that grant, and we didn't get the grant until his child was 6 years old. And on his child's birthday, we got the grant for $3 million. So that's the type of maintenance that you need to do when you're going for these bigger grants. And basically, the deputy is a part of the team, which is a planning and zoning, which is public works, which is others, as far as the city dock project.
Alderman Finlayson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am just surprised, and maybe I shouldn't be. The department that brings in the most revenue for us as far as grants are concerned. And you're put in a position to be pleading and begging for a position that will help even further to facilitate bringing more grant monies to the city. A department that has survived for, what'd you say, 13 years? Primarily on grant funding, and has cost the city very little over those years. And you're having to be here begging for money for the positions that you need. I think we should all be disturbed by that fact. It is unfortunate that the mayor and his budget and the city manager and the city finance director did not see fit to put this in the original budget. I would have hoped that we would all see the value of it. I'm not seeing a lot of equity here. I see positions being taken from the police department, but I just heard the city manager say there's an empty position in the finance department, hasn't been filled because there's no seat. Are we talking about moving those funds until there's a seat? That sounds like money that should be freed up. We just hired, I think, a new procurement officer, but there's a vacancy because the gentleman who was filling that position has left. So is there some funding there? Have we looked everywhere for other funding, or is it just in the public safety realm that we're looking for money to fill the void? I would hope if that's the tactic we have to take, that we're equitable about it, and that every opportunity to move funds would be inclusive with everyone. And I suspect that Chief O'Malley will speak to the position that's in this amendment that I believe is already filled, is it not? So that money's not going to be available. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we already had that.
Good afternoon, Doug O'Malley, Fire Chief. Sitting in the back of the room is Deputy Chief Carol Spriggs. So if I can't answer the question, I know he can. I understand the philosophy around this about doing it through attrition and not being able to fill it for the first 3 months of the year. However, our position, this EMS training position, was sort of two-phased. We started the position in this budget, and then the upcoming budget would fill the firefighter paramedic position of that. So the captain's already been filled, but the firefighter medic position has not. This is all about timing for us. We are like every other fire service around us. It's hard to get paramedics. We have a current list that has paramedics on the list, and our fire academy class starts July 6th. Finance did not know that when they made this proposal to assist the request of the Finance Committee, so that they were unaware that we had plans on this Fire Academy class. So if you go forward with this as it stands, I don't know that that paramedic that we would like to hire will be available for the next academy class, because I don't know when that'll be, because we'll have to rely on another academy, which I don't know when that would start. And that would be one person going to somebody else's academy, which means I have to then send a recruit training officer with them, because I won't send any of our people to an outside academy without having representation from Annapolis there. So like I said, this is about timing. I understand the philosophy behind it, but we would like to be able to fill the position and put this firefighter paramedic in this July class, because if not, I don't know that we'll be able to find another one anytime soon.
Thank you, Chief. That goes to my previous comment about the directors making decisions about their departments. I believe, and the Finance Committee members can correct me, myself being one, we did not make recommendations as to where the funding should come from. We simply made the recommendation. So we should be clear that we did not speak to take the money away from the various departments. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Alderman Pindell-Charles, sorry.
I'm going to ask the police department to come up, since they're involved in number 6 as well.
Is it Alderman Pindell-Charles, are you going to do this for every single one of them? Because if it's the same.
At least for public safety, yes.
And you know we've moved money from different departments from the history of budgets, right?
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
but never like this. It's never been done this way before.
Not
Maybe
true.
I was
Okay.
lost.
Thank you.
Yes, we're on number 6. Could you just give us a quick and dirty on the 5,100, please? I mean, excuse me, on the 79,000.
Acting Captain Dave Miguel for the Police Department. Again, this was the position that, outside of the budget, this would have been a process of reclassification we would have carried out with HR. And this was, again, known back in late April and the first week of May, when we had a meeting about this with HR and Finance, that was our intent, to reclassify that position to a grants manager position to effectively manage the grants that we currently have and the ones that we would like to get. I don't know. It happens to be during budget season, but this is something, it would have been a cost savings for the city if we had done that reclassification outside of this process.
Thank you, Acting Captain Miguel.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity.
Sure. Alderman,
Can I? Thank
you
you,
still,
Captain Miguel.
Alderman Pindell-Charles, you've.
Yes, sir, I'm finished.
Thank you so much.
Alderman Gay?
Yeah, just for clarity quickly, so you are, and I can't find it in the other amendments, but you do have one for the grant manager somewhere in here?
No, so we did not submit an enhancement for the grant manager, because when we submitted the enhancements, my reasoning was, we have this position that is vacant, and we can reclassify it instead of adding yet another enhancement to our list of enhancements.
Okay.
So we were able to use funding that we already had to fund this position, and there still would have been money left over.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Just a process question, I guess, for HR or city manager's office. Because we're hearing about reclassification of a position. We had this conversation about other legislation recently where we were going to wait for the class and comp study. Is this, so I'm puzzled as to hearing, is it typical to be doing reclassifications like this? Is it acceptable to do like during the regular
Trish,
fiscal year,
thank you.
or is this the kind of thing that should wait for class and comp study?
Tricia Hopkins, Human Resources Manager. So it's not inappropriate for the request to be brought to light, but what we're doing is not handling them outside of class and comp study. So providing information is a really vital part of a good class and comp study, period. So if there are areas that there's an expectation of change, or there are areas that are already in a flux state of change, what we try to do is capture that in a dialogue with the consultant so they know what to look at and how to look at it. So if there's a position that is on the roster to be studied and that need doesn't align with what the department has in mind, then we would simply make sure that we collect information about that position that's appropriate for what that's about. Now, it's absolutely important that we have everybody on board with that we all are in agreement that that's the kind of direction that we want to go in. But what I'm hearing and my class and comp peers are thinking about quite a bit is across this city, there's a lot of conversation that we're having, and it's coming to light in this discussion around grants. And so what is our look? How do we want to look across the city in the various departments to support that administration of grants, both from a management, grant writing, grant administration, grant management standpoint? And so this would be a wonderful opportunity to take a look at that through a class and comp study. Okay. I'm not trying to complicate this discussion at all. I'm just saying that I take note and I make sure that that's the kind of information that should be filtering back to our consultants as we're working our way through that study.
Yeah, I mean, I
so I wouldn't independently look at that right now is what I'm trying to say. I hope that's not what that's implying at all. I'm just trying to make sure that information that's appropriate is also under the scrutiny of our consultants.
Yeah, and thank you. And I guess the question to rephrase, I guess, in a little bit is I'm a little, typically when if a position has been reclassified to something brand new, like you're just swapping one pin for another, right? We would see that reflected in the budget, typically, right? It would be the department.
You would see that
lose one position and gain another.
In the position summary, yeah.
But that's typically something done during the budget, but the department's talking like that's something they thought they could handle outside the budget.
No, let me just clarify, because I think timing is part of this discussion too. And so if a department has a vacancy and they said, this is not really what we need, we could do that during the course of a year, and then that would be properly reflected in what comes to you in the position itemization at the budget time. That can happen. I mean, clearly with civil service positions, it has to be studied, it has to go before, a job description has to be created. If it's got a new title, we have a process that we have to go through to come before you. To manage that well, it's nice to have things line up with a budget process, or at least a consolidated effort to come before you when it gets to a position summary with new titles, new grades, or adjustments to what's already formally there. But it would have to happen during the course of the year if that's what we want to do mid-cycle or, with off the budget timeline. I'm managing this study very, very closely to make sure that we are getting the kind of traction and speed to it so that we're not dragging this on for a year plus, so that we are in fact really looking and managing the scope of this work and keeping it moving very quickly. And it is definitely doing that. But I just want to assure you that when there are conversations or expectations where we shouldn't shave off the corners of a square peg so it fits in the hole that's already there. We want to make sure that if there's something that has changed, it has to change, technology, need, different focus that's happening over time in the city for staff, use of staff. We want to make sure all of that is part of the discussion. And so what's happening right now is the directors and the deputy level positions are being interviewed by the consultants, and part of the questioning is around exactly this. so that that's also captured and encouraged to be understood in terms of what's working for you, what's not. And that's what you try to do.
And can you tell us when the class and comp study will be complete?
No. I can't tell you that for sure. I can tell you that we're really moving along.
Close before the end of the year?
Definitely under a year. I mean, right now we are focused on the highest level and then working our way through. So once we have an initial report for them after having looked at the directors and the deputy level positions, we'll have a really good idea of what we're launching into next. And we'll make sure we report back. I've also spoken with the consultants, and they are absolutely open to meeting with the council. And we just have to figure out the mechanics of that. I figure that you were pretty much absorbed with this process right now, but that's definitely a part of what we are expecting to have in the very near future for you all. So it could either be separate meetings, or it could be some other special session, but we can talk about that.
And I'm going to go to the next person, but if any of you had a question for Trish.
I have a question for you.
Okay. Okay.
My question with
Alderman Gay, I'll let you do the one.
Very quick. Is the code not set a timeline for the reclassification study? Or are you just doing it on whim when you feel that it's necessary? It'd be reorganized and looked at?
So there's no formal timeline on a citywide class and comp study. There's nothing that's actually in the language of the code that says we do it every 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. I wouldn't use the word whim, but what you ideally want to do is make sure that when you are doing a citywide study that you're trying to do that at reasonable intervals. This is something that I stay very connected and involved in other jurisdictions. I'm on HR director protocols or
it seems reasonable that it would be
meetings,
done,
and it's a challenge across governments
every 2 to 3 years. I would suggest, just because obviously things are changing, and then lastly, also I mentioned starting from the top and looking down, and I would suggest maybe start from the bottom and look up. I think part of, at least my frustration with the reclassification stuff, is everybody up top gets shuffled around and their positions changed and all of this stuff, and they continue to make money, and we don't have any way for our lower income, lower level employees to climb those ladders, and so that's on that.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney. Then Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Try to be quick. Alderwoman Finlayson is absolutely correct. The Finance Committee didn't have the opportunity to review the sources of funding due to personal issues, myself and Sheila as well. But what I do want to make clear again is that to address Rhonda's concern is, please understand that this was the direction of the Finance Committee to the Finance Department to find the money without going into ARPA funding. However, on this one, we weren't unanimous on, because I think when you look at adding a position such as this, you're not going to have an opportunity to really reevaluate it again. You've basically added a position. So I think that then it's inevitable that it comes out of ARPA, because you just basically have made that dent. So I just want to say that while you are considering this amendment.
Thank you. Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Mr. Mayor, I'm contemplating here what I'm going to do. So in the interim, I spoke with each one of the departments involved, and I'm moving towards, because fire has kind of a time-sensitive issue here, but I'm also leaning towards Office of Emergency Management as well, but then listening to Acting Captain Miguez, it would have saved us money. So can we do an amendment to an amendment, and where we fund the position
for the EMS training captain, and we take the Office of Emergency Management Planner position, and use ARPA funds, as well as the vacant administrative manager position in the police department. ARPA funds for the last two.
So you need a second for that?
Second.
On the floor for discussion, Alderman Chandlemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Pindell Charles, just for my clarification, your amendment to Amendment 6 would be taking the whole 99,500 out of ARPA, or am I misunderstanding that?
The position for the EMS training captain, I need clarification on that.
So it'd be
Alderman Chandlemeyer.
5,100 from the EMS captain, and the 7,900 for the vacant administrative manager. And that would give us,
79,000, yeah. Mhm.
so that would be $84,100 out of the ARPA funding, if my math is right.
I don't know, someone's gonna have to do that for me.
Yep, yep, that's right.
Okay.
So we will get the EMS training captain position in the fire department, use ARPA funds for the emergency manager, emergency planner position, as well as funding towards the vacant police administrative manager position. Is that correct, or I'm not? Does that, tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Can you repeat that again? What are you trying to use ARPA funding for?
Planner.
For what the police are asking for and what the OEM is asking for.
You mean police and fire? So what there's three funding sources essentially.
Right.
We're taking 2 months of turnover for this position.
Okay.
Meaning they can't hire this position until 2 months into the fiscal year.
Which position is that?
The emergency planner position.
So
That you're
Director
adding.
Simmons has to wait 2 months to hire his emergency
Yes, ma'am.
planner position in full.
Yes,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think the time sensitivity is with the fire department. There's, the academy, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief O'Malley, starts July 6th, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that has to be done within the 2-month period. So that's a time sensitive. Director Simmons, for lack of a better term, can wait, really not, but willing to possibly, sort of, kinda, for 2 months to hire his emergency planner. Is that correct? Am I right?
I would defer to
Yeah,
him to answer that.
that's what I'm motioning here.
Okay.
And then we've got the,
So I believe you're.
the vacant police administrative manager position. Is that something that they have to wait 2 months for as well?
No, we are cutting the funding for that vacant police administrative manager position. So, if I understand your intentions, you're okay with OEM waiting 2 months, then we would just need to find $84,100, which would be via ARPA.
Okay.
Yes.
What about the police department's position?
That would keep 79,000 of that position intact, that funding of that.
So that's intact?
Yes.
So the 79,000 is intact, but the entire position itself requires $142,000. And we already took some for the previous amendment, as we discussed.
Well, we took some from where again?
From the police administrative manager position.
So
previously.
I'm confused. I really am. I'm not being funny. I really am.
So it's to fund the position in whole is this plus this.
Okay, so,
So we took this already. This puts this much back into them.
okay, so explain it to me again. Based on what we voted on, number 5, number 6 is full funding for the police administrative manager position. Is that correct? Half funded, okay. Full funding for the fire department's EMS training captain as of July 1st. And full funding for the Office of Emergency Management planning position within 2 months of July 1st. Is that correct?
Yes?
Yeah,
We're talking
we're
about,
only using 5,100 of it,
Forget what I said earlier.
but
Forget what I said earlier. Is what I just said correct?
if I ask you to repeat it, could you?
Okay. Based on the vote on number 5, we have full funding for the police administrative manager position. We have.
No.
We're on
Half
six-
funding, I'm
six.
sorry, half funding for the police, right, thank you. Full funding for the EMS training captain position, fire department as of July 1st. And full funding for the Office of Emergency Management position of the emergency planner within 2 months of July 1st. Is that correct? If we use $84,000.
If you proceed with how you're talking about 6, yes.
yes.
Because we have to base it on what happened in 5, right?
That's correct. You're correct.
Yes.
And that's where my total confusion comes from, because I can't do all this in my head. Thank
Well-
you so much.
It is complicated.
Very, extremely.
And we created a table with all of our recommendations on it, and
But it's not on this paper now because
No.
we did something different
I
in
mean,
5.
I have a copy in front of me, but we did hand out a table that showed how we were applying all of these things to each of the finance committees.
I get that, but now things have changed.
Okay.
At least at this point. So that's my motion, and I think everybody's, I see a thumbs up back there from the police department.
I'm going to take a minute and confer with Katie on something, please.
They don't have this.
Okay, that's fine.
Should I make copies of this and distribute it? I should have done that.
They distributed to everybody last week.
Yeah, I know.
You guys have any questions?
I just don't know where mine is.
Well, let me at least make sure Rhonda has it. What happened? Did somebody just leave? Who left?
So do you know what we're voting on? Okay. I'm gonna get you to call it out. No, because
It's not. So I'm ready to talk about what you just asked about, and it is getting rather complicated.
Yes, it is.
No, and it's, sorry, I'm going to layer something else on here. So when we show you that in this effort for funding the Finance Committee's Amendment 6, we were taking 5,100 of turnover from the EMS training captain. That's not 2 months worth of that position. That position is an expensive position.
Right.
2 months of that position is 34,100.
Okay.
And the rest of that, here we're using 5,100, and we use the rest of it on another amendment.
But we haven't gotten to that amendment,
Yeah,
so
no.
depending on what we do here, it's
right.
gonna impact what we do there.
Yes, so if you do what you're talking about here, you will restore 5,100 for the fire department, but not the entire amount for that
But what I just put
I just
forth,
wanted to point that out to you, so when we get to it,
well, I'll be honest, Ms. Dickinson, I wanna deal with it now, because I don't know what's gonna happen at the next juncture.
we can only deal with the 5,100 at this point.
But my amendment said that, I mean, my motion said Should I repeat it again? I think I got it right. My motion is, based on what happened in Amendment 5, the vote, the 63.7 is the half position for the police department's vacant position, police administrative manager position. It is funding for the, full funding for the EMS training captain in the fire department as of July 1st. And then for the Office of Emergency Management, the emergency planner position in 2 months.
Council got this last week.
Yes.
It's not full funding for the police department.
Right, exactly. Fine, I'll take that. Yes, that's the motion.
We all got this last week, but it shows the allocations.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got an amendment to the amendment. I'm sure everybody's
That's the amendment to
with
the
it.
amendment, and Alderwoman Finlayson seconded it.
Thank you. Okay.
Ernie,
I
can we
think we'll
just
do-
get a reading from the city attorney, because I have no idea what the amendment to the amendment is.
Did you, I'm gonna get Regina to repeat it.
Okay, yeah, somebody, yeah.
Based on what Jody just said, I am unable at this point to repeat that amendment. I don't,
Okay,
I'm not sure what,
Did you want me to repeat it again?
well, I just wanna, can you clarify the funding sources, or at least the departments that we're taking it from, so we can understand what's been substituted and how it's being substituted?
So what I'm believing you want to do is instead of taking 79,000 from the police administrative manager position, you want us to use ARPA for that.
Is
You
that
want
right?
us to use ARPA for the 5,000 that we've taken from the fire department, but you're okay with taking 2 months of turnover for the planner position against that position.
Yeah, I didn't
Okay.
say it the way you said it, but
Yeah,
if that's
yes.
the bottom line.
But I don't know how to word that in a properly, and maybe Katie could.
Let me just do I'll say the intention as I understand it. The amended amendment would read, this amendment funds an emergency planner position within the Office of Emergency Management less 2 months of turnover for the position and $84,100 from ARPA.
$84,100 for what again?
From
ARPA.
Right,
Using ARPA.
yes, ma'am.
That was a long way to get there, but we got there.
Yeah.
Awesome. So,
Okay, so I need to,
Better.
AFD, Chief O'Malley? Chief Simmons? Okay, thank you.
okay.
Okay.
I think we'll
she has a,
do a roll call, I think, yeah.
sure. Mayor Buckley,
A no.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kendall Charles,
Yes.
Alderwoman Finlayson,
Yes.
Alderman Chandlemeyer,
Nay.
Alderman Gay,
No.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
No.
Alderwoman Tierney.
No.
2, 3, 4, 5. That amendment fails.
Passes? Or fails?
Fails.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we can go to vote on amendment number 6.
Yep. It was seconded by Chandlemeyer.
Huh?
It was seconded by Chandlemeyer in its original version.
And
I'm sorry, you moved it and it was seconded by Chandlemeyer, to be clear.
And I'm going to wait on this too, because I think there's a lot of questions out there about grants, positions. There's a lot of asks from many departments, so I'm a no.
You want to do a roll call on that too? Okay. Okay, so Mayor Buckley, Alderwoman O'Neill,
Yes.
Alderman Pendle Charles,
No.
Alderman Finlayson,
Point of information.
Yeah.
We're voting on number 6 as amended.
no.
No.
No, as is.
As is.
Did the previous amendment fail?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No.
Nay.
Yes.
No, okay, let me call you. Alderman Shannemeyer,
Nay.
Alderman Gay,
Yes.
Alderman Savage,
No.
Alderman Arnett,
No.
Alderwoman Tierney.
No.
And that motion was defeated.
Thank you. Amendment number 7, Katie, thank you.
So move.
This amendment adds $69,100 to the police department's budget salaries to increase the crossing guard starting pay to $20 per hour and the crossing guard supervisor starting pay to $24 an hour. It uses $29,000 of funding allocated to the EMS training captain position in the fire department, $21,000 of funding allocated to the senior system analyst position in the management information technology office, $4,100 of funding allocated to the office associate position in planning and zoning, and $15,000 of funding allocated to the office administrative position in the city manager's office.
Second.
Are you moving it?
He moved it.
I will move it.
Thank you. In a second, and I think you had your hand up first, Alderman Shannemeyer, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Chief Romali, if you wouldn't mind. So in Amendment 6, that 5,100 turnover was putting EMS training captain hiring in danger. I'm assuming we can think the same on reallocating this 29,000?
Yeah, our testimony would be the same. The 60 set for both those amendments. If either one of them passed, then I would not be able to hire that paramedic position for July 6th. So,
Man, this is a tough one. Which department's going to be handling the new crossing guards? Police. Are we expecting like any kind of grant funding to come in and maybe potentially cover this, or is this another one of those tough budget time decisions we got to do?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Are we having? I'm assuming like everywhere else, there's a lot of difficulty hiring crossing guards at the moment.
We have, I believe it is 17 crossing guard positions plus the supervisor. We only have 3 vacancies, but because of those vacancies, we have to have police officers staffing those crossings in the morning and the afternoon. So just from a fiscal perspective, we are spending 2 to 3 times as much handling those crossings as we would with crossing guards.
So by investing in the crossing guards, we potentially save some money on like officer time and hours?
That's correct.
Okay, one last question. I apologize. I should know this better, but are these primarily like school crossing guards near the elementary schools and middle schools on roads that the city controls?
Yes, that's correct. And then there's about 3 of them that then work here downtown during the summer months when the school's out.
Oh, that's right, managing Oak Bluff Circle. Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Captain Miguez. I question as well. Of these 17, you said you had 17 and 3 are vacant, so it's 20 total. How much are they currently budgeted at $15 an hour, which would be the state minimum? Are they currently budgeted at the state minimum wage, which will be $15 an hour?
They are currently, oh goodness. Katie?
From what I'm pulling, it's close to 16. It's a little bit less than 16.
Okay, so they're making more than minimum wage. I'm going to vote no on this amendment, just because, again, we're pulling a lot of funding, in particularly the EMS training captain position. This is more than even in the last amendment. I think, I mean, I don't know, so I should, not be ignorant and assume, but crossing guards, I'm assuming, worked 6 to 7 hours a day, 8 hours a day, maybe?
No, it's usually a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the afternoon.
Okay, so less than that. So about 4 hours a day, you're making 16 hours, $16 an hour. I'm assuming when you applied, it was, people didn't think, okay, I'm going to be breaking the bank as a crossing guard. And I don't know if this is something that, just with all the decisions that we have to make today, I don't know if this is imperative at the moment, and that's just because it's pulling funding away from other places. That's my only concern.
No, I understand that. And just as a point of clarification, when I mentioned the 17 positions, that includes the 3 vacancies.
Oh, okay.
Not that it makes a difference, but just so that you know.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Alderman Neal, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you very much. One thing I would like to point out is that the county is getting ready to raise their crossing guard positions to $20 an hour, which what it's going to do with those currently 14 people that we have employed in that is most likely they're going to go and apply to the county, who also has openings, because if you can make $4 more an hour doing the same thing, driving 2 miles down the road further, you're going to do it.
You make a very valid point, and so my question then is, are we prepared to raise the minimum wage for every city employee to $25 an hour? Because you have people that are at front desk, people that are doing in planning and zoning, people are in public works, all over the place, not making what they should. They could go to the county, go to a state job, and probably make more. And so if we're going to make one position competitive that works 4 hours a day, why wouldn't we make our other positions competitive as well, and they, you know, put in more time?
I think that's two different conversations. My worry would be that if we don't do it and the county does, instead of having 3 police officers covering crossing guards where we're paying the police officers quite a bit more per hour than $20 an hour, we'll then be having 17 positions, am I correct?
So
that
you-
we're paying them
Yes, that would
$35
be
an hour?
correct.
Is the turnover then appropriate as long as it's not in the police department?
We've spent the last 4 hours talking about public safety and the importance of public safety. And
I
would
agree,
think
but
that
I
we
don't-
wouldn't want to take our police officers off of patrol and have them at a crossing guard where they,
I
when we
agree,
could
but-
keep a crossing guard person there.
I agree with you, but I mean, we can think outside of the box, hire 3 other crossing guards. I just think $69,000 in robbing EMS from their captain position. And then on top of that, taking $4,100 from the planning and zoning department, and then another $15,000 from the city manager's office. It's just excessive, you know what I'm saying? To cover 3 positions, $69,000.
That's not 3 positions, that's 17 positions.
Well, yeah, you're right, because everybody will be getting the pays, but you're doing this to attract the vacancies in the 3
No,
of those 3
we're doing it
roles.
to keep the 14 that we currently have.
But you need the 3, and you're
We
worried that
also
if-
need the 3, but we're
Exactly.
doing it to keep the 14 so that we're not needing 17.
Okay. I appreciate your explanation. I'm still going to vote no.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson was next, then Alderman Savage for a quick one, and a quick one from Alderman Tierney.
Maybe not, maybe not.
I won't repeat what Alderman O'Neill just said about the county's funding, but what I will say is we have had a very difficult time recruiting crossing guards to assure that our kids are getting to and from school safely. Most of them are retirees who have come out of retirement, not just to do this job, but who have stepped up, to help us. And so, yeah, we need to be competitive with the county. The county just made the decision last week to increase their funding because they recognize the value of their crossing guards and they want to keep them. And we should be doing the same thing. So I would
If I could just-
hope that you'd support this.
Of course, and you know, what I'm thinking is if I'm a part-time bus driver in the city of Annapolis, and I'm seeing bus drivers all across the county get raises, but the pay rate stays the same here in the city of Annapolis, and my job is to transport members of the city to their jobs, to doctor's appointments, et cetera, a very important role, and I'm not getting a raise. But
They
everybody
are
else
getting a
around me is
raise. They are getting a raise.
But I'm just saying, do you see how it create conflict? As earlier she suggested that we were creating conflict against departments. That's my.
I could not agree with you more.
Okay, thank you.
And my hope, and you made an excellent point earlier with the the HR manager, that with hope that the comp and class study will reach down deep and make sure that all of our employees are at least making the minimum wage, at the very least. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Savage, and
I will be quick.
Attorney. Sorry, and then Alderman Tierney. Thank you.
So I'm sympathetic to the underlying. I probably would have supported the underlying increase. I'm not sure if I will in this case, but because I'm not quite comfortable with how it's going to be funded, which I think to echo some of Alderman Charles's comments previously. But My bigger question is though, why is this something we have to pay? Why is the school district not paying for it? I'm looking here, the county school budget proposed is 1.68 billion. This is to support their schools. Yes, it supports our citizens, but we do pay taxes to the schools. Why are they not? They should be paying for this. I mean, I don't see what, we don't have that much money to go around. I feel like we should be communicating that to the county in some fashion.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, just very quickly, a little bit of background on this. If you all remember last year, we gave a significant increase to the quote-unquote Annapolis Police Department across the board. However, the crossing guards were overlooked. So that is the one reason why we are addressing it now. And I think this should, be isolated as well as every other, employee increase. And I can't argue enough, if you go downtown on a weekend, what chaos there would be if there were not crossing guards there, as well as the safety they provide to the children. I do want to ask the Finance Department, is our source of funding intact?
Director Dickinson.
So this particular increase is funded by, as you see listed in the amendment itself, several departments and taking 2 months of turnover against their new positions.
Right, so.
And remember, I was saying before, the 5,100 was part of the 2 months for the fire, and there's 29,000 in here.
And translation, not to interrupt you, but translation of that is that they are delayed 2 months in hiring for those positions. And the start, so what are the months involved? Instead of hiring in X, they would be hiring in Y.
So instead of being able to have a new person walk in the door on July 1st, a new person can't walk into the door till September 1.
Of this year?
Yeah, and the reason we picked the 2 months is because on a normal hiring process, you advertise for at least 2 weeks, then you set up interviews, and then you choose your candidate, then the candidate has, if they're from the outside, then they have to take leave, have time to leave their current position. So that 2 months typically isn't that far off from hiring. And keep in mind, though, the next year in FY25, they will have these new people for all 12 months. So you will need to find that funding. This only gives you that stopgap for this year.
Right. Okay, so it's funded by this spreadsheet. Okay, thank you.
And we'll be supporting this, just to let everyone know that I see the crossing guards every single day, and you all do see those guys every day. They didn't get a raise last year in the budget, the police budget. I'm willing to go to the county and see if we can get it financed through the education budget, but they currently are not. And so we've got a pending situation happening. So just want to put that out there. So we'll take the vote. I think we might need to be and the bus drivers are getting a raise in the new budget. We'll do a roll call, thank you.
Mayor Buckley?
Yes.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Yes.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles?
No.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
Aye.
Alderman Chandelmeyer?
Nay.
Alderman Gay?
No.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett?
No.
All right.
Alderwoman Tierney?
Aye.
Okay, that amendment number 7 is defeated.
Sorry, George. Yeah, I know, don't walk by George. Oh, that's not funny.
Okay, amendment number 8. Katie, thank you.
This amendment increases the salary for the IT project manager within the police department by $6,400 and cuts $6,400 of funding allocated to the new office associate position in planning and zoning.
Okay, can I get someone to move that, please?
Second.
All right, 64. Any questions? Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can somebody explain to me the need for this? Is this a correction?
I'm sorry, so.
Acting Captain, thank
Acting
you.
Captain David Miguel with the Police Department. So this is an employment agreement position that we currently have. We have sorely needed this because basically our internal IT, whether it's desktop assistants or actual IT projects that we're implementing at the police department, have historically been handled by sworn personnel, and who have a knack for that. But sworn personnel can get moved around, and so last year we, with the assistance of HR and the finance department, got this contractual position for an IT project manager, and he's been doing great. He came to us from the state police IT department, which was incredibly helpful because a lot of the systems that we use integrate with systems that are managed by Maryland State Police. He has since gotten offers at his previous place of employment and others, and it's, in my opinion, a rather small increase to keep him here. And once that position goes through the class and comp study, then we'll be able to see, where their opinion is as far as where he lands salary-wise. But just comparing with similar position with the county, that's where we got this increase from.
Okay, well, I guess for finance or HR, I mean, is this something that should wait for the class comp study? It seems like we're going. Is this a contractual?
May not be here by the time the study's done.
So this is a civil service position?
No, it is currently an employment agreement position.
Contract. Okay.
Contract, yes.
I don't know. So the implication of this is it would delay the conversion of the planning and zoning position, which the office associate, which I think is currently contractual, which would be converted to civil servant. How long would this delay that conversion?
That was the addition of the office associate position. So it is the 2 months of turnover for that position, not the conversion.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Explain that again?
Sure. So it's.
I thought P&Z was proposing in the budget to get a new planner and also conversion of the position.
It's not a conversion. It's a new position.
Okay.
The planner and the office associate were the two new positions added to the planning and zoning's budget.
I thought there was a conversion. Is P&Z here? I thought there was a conversion of an existing position. Could you clarify, Mr. Smith?
That was part of the discussions when they were up here presenting, but that's not how we funded it.
I could have sworn I watched that finance committee meeting. What's your understanding of?
Thank you,
the budget,
Alderman. For the record, it's on. Acting Director Tom Smith, Planning and Zoning. There are 2 new positions, Alderman, and the conversion of the existing contractual position.
That's right. That was my understanding too.
Yes.
Can we just finance verify?
Right. So I think what I heard them saying is they're going to take 2 months from the new position.
So okay. So once we get that other question ironed out, it would be this would impact not the conversion, but the new office associate position. Okay. By 2 weeks, you said? 2 months? 2 months. 2 months. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Just quickly, is this a business that we're contracting out to, or is this an employee, an individual employee?
This is an individual.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Alderman, sorry, I did.
Thank you. So I guess a couple of questions. Out of $25 million plus budget, there's not this amount of money that can take care of this person?
I would reiterate that this would have been more than covered by the 2 civil service conversions, which we pulled from our enhancements, had we known that that money was then available to cover, for example, this enhancement.
Well, as you know, I have not agreed with the cuts that we've passed here previously, but still, I mean, this seems like something that you could find in the rounding someplace else. I guess I understand that a budget, we have a fixed pie, and we're dealing with the slices of the pie that go to each department, but I'm really concerned about this, cutting into other departments. And my question to Mr. Smith will be, is this just temporary? What happens next year? Are we going to be doing something in '25 with this person? And if we are going to pay them in '25, where does the money come from out of the next year?
Well, I would say that from what Director Hopkins said, that the comp study ideally would be done by then, and then there would be a more solid, I guess, basis for what the salary for this position would be. I do agree with you, it is a relatively small amount, but that's, the instructions to me were if we were going to increase the salary for this employment agreement, then it had to be submitted as an enhancement.
Right. Thank you.
Any questions? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Katie, number 9. Hang on a minute.
Number 9, this amendment adds $49,000 of funding to the Office of Community Cares for 2 part-time and temporary rental assistants and community services support staff. It reduces funding for the new planner in planning and zoning by $19,700. It reduces general fund non-allocated by $29,300 and reduces the fleet replacement fund capital outlay by $29,300.
So move.
Second?
Alderman Finlayson.
I'd like to offer an amendment that would use ARPA funds for the 2 part-time temporary rental and community services support staff. So the entire $49,000.
So move.
Second.
Okay.
And I can speak to it if you'd like, but
Let's just vote on it, can we? Right. Sounds like the votes are there.
I'm sorry,
Can we vote on it or no? You
Sure,
said
if
you'd
we're
like
ready.
to.
I thought I saw
You said if you need to speak to it, but
up over there, but
everybody just went yay when that happened. I think we could probably get it voted on, no?
I don't know. I don't know what everybody's thinking, but if we're in discussion, I'm just saying that this was our rental assistance interns, and the program is obviously going to continue. We get 3% every year, so this is important. And I thank the Finance Committee for putting this together.
Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Thank you. Ayes have it. Thank you. Now, let's vote on the amendment, the amended amendment. Can I get a motion for the amended amendment?
So move. Second.
Second. Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
I'm a no. I'm a no.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, was ARPA?
One no, sorry.
Wait, was ARPA funding utilized then?
Yes, it was ARPA funding.
Okay,
So
so,
one no. Any no's? Just one no. Let's do that again. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Can I just say for the record, if we're doing a voice vote, if it carries with the majority, it just says carried, and we only list the no's if you're doing a roll call.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just FYI, okay?
Okay.
could you, I'm
Right.
sorry, I'm not hearing everything.
Never
Should we
did
do that? Should we do a roll call on every vote?
What you were saying is that if it carries, we don't list the no's.
Right,
So we only list the no's
in a
if it's a roll call.
that is correct.
So when we get a sense that it's going to carry, and it sounds like it's carried, I'll call a roll call if it sounds close. But we've been okay so far. Okay. Number 10.
This amendment adds $55,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning for 2 part-time temporary alcohol beverage control enforcement positions using ARPA.
Can I get a motion?
Second.
Would you like me to speak to it, or is everyone going to vote yes?
No, I didn't know yet. So. Alderman Net, if you'd like to speak to it. Yeah.
Well, I think this council does a reasonably good job of passing good legislation, but I think the city has a very poor track record in providing staff to enforce the legislation. And I think these positions are long overdue. When we passed the legislation to move everybody to be able to close to 2 a.m., we voted at that time, 2 of us on the council, to have 2 liquor license inspectors. And we don't have any, and I think we need to do that to make sure that everybody's properly following the rules.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, then Alderman Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do support this. I think it's kind of a temporary measure because what I mentioned to Alderman before the meeting, what I'd like to do, and Ms. Ruth, if you add this to my lengthy list of legislation requests, but I'd like to, after this budget passes, look to actually increase the alcohol fees. I don't quite understand that system so much, so I'll need to learn more about it. But I also think that may require some public hearing and conversation. But I think if we determine these inspectors are worthwhile, then I think we should look to increase the fees because we'll need to find a funding source.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Gay.
I don't know, I'm ducking the arrows that are being thrown right now. Anyways, not to put the city manager on the spot, but last year, I do remember that during the budget cycle, we did approve a part-time enforcement agent, somewhat related to this situation, nothing good happens after 2 a.m. philosophy. What happened to that?
Mr. City Manager.
I see Mr. Smith out in the audience. I think the position was recently hired. It was the off-hours code enforcement official. So I really don't have any data on it. It took that long because we were having a hard time hiring.
I thought the money might have gone back to the general fund.
No, not that one.
Not that one.
Because I really think that is a worthwhile position. I've seen it work.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything back.
Again, Tom Smith, Acting Planning Zoning Director. That position was just filled about a week and a half ago, Alderwoman.
Wow.
And that person's in training currently.
Wow.
But it's an across-the-board after-hours position, not just for alcoholic beverage control.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah.
Alderman Gay, I think you had your hand up, did you?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Neal.
Appreciate it. Will not be voting for this. There are so many things wrong with planning and zoning in regards to getting a permit out on time, the planning commission and them having to deal with that. And, then we only have 2 people in our entire Office of Community Development office. We're talking about the infrastructure and foundation of our city. And so if we were to fund anything in planning and zoning, it should be staff that are actually going to help develop our city out, because we're far behind on that. I see in the newspaper all the time, I think the police does it, articles or a list of restaurants. So-and-so served an underage drinker, now they're fine. So-and-so served an underage drinker, now they're fine. So somebody is out in the communities doing this work. Okay, well, the county, thank you, they pay for something. They are helping us do that work. Okay, for underage drink. Okay, somebody's doing work there for the Alcohol and Beverage Board, and I appreciate the county for providing that grant. I just think, I agree with the alderman that this is an important role, but when we talk about planning and zoning, me and you have had these discussions. They need staffing in other places.
Thank you. Alderman Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my understanding that in past legislation about the liquor fees, part of the program and code, and which happens in all across the board with fees pay for something. And it's written in that legislation that the alcohol licensing fees pay for inspectors. At least one. We're talking about 2 part-time, which equals 1. So we do have to be careful that we are following that legislation, because bars and restaurants who hold liquor licenses could come back at the city and say, what am I paying my fee for? We're talking about raising fees. What is that fee going for? Just as if we're charging a fee to a field, there has to be, I'm understanding that fees are for the purpose of the function. Is that correct?
That is written that way. Alderman Annette?
Yes, thank you. No, I totally agree with you. And that's why this is ARPA money, which is one time, because ARPA is going to be gone. Maybe by the end of the day, it'll be gone. And in the future, anything we do with ARPA money, if we're going to continue to do it, is going to have to come from taxes or fees or fines. The real issue for me is that we haven't been doing it. Using the underage academy people is fine for getting underage drinking, but that's not the only thing that needs enforcement. And I'm hoping that we will get these people, they will prove their value in terms of having things done properly. If we don't need to increase fees, but we take it out of the fees, that's fine with me. I would just like to see this enforcement. And it's my sense that, and I think Mr. Smith just agreed, we never did do what we had promised to do and had legislated to do back when we changed the liquor license to 2 a.m. We never had these kinds of inspectors. And when I go to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board to listen to them, they will say, you're going to follow with all of these conditions, but they will say off the record, but we don't have any ability to enforce that because nobody is enforcing it. So, I agree that we need to be looking at a source other than ARPA money in the future, and if it should be appropriately coming out of the current level of liquor license fees, fine. If we need to raise it, that will be a battle.
And I guess
Let you respond.
I would guess I would add to that, currently the fees, are the fees covering, would the fees be able to cover a position? Or what are the current fees earmarked for?
So we don't earmark fees particularly for particular expenses. As the departments annually evaluate their fee structures, they would note if they don't think that the current fee is covering the cost of the program. I haven't been here since we've addressed this fee, so I don't know if it would be the clerk's office that handles the licensing, or if it would be planning and zoning, or a combination of the two that would come together to try to determine what the current fee should be. But since it hasn't changed in a long time, it may be due for an increase. I mean, we've had an increase in salaries almost every year for years now. So that's as much as I can say. The departments that are running the programs could better answer the question.
Thank you.
Alderman Gay, then Alderman Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I need a little further explanation on that because that was my exact question. And Alderwoman O'Neill has done a fantastic job of this twice today in identifying revenues that are supposed to pay for something that are just sitting in the general fund. And that's not making sense to me. If the fines or the fees are supposed to be used to fund these positions, how have we gotten away with not doing that?
So keep in mind, there's a lot of effort, and so we're talking about the liquor licenses, right? All right, so if you take the liquor license process,
All right, so just because everybody's trying to rush along, just so if I can just speed this question up. When I apply to get a liquor license, right? Okay, and say the fee is $1,000, and I'm paying the $1,000. Does that $1,000 goes directly to the general fund and sit there? Or when it goes to the general fund, you say, okay, this came from the ABC, I'm gonna put this in the ABC fund, and that'll go straight to salaries.
so we are not collecting and isolating all of our fees, we have hundreds of them, into different pockets to be used for particular things. When they calculate the fee, they're supposed to calculate it to be able to cover the service they're providing. So keep in mind that there's the Office of Law has staff that's working on the liquor license program. They're being charged to the general fund, and this is some of the contribution that would go towards that staff costs.
And so
it's those kind of costs, and planning and zoning, maybe having, when they issue the licenses there, maybe work there with planning and zoning for inspections, that type of thing. That also is supposed to be quantified when setting the fee. So they're not directly applying. We don't have little funds that we put all these fees in, but in general, they're all in the general fund, and we pay people out of the general fund.
And could you go back and be able to say, okay, or are you able to just track it and say that if this passes, you know, and it's $55,000 right now, and so, okay, say you collect some money over the next year, you put that into the general fund, are you able to come back to us and say, next year, I use, you know, 0.89% of the general fund from fees to pay for these positions? Would you ever be able to track it so that the funds are directly paying for the positions, is my question. So that, because he just said if we use ARPA, right, that is done after next year, so we'll have to figure out another way to pay for it.
Yes, and could we do that? Yes, that's a part of the price setting. The price setting, it would go to the city staff that are delivering the service, would evaluate what it costs them to deliver the program, to deliver the inspections, to deliver all those services, and then we would divide that by the number of licenses we're issuing and say that's the license fee. We can do that evaluation after the fact for any period of time. Hopefully, we don't have to do it very often because it's time consuming, and we don't only want to have to do it when we need to do it.
Awesome, I appreciate it. I'm going to vote for it now because you mentioned that, and I just want to make sure that next year they actually follow that process. There are more than 50 bars in this city. If you charge each bar $1,000, you're paying for the salaries. I don't. As much, what do they say, Annapolis is a sailing town with a drinking problem? I know we can find $55,000 in alcohol fees, so.
I think it's more like 6,000 or 8,000 a restaurant. It's not just $1,000. I wouldn't know though, because you know. Alderman Tierney? Yeah.
Just a couple things. First, just for background, the county does give us, it's only $15,000 and the police use it. But I do want to use this as an example where we do a study, a consensus, and then we just sort of shelf it and nothing happens to it. And I'm speaking about the Crabble report. Could I have a show of hands who's familiar with that report? Okay. Well, in that report, it reiterated strongly that the liquor board fee should be, evaluated, and it was at the time to cover the costs of enforcement. So I'm not clear on if we do that, then why would we accept this amendment, which sort of negates that? You know, instead of getting it out of the fee, we're just giving money to it. We could reevaluate the fees next budget cycle to address enforcement, per Alderman Savage's recommendation.
All right, so we'll get a vote on this. I'm probably going to abstain, so.
Wait till next term.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Do a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
Abstain.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles?
Aye.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
Aye.
Alderman Shannon Meyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
No.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
Aye.
Alderman Tierney. Okay, that amendment passes.
Passes, thank you. Amendment number 11.
This amendment adds a new project for a pedestrian activated crosswalk signals on Cedar Park Road. The project is funded with $93,250 of bonds in fiscal year 2024.
Can someone move it, please?
So moved.
A second, thank you. Likes to speak to it, Alderman Neal?
This is for pedestrian activated crosswalks on Cedar Park roads. There used to be one that flashed when it was school zone. When they moved the school, it stopped being effective because it's in the wrong place. This would actually put pedestrian activated crosswalks in the corner of Cedar Park and Wendell, which is a multi-street cross. You cross Cedar Park and then you cross Wendell to get to the school. There are a lot of elementary school age students that are walking. This would help protect them.
Thank you, Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do recall Alderwoman O'Neill said at our last work session that this was something she was very passionate about. So thank you so much. I made a note of it.
Thank you. If you're going to pass nothing else of my amendments, if this one passed, I would be the happiest person ever.
You got me.
And this is an amendment to the CIP?
Yeah.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you, Alderman Gay, then Alderman Shadowmeyer.
Thank you. I just want to clarify because, and I've talked to the Alderwoman about this, I'm going to vote for it, but I remember vividly that we were told no more of the light activated crosswalks. We could not request those into the budget.
Director Gerald just stood up while we've got him.
Good afternoon, David Gerald, Director of Public Works. So you're partly right about that. We have to get special approval from State Highway, from Maine State Highway in order to install these. So we do a study, we make the recommendation to them. They do their own study before they approve them. So we don't have the authority ourselves to install these, but State Highway can allow us to install them.
So are they studying also where we requested for Bay Ridge Gardens, the push?
Everyone that we have proposed to them, they will have to study.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Shadowmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote for this because it is better than just the blank mid-block crossing that exists right there currently. That said, having one of these pedestrian push flashy lights in my ward going across Hilltop into the Pitt Moyer Rec Center, they're not the most effective. Drivers ignore them a whole lot. I had a couple drivers ignore the one I pushed when I was biking over here today, and something that may be worth looking at is trying to actually do curb bump outs or an island or something to physically slow the cars down. But I will be supporting it because it is better than nothing, and
Thank
it's your priority, so we'll get it done.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Katie. Number 12.
This amendment adds a new project, Farragut Road Sidewalk. The project is funded with $78,750 of bonds in fiscal year 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Speak to this one.
Alderman Neal.
This is a study for a new sidewalk project. If you have ever walked from Cedar Park Road across down Farragut to West Annapolis, you'll know that the sidewalk starts and stops in about 10 different places, and there's many places where you're either walking on the curb or the grass. The solution has always been told to the neighborhood to walk on the path that's at the stadium to do so. But in order to do so, if I am coming from another street coming out of Admiral Heights, for instance, Schley, or I forget the name of the other street, Gibson maybe. In order to cross Farragut Road, I am crossing where there is no crosswalk and there is a hill, so it limits my vision to see which cars. I've had residents say it's like sort of like playing Frogger, hoping that you've seen the car at the top of the other hill. If I do cross across the street and walk on the on the stadium walkway, once I get down close to Rail Boulevard, I take a asphalt sidewalk that's at a pretty steep incline from the path down to Farragut Road and come out onto Farragut Road. If I am pushing a stroller in a wheelchair, I have no way to get down there and no way to get across the entrance to the district court's grassy area, which is just grass and gravel, up to the crosswalk. It does create a huge safety hazard, and it is not at all ADA accessible. So this is a study to study that. It says construction too, but I can't imagine that $78,000 is going to cover construction.
Alderman Shannemeyer were there for the Blues game the other day. We're in complete agreement with you, right?
Even if I hadn't been for the Blues game, I would have been in agreement with this. It's a terrible roadway for pedestrians. So.
Very dangerous, yeah. We all agree. And also, we need the improvements on Taylor too. I agree with you. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favour say aye. 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 Opposed? Thank you. Katie, number 13.
This amendment adds $78,750 of funding in FY24 and $210,000 of funding in FY25 to the Cedar Park Sidewalk Project to study and construct a sidewalk on Cedar Park Road from Taylor Avenue to Farragut Road. The funding source is bonds.
So move.
Second.
This is another sidewalk project, very similar to the one on Farragut. It's from Cedar Park with the development of a new hotel as well as a new housing development right off of Taylor Avenue for people wanting to get either to the stadium or other places. They are again crossing where there's no, or walking where there's no sidewalk. There's actually not a crosswalk to get you from one side of the street to the other over to the path, except for about 40 feet down from Taylor Avenue. This would, in a sense, put a sidewalk so that somebody could walk from Taylor all the way down to Farragut and hopefully someday have a sidewalk on Farragut.
I just have a quick question.
Alderman Pendell Charles, and then
Thank you, Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Tierney.
I have a question. The funding source are bonds. Is this for $210,000 in fiscal year '25? Is that correct?
Katie?
Some of it's in '24, some of it's in '25.
So 78 in 24, 79 in 24, is that right? Yep.
It adds $78,750 of bond funding in '24 and $210,000 of funding in '25 bonds.
So do we normally, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you mean
It's an
the addition?
addition, that's
Okay,
correct.
It's an addition to what's there, okay.
So we correct me if I'm wrong, normally we can take bonds out to the next fiscal year as well?
So the impact of adding bonds to the capital budget will appear in our debt service for FY '25 and beyond as the asset is constructed. And the debt service costs, principal and interest usually impact us in the following year and then pick up over the 20 years that we're repaying the bonds.
So if there was, and I'm just throwing this out, if there was some major project next year that we had to fund, a capital project, and I mean, considering really, I guess, 210 isn't a whole lot, but that's neither here nor there. This already capturing this money today in fiscal year '24 would to some degree, maybe to a small degree, impact our bond rating or service for fiscal year '25. Is that
It will
correct?
impact the amount of debt service costs that we incur in the general fund to repay the bonds, yes.
Okay. I mean, I know it's something that's needed. I'm just hesitant at this point to vote on something in fiscal year '25.
So the only thing that's legally appropriated at the point you're voting right now is the amounts in the 24 column. The rest of it is a plan, and we do the same thing for the entire CIP. The 24 money and everything in the out years is according to a plan, which is what we're planning to do in the future for capital projects. So this isn't anything out of the ordinary to what we do in the entire capital project. We program what we're gonna do in 25, we try to plan 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, as we're doing the budget today.
So if we do have projects that we know are multi-year projects, say I'll take Gibraltar Avenue. I could take it out step by step to say fiscal year 28 if I wanted to. Is that correct?
Correct, and I would suggest that you work with DPW to find out what the process would be on Gibraltar Avenue, what kind of work needs to be done and how it needs to be timed in the CIP. There is a Gibraltar project in the CIP. I believe it's just some planning money to do some investigatory work there to see what needs to be done to it.
And I'm not trying to put Alderwoman O'Neill on the spot. Have you done any investigatory work, I'm guessing, with DPW on this?
Initial outreach, yes.
Okay. Like I said, I'm just hesitant in taking this out beyond, this capital project out beyond the current fiscal year that we're in. I understand the reasoning for it, I get it. That's my hesitation.
Okay. All those in favor say, do you have, Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, quick comment, because I think the acting director of P&Z is here, the man with the dapper suit on. Tom, sorry. Sorry. You do look dapper today. I just want to make sure that this is coordinated with the this amendment. I saw Taylor Avenue, and I just want to make sure that it's coordinated with the project that the hotel developers are doing on Taylor Avenue in regard to sidewalks. That's all. You know, you've got one entity here and one entity there, and just make sure that they connect somehow.
This amendment sounds like in addition to what we've required the developer to do for the hotel. Yes.
Yeah, yes, it is in addition, but just to be aware of it.
Correct.
Coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and infrastructure is expensive, but it's an investment for a long time, so all of those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, just because.
Okay, number 14, Katie.
This amendment adds $10,000 to the Office of Law to incorporate charter committee recommendations into the code and charter using the reserve for one-time uses.
Someone move that, please.
So moved.
The second?
I have a question.
Yep.
Has it been
Need a second? Is that a second? Yep.
Yeah, has it been seconded?
Yeah.
Second, I'll second.
We got a first and a second, right? Yeah. Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And this kind of got into what the director was mentioning earlier when she's saying if it's in the general fund, they're split, you know, trying to put percentages together and figure out how to pay for it. Because as it reads, it says the amendments add $10,000 to the Office of Law to incorporate charter recommendations into the code and charter using the reserve for one time. And now when I read that, I'm thinking, well, we have 4 city attorneys, I think, and each of them 5, and they.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should
okay, yeah.
Time. I'm not sure procedural here, but in respect to Director Dickinson's letter of May 24th saying that we've exceeded our one-time allocation, I'm withdrawing this. You know, for 2 reasons. I think that if it were to be done, which I doubt it will be in the near future, sorry, I don't mean to be negative, but it should be part of the law office's scope of work. But seeing that and understanding that there is no time right now, but so I'm withdrawing it.
I need a second.
Do I?
We get a second to withdraw it?
Because I was hoping we didn't have to pay the hotel.
Well, I just thought that would be the only way to get it done.
Okay, all those in favor of the withdrawal say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy.
Number 15. Thanks, Katie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This amendment adds $7,500 to the Department of Public Works Traffic Control and Maintenance Division for an LED speed radar sign on Duke of Gloucester Street using the reserve for one-time uses. So moved.
Okay. Thank you. First and a second, Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have, is this a permanent speed sign? So it's not one of the mobile? Thank you. And if we change the direction of Duke of Gloucester,
Just flip it around. Yeah.
That's with the charter amendment.
It's a lot. Let's see a lot of hands. Alderman Chandler-Myers was first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speed radar sign, this is just like, this is the speed limit. If it's flashing, you're actually going 25 and a 15.
Yeah, like
Okay.
there's one on Route Boulevard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gay, then Alderman Savage.
My question is just again, and I expect the same from each of you when we get to my amendments, to get picky. If it's not deterring speed, I mean, we all ride past these signs all the time. It's one in my ward as well. It just blanks. It says the speed limit is 25. If I'm going 30, it just is blanking to me. It's not telling me to slow down. I'm not getting a ticket. So what is your hope out of this, except for that people can see how fast they're going down Duke?
To make you feel guilty.
Yeah, it seems to work after time.
Okay.
Alderman Savage.
Can I answer your question?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, okay. David Gerald, Director of Public Works. So Duke of Gloucester is kind of an interesting street because we do speed stays for it frequently, and it's always well below the 85th percentile. The 85th percentile is below the speed limit. But what they have is a lot of outliers that are very, very fast and that are dangerous. So you can't really justify formal traffic calming because the 85th percentile is below the speed limit. But you want to try to address those speeders, the extreme speeders. So we think that maybe this sign will do that, to slow down the ones that are going 60 miles per hour down the street. And that certainly isn't most, and most are well within the speed limit. But if this slows down those really fast drivers, then it's beneficial.
My question is, yeah, because you know everybody up here. Don't try to blame it on me. Everybody up here. Look, but yeah, wouldn't it be to use the 7,500 maybe and put like a speed bump? Because when the little crossing walk sign was right there, I always slow down right there because there's something in the middle of the street, And so, but I just, I'm going to vote for it because it's your ward, but I just don't think this is going to stop speeding.
Thank you, Alderman Savage.
I'm going to support this, but I got to say, I agree, like the blinking ones are not super effective, but I want to just give a little bit of a example. I was up in Vermont at a small town, and theirs were much more effective. And I know there are probably state standards. I don't know what is required or not. But it was effective because it would blink red, but then if you got to the 25, whatever you're supposed to, it would go green with a little smiley face that says, thank you.
Oh, that's so cute.
And I found myself wanting to slow down so I would see the smiley face.
Let's get that one.
Yeah, so cute. Yeah.
Let's find out where they got that.
Yeah, that's so cute.
Thank you, Alderman Pindell Charles.
Yeah, I have kind of a side question, Mr. Gerald. This state law crosswalk, is that still in effect, not in effect?
Yeah,
What's that
they ignore
all
it.
about, or not about? What? It was a little state man.
Oh, where's that guy?
The little state man.
Yeah, those are high maintenance items when we put those out because they get hit all the time and they're fairly expensive. So we have removed it for now.
So it does not exist anymore?
It would need to be replaced because the one that was out there got hit and damaged, and so that was thrown away. We'd have to buy a new one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Alrighty.
Number 16.
This amendment adds $5,000 to the Department of Public Works streets for to stock paint for curb painting using the reserve for one-time uses.
Are you pulling that?
So moved.
You want to withdraw that?
Second, I just want, when I had.
Are you withdrawing it, or I heard?
No,
No, okay. So we get moved in a second. Do we get a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney first is your amendment, then Alderman Arnett.
Yeah, just really quickly, this actually has a story behind it. I remember when I was downtown and there was some kind of fire activity, and this ladder truck couldn't turn the corner at Annapolis Pottery because the red paint was all, kind of, there was a car there because the red paint wasn't identifiable. And so I remember at the time, I asked, DPW, and I don't think it was David, but it was like, well, we don't have the paint, we can't do it right now. And I thought, we have to always have that red paint. So what this does is, any construction project does, is buy it up front, maybe at a cheaper price, because I'm hearing it is very expensive, and have a stockpile of it in our new DPW. No, but we have space for it. And Director Gerald helped me with the estimate, and that is basically, I don't want any of you to be in that same predicament where you want something painted and we don't have the paint.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the director.
You might want to get closer.
We want to get as much face time with David as we
I
can.
know, be nice to him.
The history of the painted curbs has sort of come and gone. We were doing painted curbs and we were doing hockey sticks. Are we pretty much going to be doing painted red and yellow curbs?
And that's a great question. What you're referring to is the last director tried to move away from painted curbs and putting up more signs, which in theory is the right approach, because painting curbs is a very high maintenance item. You have to paint all the curbs every couple of years to keep up with them. But we think that that's probably the best approach, is to continue to paint curbs, because we're overloaded with signs and people don't pay attention to signs, but they do pay attention to painted curbs. So I think they're more effective.
Okay, thank you. And if you need paint, Eastport has gallons of it.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Therefore, it's on the list this time.
17, please, Katie.
This amendment adds $25,000 to the Department of Recreation and Parks Division to clear Phragmites on the Upper Spa Creek shore using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thank you. Could someone move it? Thank you.
Second.
Second, thank you. I think there's a couple of questions over here. Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Savage.
Oh, yeah.
A minute.
Yeah, I guess just a. Oh, I hope you all.
Who doesn't know what Phragmites are?
Did you all get my picture? This is limited to the Upper Spark Creek area. I have, residents on Truxton Heights and thereabouts, and the Phragmites is an invasive species, and it just keeps going. And there's a sort of a sense of urgency that it is far overdue for getting rid of them. And in doing research, and I'm sorry I didn't fully do it enough, but that it has been done by Parks and Recs. They have they've outsourced it and followed the procedure to do it. And I conferred with the new director that this, in fact, can be done, but limited to the Upper Spar Creek area. And it will follow all of there is some environmental concerns on the process. It is a big deal. It isn't just whacking them out. But I think the money is well spent and should be allocated for this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett first.
So my question is, though they're invasive, they are retaining the soil and so forth. So will this cover planting new plants so that we don't have erosion?
No, we want to remove them because we want to get closer to the shoreline. So it would just be a removal of them. You can't even, get to the shoreline now because of them. And they also suck up, nutrients that the fish need, and they're just bad stuff. So I just want to get rid of them.
I think we need some kind of planting, though.
No, that would defeat the purpose, I believe. I think if you're concerned about erosion, I guess that's a different situation. I don't think they hold back dirt.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see a little more money to have more environmental study to make sure we're not creating a problem by eliminating another problem.
Well, could we have the director speak to what's been done before?
Sure.
I don't want to put her on the spot, but she's prepared to speak.
Thank you, Ross.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. This is something the department has traditionally done every 2 to 3 years. We have not done this since prior to COVID. So we do file for all the appropriate permits. It takes about 2 months to get the permits from the state to allow the contractor to be able to do this.
And you're looking for the science behind it, right?
Right. If you cut them and there's nothing there for soil retention, don't we start to have some erosion problems?
We could, it's potential. We could have, an environmental study, have someone to look at it to see if we need to plant anything else. But I think the purpose here is to provide access to the water.
I guess I really would like to see a little more environment.
I'm going to ask Rob what his opinion is. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, sir. Yeah,
And then Jackie Gold, maybe. Yep.
I do, so I've done this work professionally as an environmental scientist, put together plans and manage these projects. I appreciate where your heart is, Alderman Tierney, but I think there's a lot of information we need still. The Alderman's correct as far as if you clear the vegetation without replacing it, you can have erosion issues. You can actually have the loss of land.
Jackie, you can probably just go up there. Yeah.
So I think we really need to figure out, we need to do our homework on this. Because traditionally, there is a replacement plan. You want to plant natives in place of it. And I know Spa Creek has done that, Spa Creek Conservancy in the past. So, so there's a lot that needs to be answered here. So is this, what's the context though, as far as Rec and Parks? You said Rec and Parks has done this before, but was it in conjunction with a larger project?
No, it was with the Spa Creek community. They contribute to the cost of getting Phragmites sprayed. We're not gonna cut them out, they're gonna get sprayed out. And what the Phragmites do is an invasive, so it stops the natural native plants from growing on the shoreline. So we do want plants to grow on the shoreline, but as long as you got the Phragmites there, it takes away from their growth. So when it's an application that we have to do probably every couple of years to get the Phragmites completely out and allow the native plants to grow like they normally would. On the shoreline of Spa Creek, we already have we already have erosion problems coming from the hillside. So it's massive erosion. So we do need to start planning, not just at the shoreline, but in other areas as well, to create rain gardens and stuff like that to help the erosion coming down the hillside.
But so you said every 2 to 3 years you're going in there?
Well, we did it every 3 years, but you spray it out. You don't cut them out. So you have to spray. You have to spray them. So we have a company that comes in and sprays.
But who is the company? An environmental?
Yes, it's an environmental company. Yeah.
Because I guess if you're going back every 2 to 3 years to spray, you're potentially going to be killing the native species that you want to come back. So I guess the question is what we need done. If it's not, is there an invasive species management plan that the city's following or the contractor's following, and a restoration plan?
Hold on. That's it. So the company is an environmental company that comes out and sprays the Phragmites. We used them in 2014 and 2013. excuse me.
And it's
Environmental Quality Resources, a company out of Millersville that comes in. They did a good study on how we get the Phragmites removed. So we're gonna try to use the same company. Well, we are speaking to this company to come back and do the work after we talk to an attorney.
But I guess I'd like to know though, do they actually have, I want to know what the plan is as far as restoration, planting, as well as what is encompassed in that management plan overall? Because again, there are a lot of risks, like the alderman mentioned. If they're just coming out and spraying, they could be spraying natives. Are they doing any kind of native planting to replace what is lost? Because if you want them to survive, you also need to put up deterrents to the predators from foraging to make sure the birds aren't coming in to eat them. So this is a larger, because when I spoke to the Spa Creek Conservancy, they were not really clear on how this fit into their overall restoration. And I really think it's dangerous for us to agree to this unless we have this plan outlined as far as what's the overall comprehensive approach. I don't know if there's a way to delay this until we can get more information, but it's...
Could I suggest?
Well, I think they could come before environmental matters.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yep.
Yeah,
We
I
could
think,
bring the Spa Creek Conservancy into...
yeah.
And did the Spa Creek Conservancy, they endorsed the plan the last time?
Yes.
And did they pay for it, or did the city pay for it?
I think they endorsed it. I don't have all the information in front of me right now, but I know they was a part of that initiative.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will add that we had a quote from last year that came in at about $6,600. So with the $25,000, I think there is enough money in there to do some replantings, and we could coordinate with the company to be able to do it. So I think Alderwoman Tierney took this into consideration with her budgeting request.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But
Well, so maybe we could, even if this passes, still have it come to committee for...
Most definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have some Spa Creek too.
Yep.
So do I.
Alderman Shandemeyer was next, and then...
Thanks, Mayor. So when I was working in environment and transportation in the General Assembly, Phragmites were one of the invasive species that were covered pretty in depth because they are a massive problem on the Chesapeake Bay watershed. One of the concerns for trying to come up with the perfect plan and get everything lined up in a row is it just lets them keep growing. We can't even really begin to focus on how do we replan, how do we get the stuff, unless we just really cut these out and get rid of, or not cut them out, spray them out, but y'all know what I mean. Unless we get rid of the things. So I do think getting the funding lined up is the best place to start. We can come up with some backup plans and like, hey, so once we do this, we can come up with this after we get the funding approved. It's not stopping us from coming up with those alternative plans, get the replanting going with native species. But if we don't get the funding ready for it right now, we're just not going to be able to get, that's just another year of not being able to get native plants ready to go.
Yeah.
It's getting the ball rolling, folks.
Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, I just want to address, I didn't misspeak, but when I initially contacted Amy Clemens with the Spa Conservancy about this, you know, she was giddy that I was concerned about it, but she didn't know my plan to agree to anything. And then, you know, I got shingles, and then we kind of dropped the ball there. But then since then, you know, I focused more with Department of Parks and Recs in getting it done. So, but I think coming before environmental matters is a must. You know, versus Brooks, you know, contractor mentality. Let's just pull them out. I love it.
I'm not saying we don't have the backup plans, but like if we don't get the funding approved, we're just debating hypotheticals for another year. And like, let's get the money ready, and then when the funding's approved, we come up with the planting and let's get it done.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Number 18.
This amendment adds $6,600 to the transportation fund to maintain bus shelters using the reserve for one-time uses.
Right, no one could be against that, could they? Can someone move that, please?
So move.
Second.
All right. No hands up. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Number 19.
This amendment adds $20,000 to the Department of Public Works Traffic Control and Maintenance Division for directional signage at city access points using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Thank you. Any? Okay. No hands up. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Number 20.
This amendment adds $7,000 to the Planning and Zoning Department for an urban tree canopy analysis using the reserve for one-time uses.
Sorry.
Second. I know. Break.
I'm sure there's no discussion here. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Number 21.
This amendment adds $100,000 to the city manager's office for a conceptual resilience project study and vulnerability assessment using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved?
I have a question. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Alderman Savage.
So just to clarify this, the city already has in the works by working with the Resilience Authority to do a vulnerability study and resiliency kind of project planning for wards 1, 7, and 8. And so, but we have other wards that have waterfronts. And so for the record, we'd like to just expand that, use this money to expand that original study they're thinking to include wards 2, 3, and 4, and 6. I don't think 5 has any, right?
Got a tiny little bit.
Well, we'll just expand to all the wards. We have all the wards that have waterfront, just to make sure we completely close the loop as far as vulnerability. Right?
Thank you. Alderman Pindell Charles.
I feel disrespected. The Spar Creek starts in Ward 3.
He said,
But it wasn't on the original list until I sent him an email on yesterday. Thank you.
So we've got a first and a second. And can I just ask you, Alderman Savage, the Resilience Financing Authority, could they not cover, is this going to go to them, or is it going to be us conducting the study?
No, it would be going to them.
To the Resilience.
Is Ms. Guild here? My understanding is they're already pursuing grant funding for their original 178 study.
Right.
This money we would essentially add to that pool.
Okay.
It'd be going to them to help expand the scope.
Alderman Shannon.
Answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just with that new information, like with some grant stuff, let's say they got enough funding to cover this 100,000, would that still just go to them for other issues, or would it come back to us? I'm still going to support this no matter what. I'm just kind of asking out of curiosity.
Ms. Guild, do you have an answer to that? I think she's been speaking with the Resilience Authority Director.
Okay, thanks.
In case they ask us for more than that.
But do you think, I guess the question is, do you think that the grant that the Resilience Authority is pursuing, do you think that that could be expanded as is? Or do you think, I think our original conversation had it that they would need additional money.
For 21, that grant cannot be expanded. And they haven't submitted it completely yet, but that Department of Public Works, well, David Gerald's not here right now, is meeting with the contractor to decide exactly on the entire scope of that project. So it was designed originally for the Back Creek watershed. So it wouldn't include all of the wards that you discussed. You would have to add on the 100,000, but.
So there is no, let's say, like I brought up, it's they need this money.
Excuse me, what kind of money?
There is no, let's say, like I brought up, like, let's say the grant ended up covering all these wards anyway, and we're fine. That's not even relevant because it just doesn't. So
No,
they need this.
and the amount of money that's being requested may not be sufficient
Cool.
for the entire
Then my
study.
question is entirely irrelevant. So.
And I did not identify myself, sorry for the record. Jackie Guile, Deputy City Manager for Resilience and Sustainability. Right.
Yeah.
No other hands up, then we'll vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 22.
So moved.
This,
Thank you.
You can explain it. Sorry.
this amendment adds $8,500 of funding to the Department of Planning and Zoning for the continuation of the economic gardening program using ARPA.
I think we all know what it is, unless anyone has any opposition, unless you want to tell us again. Alderman Shannemeyer.
Yeah, just kind of explaining the price difference. We were hoping to try and get it fully funded through the budget request, but with the transfer over planning and zoning directors, it just sort of fell through the cracks. They were able to find $20,000 in their existing budget, but in order to keep the program going, they need an additional $8,500. I don't expect this to be a recurring expense next year. Hopefully, it's just all within the planned budget as written, so.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Just quick, we got into this in detail in economic matters, and just to say it's proven to be quite successful. We received a lot of testimony and feedback from economic development.
Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 23.
This amendment adds $50,000 of funding to the Department of Planning and Zoning for a grant to Anne Arundel County Workforce Development for Annapolis residents to train in the maritime trades industry using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Third.
Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The rationale behind this was one of the #1 things brought up by the companies that did participate in the economic gardening pilot program in the maritime industry. Finding workforce has been one of the most difficult things, and so the goal of this was to get Annapolis residents trained, involved in the maritime industry itself, and the Office of Economic Development met with myself and Mr. Rice. They're very excited about the opportunity. This is their numbers, so feel to take it with a grain of salt if we need to, but they say we get a 10-to-1 return on investment with workforce development stuff. This has a lot of potential to do some good for a decent investment.
Thank you. You have the hands up. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 24.
This amendment adds $10,000 of funding to the Department of Planning and Zoning to fund so HACA can repair and/or install a fence between Robinwood and Hunt Meadow using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second. Planning and zoning, I suppose. But it would all end up going to I'll get into it.
Michelle?
So,
Yeah, I have a question.
yeah, the money would end up going into HACA itself. The rationale behind this is there's always been a fence in between Robinwood and Hunt Meadow, but just over the years it's deteriorated. It's gotten a couple holes and it's led to just kids going into Hunt Meadow, throwing rocks and sticks at cars. HACA hasn't really had the funding internally to be able to substantially fix it outside of a couple patch jobs like zip ties, which end up just getting cut or breaking themselves. So after meeting with the HACA's maintenance team, they said about $10,000 from the city can help them get a significant repair, reinstallation of the fence, and potentially cut down on these issues that have been popping up.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Alderman Shannemeyer and I have communicated about some public safety issues between the Robinwood community and Hunt Meadow community, but I guess my first question, this fence is going to be on HACA property, is that correct?
That is correct.
While I understand your intent, where do we go down the slippery slope of building other edifices or fences on HACA property or any other property? What's the liability issue involved regarding this fence that we put up for HACA? Are we giving the money to HACA? I need a kind of a legal kind of lens on this.
We are giving the money to HACA and they are going to build it. So all of like the maintenance, the future maintenance, legal liability, etc., that's going to be with HACA. We're just providing like a one-time here's some money to do this one thing. Please do the thing.
I guess my question is, are we starting down a slippery slope of building things on property that's not city property? I understand the concept, I understand the reason. That's my question. Also enveloping that into the possible, but I could be totally wrong, juxtaposition between the lawsuit, and that's, I guess, a Mr. Lyles question. Where are we crossing the line or not crossing the line with this?
I don't think it's a slippery slope because, again, the city itself is not building the fence. We're just giving the funding to HACA so that they can construct it. They've tried to do repair jobs, but just HACA's internal funding hasn't been enough to substantially cover this, along with their other maintenance obligations to their residents. Because of that, I think that this is just a small little thing that lets them repair or reinstall a thing that's always been there since Robinwood and Hunt Meadow were constructed. And all the legal liability, all of the maintenance, et cetera, that is still going to remain on HACA. This is essentially just, you need money to build a thing. Here's the money that you said it would cost, and then they build it, and it's still their fence.
If something happens to the fence in the next 3 or 4 months, who replaces the fence?
That would still be HACA.
They don't have the money to replace it.
We would try to figure that problem out when we get to it. This has been a recurring issue. Funding has been the #1 source that's been brought up. We give it a try. If it ends up still not being sufficient, we can come up with other things, but this seemed like a pretty small investment to try and solve the problem. We can always potentially build or figure out other plans with HACA and with the Hunt Meadow community if this ends up being insufficient.
Mr. Lyles, are we gonna have a contract with HACA?
I'll just point out that we've invested in the resource centers in Harbour House and Eastport Terrace.
Just asking the
We're about to
I need to hear from
We're
Mr.
about to
Lyles.
invest in Hawkins Cove,
I
which is going to be.
I understand, Mr. Mayor. I want to hear from Mr. Lyles.
I'm not aware of this particular action, so I know no information on it.
Like I said, I understand the reasoning, I understand the concept. I've just got several questions about this that I'm not feeling very comfortable with. I know it's a small amount of money, no doubt about it. But just, I'm really kind of leery about this.
Alderman Finlayson? Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
sorry, I missed Ross.
No, don't yield to him. Don't yield to him. You usually get called on first over there.
He has had his hand up for a long time.
So I'm taking it this time. Alderman Channelmeyer, would you accept as a friendly amendment award a $10,000 grant to HACA? Because we give grants to HACA pretty regularly. We do for the inspections. So maybe that will make it more palatable.
Just for my clarification, so instead of saying 10,000 to planning and zoning to allow HACA, we rephrase it as 10,000 as a grant to HACA?
Yeah.
It does the same exact thing, so sure, yes, absolutely.
It does.
I do feel better, thank you.
So is that a motion and a second?
So I will make the, Alderman Finlayson, would you like to make that as the friendly amendment motion? I will go ahead and second that. It does the same thing as far as I'm concerned. If we get $10,000 to HACA to fix and reinstall the fence.
Getting a motion and a second. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Need to vote on it as amended. Can I get a motion as amended? We or no?
Second.
That was actually discussion on the final.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Are we? You put that a friendly amendment forward. You were seconded. I thought you were. There's still room for discussion because we haven't voted on it yet as amended. Alderman Arnett.
Thank you.
So I think the concern about, I understand the concerns, Alderman Kendall, but
we point out that these are residents of the city, and they are people that we want to work with. We are already heavily invested in the Choice Neighborhood Program. It's a little late to worry about a slippery slope. I think we're down at the bottom of the hill. So I definitely support it as amended or even before the amendment.
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to support it just because it's your ward, your residents are requesting it, and it's a pre-existing fence. And so, but I admit I do have some heartburn just because, you know, we've been trying to tear down fences, and I know how this is responding to some specific incidents of crime, but, and you, I think, have a lot of read about communities, building communities, so how I wanted to ask you, because I think it'll help me work through this as well. How do you rationalize rebuilding a fence in place when it's not necessarily the best thing to do for a community?
Fences make good neighbors.
I appreciate that. I think if it comes to actually community building in a sustainable way, we're going to have to dig a whole lot deeper because Robinwood is a cul-de-sac isolated by an urban highway as a moat with cars instead of alligators. The path that's kind of been formed is a desired path where it's just people kind of walking back and forth. I'm all for figuring out a way to find like a sustainable community building, innovation, connecting community away from the cul-de-sac system into something that's gridded and a lot more built. That's going to be such a massive, larger project that this gets us a pretty short-term solution for something specific, and then hopefully in the comp plan, but this might even be like a 3 comp plans from now connecting feature. So I get it. It's just that's like so much higher and longer term process that I don't even think I'm going to be elected by the time that occurs. So
I hear you. Okay, thank you.
All right, all those in favor of Amendment 25 as amended, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
You're up next.
Amendment 26.
25.
25. Did I go over one? Sorry about that. Amendment 25, thank you.
This amendment reallocates community grants and increases the total by $150.
Can we just, this might be being withdrawn, and because we're going to put it to the back, and there's, would you like to give some clarification to us, Alderman Finlayson?
I was going to amend the amendment, as I have a right to do, and replace it with the new Finance Committee community grant listing. And so I would like to make that motion to amend.
Okay, so we'll take that first and second and make the motion.
Okay, and then I'll turn it over to the chair of the Finance Committee to.
So we
Director Dickinson.
we did prepare number 51 and pass it around, so this would be in place of the 51, if you want to see the wording and the list that's being discussed.
Did we receive copies of 51?
Yes.
Hold on just a second. Nope, hold on. It's ready, hold on.
Did you have electronic copies of that or not? No.
I'm sure they do, but does it say 51? Nope, 51. So they're passing around now. Some here. This one, if you want to peek at it, but they got together and did all.
May I add, this has been in the Google Drive since Friday, I believe. So those of you who have reviewed it there, you've already seen these numbers. Right?
I'm sorry?
We put it in the Google Drive on Friday, right?
Right.
Oh, so can I talk?
Yeah, Alderman.
Okay, so I understand that this is a floor amendment on Alderwoman Finlayson's number 25. Just for background, as you know, the Finance Committee accepted there was a committee formed in the mayor's office. Laura Gutierrez presented everything to us, and we spent a lot of time on it. And what the Finance Committee did at that time was say, okay, I understand what you were dealt with. We basically validated their process at the time, just saying, okay, we know you had 51 applicants and you felt like you had to give everybody something at the time. But in so doing, they had to cut some of our previous recipients that we have invested in. So after afterthought, and again, not having the time at that time, we were kind of rushed into approving it. We did discuss, and what you have in front of you is what the committee recommended, and then what our compromise was. So you have really 4 important columns: what they were awarded in fiscal year '23, what they requested in fiscal year '24, what the committee recommended, and then what the Finance Committee, after review of the 3 columns, compromised. So this is, we do have to go over the ones that change. We probably have to go over it line by line, and so I guess that's the only way to do it, right?
Well, I don't think you have to go over it line by line.
Okay, I don't
Because if
know.
you 3 have agreed, I think,
Yeah, we 3 definitely agree on the compromise.
and that was the thing we were all looking for, is that right? Did you have any questions? Yes, Alderman Pindell Charles and Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's just go through the ones that have been compromised, I'm sorry, where the compromise exists. So we're all clear on that.
I think all of them are compromises. We went through the whole list.
Okay.
We don't have our worksheets that would show where we specifically compromised. These are just our finals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think if you're looking on if you're familiar with the committee recommendations, if you're looking on where we varied from that, we could go over those line
Any
items.
more?
Alderwoman Pindell Charles.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
I'm
we,
looking on the list.
go ahead, yeah,
Can I add to
please.
that? And I will add to it that our looking at it and our taking a second look at things was in response to the many amendments that were put in after our recommendations were put in. And so, in a sense, this should actually negate some of those other amendments later on in our process.
For those who had made amendments to the community grant, so is Dwan coming back?
Yeah, because we had taken a lot of those amendments into
Considerations.
account, in consideration.
Yeah,
And while Alderman Savage fixes his coffee spill, Alderman Pindell Charles,
oh, I think I'm up, though.
Alderman Pindell Charles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, nothing was
I know we do not take public testimony here today, but I do want to acknowledge Dr. Carol Benson is here from the Annapolis Heritage, from Four Rivers. And I have communicated with her, and one of the challenges that she provided to me was that in years past, they have been able to match whatever they've received, and based on what is in this document, that they are unable to do this. And so I would put that out here. I don't know how we can make up the difference, but I would like to acknowledge that that is one of their major concerns when it comes to what has been listed as a compromise. And I'm looking, let's see, Annapolis, London Town, and South County Heritage, FY 23, 28, FY 24 requested, 28, committee recommendation, 21. The compromise indicates 15. So they've been cut almost 50%, which is going to impact what they're able to do.
Would you like to speak to that, Alderman Tierney? Yeah.
Sure. We listened to our colleagues on this, and again, the task before the selection committee was, okay, they did a very thorough job of labeling each organization as far as the code requirement on issuing community grants.
Mike.
Oh, dear.
Sorry. The community grant committee did a thorough job as far as, coding these on what they fulfill as far as, the code requirement on issuing community grants. So there was this equity issue. It's like, okay, we've only have $348,000, I believe, and we have 50 plus, applicants, and we want to give something to those that met the, the deadline requirements and what have you. And there was sort of this, for lack of a better word, this unknowing, or I don't know what the word is, ignorance of what London Town does, and do they leverage, not totally, but in the realm of community grants, do they leverage money for us? Is $15,000 enough to leverage that money? We weren't able to, understand that, and then weighing it against the other needs presented to us, we felt that the $15,000 was a compromise.
Okay, Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not really, I think we need to overhaul our whole community grant process, but
yeah,
I'm a bit uncomfortable with messing around with all these, because frankly, why are we looking to give more money to Community Action Agency when, again, a good organization, but they have a multi-million-dollar budget, when some of these groups we're funding do not have that large of a budget, and so the cuts proportionally, impactfully, are going to be more on these groups, I would imagine. So I just, and that itself, I do want to look at longer term as, again, I get we're trying to partner with these groups and give them money, including Maryland Hall, which we all love, but I think our money might be better spent on some of these youth organizations and youth leagues and smaller nonprofits. And I've heard Alderwoman O'Neill say before, taking a hard list and redoing our criteria where, for the committee, not even necessarily us, but for the staff committee who reviews this, to be factored in overall budget of the organization, factor in, are these groups providing services that we don't otherwise provide or support here in the city? Because it's just, I don't like, if somebody's going to be a loser in this, and we also received testimony from the Annapolis London Town Heritage Area Inc. I heard somebody reference the other one, but I didn't hear, maybe I missed it, reference this one, from the director, and just stating how they do quite a bit of work, and for the city, even more so proportionally than our population would warrant. And so I just think before we cut these groups, we need to get a better understanding of what they do. And again, I'm not really going to be supporting any of these motions to modify the community grant process.
Alderman O'Neill, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. One thing I will say is I do have legislation pending to create a task force to study the entire community grant program, and have that task force be making recommendations as we move forward, whether it's a code change or specific legislation to address it. Also addressing how it's funded and the amount of funds that go in each year and how that is taken into account. We have a lot of programs that have been with the city for a long, long time, and understanding that a lot of them use funding where they get from one place to in order to get our grant application doesn't speak to that, not specifically. So often we don't know that unless we have history from somebody being on the council for a long time. So one of the things that the task force would do is kind of bring everybody into light as to what grantors are seeking and why they're seeking specific funds or why they continue to receive specific funds. I think that that will help us next year, maybe not this year, but definitely next year. So I think that that'll be coming forth in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree that, and I've said this several times already, we have got to get our hands around the community grants. We had 52 applicants this year, almost doubled what we've had in the past. And yeah, we're gonna have to decide what the parameters are. What are those organizations that need our funding to leverage additional funding? What are those organizations that are first-time organizations that are trying their hands at something? And what are some vital programs that we couldn't really do without? Those are all standards that we do need to set for next year. That's not going to help us with this year's recommendations. The committee did a yeoman's job with what they had to work with, and I can't thank them enough because they were given these 32 or 52 applications to read and respond to outside of their regular day jobs. So they did a yeoman's job. It took us several days to cull through and try to give everyone, which is what I've always tried to do, give everybody something, but keeping in mind those organizations who have been a foundation for us. So, you know, I think we have a good product. It's the last item, the last column, which is called our compromise. We addressed every single one of these. So I would ask you to support the Finance Committee's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do support the recommendation, but having just been to London town with my two sisters, I would like to, this is a substitute amendment, so I would like to amend the amendment to add $6,000
this is
from
already-
one-time only money.
It's already an amendment to the amendment. Yeah.
It's a substitute amendment. So I want to amend the
It was
substitute
going to be
amendment.
if it was 51, but it's not. Now it's an amendment to the amendment. No, you can't speak. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. So it's the way Alderman Finlayson wanted to do this is make it an amendment to the amendment. So now we can only do one amendment to the amendment. Unless we can pull back on that and put it back at 51. It's no longer 51.
Wait a minute, I thought it was becoming 51.
No, 51 was what Jody had structured it for. I'll just get Director Dickinson to give us some clarification.
The reason I wanted to point out what we had drafted is we had originally drafted it as number 51 to go at the end, and when we're using the wording to reflect this amendment, 25 as revised, you would use the wording that we put on 51. So it's, right now, it's not acting as Amendment 51, it's amending 25.
So it is Amendment 25 now.
Yeah, and
the
it's
new 25.
It's an amendment to 25.
No, it is 25.
It is 25.
It is not.
So it can be
Okay,
amended.
it's the amendment, which means the entire document, the old document goes away, and the new document that Jody passed out to us is the new 25. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So, but hold on, Director Dickinson, are you saying that this amendment that's just been moved now is not an amendment to the amendment? We're tearing up 25? We can do that?
This is the amendment to the amendment.
It is an amendment to the amendment,
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah.
I just passed it out so you'd have the wording in front of you as to how it had to be revised from a wording perspective and to give you the new schedule.
As in how it has to be amended.
Yes,
Yeah.
as to reflect the amendment.
So if you just wait till 51, we can add something on if we want then, or we can consider this change to 25 an amendment to the amendment.
I am not comfortable. The city attorney has said that I can, and by Robert's
Okay,
rules, amend the amendment.
Yep, okay, great.
And that's what I think is on the floor.
It is,
That means I can't make an amendment.
yeah.
Well, do you have a discussion about where we would get the additional
Yeah,
funding?
one-time only money.
So could we make a
$6,000.
special, so could we make a special consideration and allow?
Nope.
Okay. Finance Committee members? would you
Okay,
weigh in?
Alderman Tierney,
Okay, if I understand this, okay, we have, it is a replacement amendment. I mean, that might be terminology, but I just want to make sure that her.
Turn your mic on.
Is replaced by this. I just want to make sure that Alderwoman Finlayson's original, number 25, is replaced with this. Call it what you will, an amendment to an amendment, correct? So we're looking at what the community grant listing would be right now as Amendment 25. What I am concerned about is that, and it might be an opportunity to add the money, is I look down to see what other colleagues did a change into the community grant, because you always said the last one is the one that governs. So what I'm sort of concerned about is I see about a handful that are sponsored by Alderman Gay that would negate, that would govern over this. Is that correct?
Correct. There's one that you sponsored that you had told me earlier you were going to withdraw, right? And then there's, or was it, yeah, it was you. And then then Alderman Gay had proposed 3 or 4 that he was going to, that we're going to consider. And I don't know how that, if the line items, if you passed one of his amendments, and the line item impacted one of the organizations that this one does, it would his would supersede this one, because it's the last amendment on a line item.
Yeah, so to be more specific, I know he's not here, but he has amendments 44, 45, and 46. I'm withdrawing 47. So if that happens, I guess it's weird, but Alderman Arnett could actually amend those to get the money back to, you could use Alderman Gay's amendment to get the money back to London Town. I mean, the Heritage. Yeah.
I don't
know. That's why you wanted it at the end.
I think one of his amendments actually took money away from London Town.
Right, so
I'm not sure about amending it to add money to London Town.
Is he coming back?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, it is better, it's 51.
Let's, can we withdraw?
Yeah, let's withdraw.
The Finance Committee's compromise
and wait
recommendations, and I will still withdraw 25, original 25. Okay? I understand.
Right, it's better.
We need a
last.
motion and a second to withdraw that?
So moved.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we do it that way, it's fresh, and we
Yes.
can amend it to get the one-time funding.
We were pointing that out earlier. so.
I'm going according to Robert's rules. You all go according to your own. I get it. I get it.
I'm
I
following
understand.
Sheila.
Okay, so we've got a first and a second. All those in favor, while discussion, Alderman Savage.
Quick to point out, if we wanted to even it all out, it's only $19,600. So we could just go add that in one-time use and get all the groups funded to what the committee suggested, plus the additions.
That would be a great idea at the end.
At the end, yeah, at the end. Keep that thought.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to withdraw that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 26.
This amendment adds $200,000 of funding to the Office of Community Services for the Adopt a Community program using ARPA.
Second? Would you like me to speak?
Alderman Finlayson?
I'd be glad to. And I wrote up my remarks, but I would also direct you to the Google Drive. My remarks are there, but there's also 2 maps I'd like for you to look at. One is labeled Community Grant OD, and the other is Community Grant Crime. I'm requesting $200 for a one-year extension of the Adopt a Community grants. This new grant got off to a late start, but by February, we had secured 10 applicants, 10 organizations who were willing to step up and adopt one of our challenged communities. The organizations and communities are Annapolis and Anne Arundel County Scholarship Trust, Annapolis Gardens, the Annapolis All-Stars, Woodside Gardens and Wilborn Estates, Charting Careers, O'Berry Court and College Creek Terrace and Clay Street, John Wesley United Methodist, Bay Ridge Gardens, Opportunity and Industrialization Center, or OIC, Clay Street, O'Berry Court and College Creek Terrace, One Annapolis Inc., Bywater, Organization of Hispanic Latin Americans of Anne Arundel County, or OLA, Madison Street, Restoration Community Development, Robin Wood, Street Angels Project, Clay Street, and Zeta Gamma Foundation of Sigma Pi Phi Fraternity, O'Berry Court and College Creek Terrace. I can't speak highly enough to the phenomenal work that is going on in these communities. If you look at the map of the hotspots in the city where we have our most serious infractions, you will find that they evolve around the communities listed above. This program allows us to target the hotspots. Almost all of you have one of these hotspots in your ward. We are putting volunteers specifically in those communities where the support is needed the most. This grant differs from regular community grants because we target where we want the work and where we need the work to be done. The regular community grants are recipients who are programs that they have designed for the people they have designed them for. Our program hits the hot spots. As an aside, maybe that's one of the parameters that needs to be put in place in determining grant funding in the future. I've asked for an update from the organizations on the status of their work in the community. And just to give you a sampling, here are a few of them. You will be impressed. The Annapolis Trust adopted Annapolis Gardens Community, and in only 4 weeks, 57 students have signed up for the filmmaking and music production program. Pre and post evaluation data has shown 69% reduction in negative behavioral issues with children who do not usually get to experience the level of camaraderie and social interaction the Trust provides. 83% of kids surveyed said they have developed new passions for discovering a new career opportunity, and 75% of the participants completed a 4-week leadership career program. They have 2 community events that have encouraged parents, teachers, and community leaders to work together to curtail youth violence in our schools and in our communities. On May 17th, they hosted 50 teams to design and manage their own functional space in the Trust Center. As a result of their collective efforts, on May 29th, they will host a full-service teen center for teens ages 14 to 19. The center will have a media center, big screen TV, music, and comfortable seating. The teen center will also provide students with an international learning opportunity. The Trust has already met with Landex, the owners of the property, to secure the continued use of their community center. In 2023, the Annapolis Trust will continue to expand on its mission to provide support to students to complete high school and envision a clear path to higher education. Zeta Gamma Foundation, a second example, will provide 40-hour SAT preparation and college counseling to a mixed classroom of instruction led by SAT counseling professionals and diagnostic testing. They will provide Chromebooks for the students. Their goal is to reach an average of their participants in the critical reading and math of 600. They will assess the data and will be able to reach the targeted audience. They have scheduled this program throughout the new school year. Boots on the ground, Woodside Gardens and Wilborn Estates will begin their mission with the teenagers in the community. They have already planned 10 different outings and 4 parent outings. They have rented vans and already taken youth to Six Flags. They are continuing their work in not only the youth programming, but the middle, teens, and senior programming. They are working with Woodside Gardens and have agreed with them for summer camp programs, field trips, and other educational and fun activities. They'll be meeting with this association to narrow down their trips, but some of their adventures, are to a horse farm, bowling, children's museum, the zoo, Truxton Park pool, mini golf, and Dutch Wonderland. They have planned coffee with the seniors and are setting up a coffee section of their community center that's accessible for the seniors. They have planned a youth summer supper, which includes teenagers and their mentors. So those are my examples for right now, and I could give you more, but I won't go on as I'm getting a cramp right now. In conclusion, I've shared the successes and can share the successes of all 10 of the organizations that have adopted our community. But one last thing. Several of these organizations have merged together to create their own consortium that allows them to share their programs, their opportunities, their resources, their successes, and their challenges. While I hope that this would happen, I had hoped that this would happen, this group took it upon themselves to begin to meet almost immediately. So I can't speak highly enough of the potential that lies ahead. These community leaders have stepped up. They stepped up to help our community. All they need is a little more funding and a little more nudging. This is a pilot, and so I'm not asking that we put it in the budget for long term. I know the successes that they've had thus far, and it's phenomenal. But I'm willing to treat it as a pilot. The potential is great, and this gives you an opportunity truly to have a long-term impact in lifting up those challenged communities. This consortium is already looking at funding for the future. So I would hope that we would continue supporting them and give them an additional opportunity with this year's budget. And again, I refer you back to the map in the Google Drive. If you look at where the hotspots are in the communities where the greatest crime and the greatest ODs are occurring are the very same communities that these Adopt a Community programs are working in. So we are targeting, again, the communities that really need our support. And so I can't, thank you, Ellie, I can't thank the Office of Community Caring because, and I'm not sure they're still here.
Yeah, they're all here.
But Erin and Laura, there they are, I'm sorry ladies, couldn't see you, took the helm on this and ran with it, and they've done a phenomenal job. And they see the tremendous potential for these adopted communities. So I hope that I can count on your support. I know it's a big ask, but it has a big impact also. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Melissa, I just have a question on labeling on the hotspot map. What do the different colors represent? What's our definition of crimes to end up as a color on the map?
Well, of course, I turn to our own magician, Sean Wampler, and I asked her, first of all, to give me a map that would overlay the communities, the hotspot community, not the hotspot, but the adopted communities. And then I asked her to overlay where we have, and maybe one of the police chief can help me with what types of crimes are in Part 1 crimes, are they? Captain Miguez, can you answer that? Part 1 crimes, can you give us an example of what they are? I know they're the more serious crimes. And while he's coming, the second map speaks to the number of overdoses in those same areas.
Thank you.
Yes, the Part 1 crimes are homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, arson, burglary, larceny, auto theft, and manslaughter, I believe.
So I think you get
the more serious violent crimes, yes, against persons, yes.
But what color? So we have like in downtown Main Street, it's like a bright yellow spot. What crime does that represent versus the hot spot in the Bywater area that's like a dark purple? What crime does that represent? Or is that like concentration of type 1 crimes? Is that crimes overall?
I think it's a concentration. I don't think she put specific crimes, specific incidents on the map, but it's the clusters of the crimes. And I'm guessing that the yellow is either the most frequently or more severe. And as it moves out, the blue is less, if that makes sense. Because that's the gradation between the yellow to the blue. And then the other map speaks to ODs that we've had in the city. And as you can see, it is the same communities that the organizations have agreed to adopt and are currently working in.
Thank you. Anyone? Alderman Savage and Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask Office of Community Caring a few questions.
Come forward, please, Laura. Thank you.
Because this money would go to your office.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. So how did you administer this program last, or I guess the current fiscal year? Fiscal year 23?
So we started this program, it was one-time funding, and we started it in March, February of this year.
You started in March, February this year?
Yeah.
How much money was originally allocated?
200,000.
For last fiscal year, fiscal year 23. And how much of that was used?
All of it.
Over a period, how long of a period of time?
So they're still going, and they will be continuing into the summer.
Okay. Can you talk a bit about how you manage this program? Like, were you able to comfortably do that with your existing staffing levels?
So we had interns this year that were very helpful, and we wrote the process out, opened the application portal. We had 2 different rounds because we weren't getting many applicants. And then once we had 10, we closed it and were able to award those 10, and we are doing monthly meetings with them. So it's actually an interesting program in that we are more hands-on and we are learning about what is going on as it's happening. And we have breakout groups that everyone is welcome to join and participate. We have community leaders that join us in those meetings as well to meet with the grantees. And the idea is that we're not just focusing on the grant specifically, but also building a vision, collective vision as the groups of community leaders and anybody who's joining the meetings and the grantees to decide what we want to be doing in our communities for the long term.
Is there any community organization can participate?
Oh yeah, anybody can join.
All right, well, thank you. And so with those meetings, I guess that's when you'd review how they utilize the funding and...
Yeah, so we have been doing reports. So they report out the first 45 minutes, and then the second piece is sort of is explaining what we're gonna be discussing in the meeting, and then we have about 45 minutes for breakouts, and then we reconvene, share that information, and then continue into the next meeting. So there's also a group that has done a spin-off, as Alderman Finlayson was mentioning, and has been meeting directly on the ground on their own as well to sort of move things along faster.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alderman Nance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the work you're doing. To me, this is really fleshing out the promise that we had in mind when we started the Office of Community Caring. And I think this really is community caring. So I'm very much in favor of supporting this additional batch of money, and I'm not so sure I agree it shouldn't continue on, but we can worry about that for next year's budget.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
Thank you. I support the idea. Thank you. I support the idea, as I stated previously. I do have concerns, though, generally because most of the communities that you listed are within the 6th Ward. And when as I've mentioned to you previously, I've had property management reach out to me, and I've also reached out to property management to get an update on program status, and I've got nothing. And particularly, Bay Ridge Gardens, which was adopted by John Wesley Church, I believe, they haven't heard a single thing. I talked to Phyllis at length last week. She hasn't heard anything about programming, monies, or anything. In fact, she's trying to find funding for, what do they do every August, like the police night out? There's some girls on the that live in the community that are trying to get GED programming and all of that stuff. And so if the funding is available, I think it's a great program. But if it's available and it's just not being used efficiently, then that's a problem. In particular because it's such a large amount, $200,000. And again, I just clarity on what, in particularly for my ward, Bay Ridge Gardens would be great. I believe Pastor Cheryl Melendez is with Robinwood. I spoke with her at length this weekend as well. And so it'd be great maybe if we could host, if this is passed, I'd be willing to come to one of these roundtables that they host with the Office of Community Services, just so that if the funding is passed, it's actually going to the benefit of the community. And again, I'm pretty sure they're communicating with you and saying, hey, this is what we're doing, but that hasn't been translated to the property management, the resident services coordinator, or myself. And so that's just kind of where I am a little concerned. But like I said, I trust that it's being done with OCS and with you.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney. Oh, you'd like to respond? Yeah.
First of all, these ladies are awesome. I'm just saying. We got off to a bad start, a rocky start, because the title that was given the program in September did not suggest what it was. So we revisited it and we changed it back to what I sold you guys on, which was Adopt a Community. And that went out in December-ish. And by March, we had 10 organizations who submitted their applications, and we accepted them. One of them was Reverend Colbert, who gave me this idea originally, and he's the one who has adopted Bay Ridge Gardens. Everybody has not been able to, it's only been since March, and the end of March, I think they got their first allocation. So we're only talking 3 months. So yes, there may be a slip up by not communicating better. I announced to you guys when we first announced the winners, who they were. We put it in the newspaper, but there's still a disconnect. You heard from 2 of the ladies from Clay Street, Charting Careers, at our council meeting, talking about their collaboration on Clay Street. So some of the groups are doing phenomenal, others maybe getting a little slower start. But if you go to the round table that the plans, monthly, is it, or monthly? The 10 organizations come together and they bring their community leaders and they talk and they get to meet and work together. So if there's somebody who's feeling left out, and not feeling, but if somebody's left out, we need to know that so that we can make the connections for them. But all they have to do is to let us know, and the ladies will be following up. They get reports every month. They meet every month. So I'm not sure, we'll be doing more, but we need to give them all a chance. Some of them hit the ground running, others taking a much slower start, but they're still starting. So, and the hotspots, unfortunately, Alderman Gay, are in your ward, many of them, but the benefit is that these community organizations are also in your ward.
I agree, and like I said, I'm going to support it, but my $200,000 is a lot. $400,000 is a lot. I'm not sure how they are tracking or producing data at such a quick rate in just 3 months. That's something that I would be interested in. And then, like I also just said, I mean, even if they are just getting out the gates a little slow, there just has to be. I mean, if I'm adopting a community, I'm probably going to go to the property manager, probably going to go to the resident services coordinator. I might even go to the owner of the property and say, hey, look, I'm bringing in $75,000 into your community. Here's my plan of action over the next year. Here's how I plan to spend it. Just so that the community can buy in. And so there hasn't been buy-in from my community, and that's just what I'm concerned about. But like I said, I'm going to support it, and then I'm going to take it a step further and meet with the OCS and try to figure out how we can,
I think that's terrific. Thank you.
Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, I just want to say, and I just have a request. I fully support this. I mean, I think of it as one of the three legs in a stool, as far as addressing this, addressing our social problem, and we're, we have safety, we have faith-based, and then we have this. But to address Alderman Gay's question, we really don't know what we don't know yet. We don't have the evidence base, that our chief is looking for. So I think that as we move forward with this, when we do have the roundtables, that we do meet with the police, maybe quarterly, to say this is what we're getting, this is what we're accomplishing. I think that data would be really important, because this is definitely what the chief supports. I mean, as far as getting into the social fabric and helping families and giving them alternatives, and it all works out well. It takes a village. So that's what I would request, Alderwoman Finlayson, is that we meet quarterly or something with the police and see where we are with the hot spots and how it's working.
That's part of the plan, absolutely.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will point out it's the only ask, pretty much, of Alderman Finlayson. It's the only big ask, I think, from what I see here.
It is a big ask.
But it's the only big ask from what I see, besides the community grants. This was your number one priority, right?
Yeah, this
Yes.
is my only ask.
Yeah.
Thank
Right. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Roll call.
A roll? Everyone have supported it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. In the community, thank you. I thought I heard it.
I know.
I did too. I'm sorry, that was Mr. Malinoff. He thought he got to go. I had to think it went further. Yes.
Thank you, Katie. Amendment 27.
This amendment adds $5,000 of funding to the Department of Recreation and Parks Administration Division for a feasibility study for a youth tennis court on the campus of Walter S. Mills Parole Elementary School using the reserve for one-time uses.
Can somebody move that, please?
You had a
Second,
sorry.
thank you.
I feel humble at $5,000, especially, and you all have your packets with you that I gave you today, and I sent you something ahead of time. This is money that was in the budget for fiscal year '23. And what happened was, because of Annapolis United and the total focus on that, we had not gotten to that. Does anyone have any questions, number one, and does anybody have a reason not to vote for this? Because this is money that's already there. It's just a matter of transferring it to '24.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, 28, please.
This amendment adds $5,000 of funding to the Department of Recreation and Parks Administration Division for a feasibility study for Annapolis United, Historic Clay Street, and Adams Park open space using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Pindell
Same spiel for this one.
was moving it over from last year, is that what you said?
Yes.
Same as last year?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett?
Yeah, could you, Alderwoman Pendle Charles, could you give us just a little more information? I'm trying to figure out what it is we're studying.
Okay, according to what I submitted to you all, this is unused funding from fiscal year '23, and we did not have an opportunity to use that funding due to the focus on Annapolis United. There's very limited open space for children in the historic Clay Street community to play, which is essential to the development of all children and youth, elementary, middle, and high. Open space also provides leisure activities for teenagers and young adults, as well as adults. Unfortunately, this lack of open space is an issue that has gone unaddressed for decades. As such, we have seen crime and violence escalate in the historic Clay Street community. Therefore, a meeting was scheduled with then Director Trader, then Superintendent Arlotto, and Mr. Alex Shankowitz from Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and also then Ward 2 Alderman and I on April the 15th, 2021. Thereafter, there was a walkthrough with the mayor, the city manager, and the director to determine that the parking lot area of the J. Albert Adams Academy at Adams Park could be a very good place to develop open space for the community. The goal is to probably put a half-court basketball, because you have nothing on that Clay Street corridor for older teens. And that is the goal, but this is definitely going to be a feasibility concept study to see exactly how it should be and what it should look like.
So, again, and I need to put my...
That's fine. I'll loan it to you. Go ahead.
I think I'm hearing there's no open space, so we want to study open space. Are you saying that you're studying the notion of putting...
a half-court basketball.
On a parking lot?
Yes.
Which, if it's a parking lot, isn't there parking there?
Yes, there's parking partly. There is parking there, but there is enough space. Initially, there was determined that there is enough space to have a half court, not an entire court.
And so, this is school space?
We're going to be working, and we had the meeting with the superintendent as well as his staff a couple of years ago to talk about this. And yes, that was the concept that we got from them, that it was available and that there could be a half-court basketball court put at the bottom of that, on that parking lot.
So my colleague Alderman Schottelmeyer should be very happy about getting rid of parking space.
Hadn't thought about that.
For community space.
good.
I'm not getting rid of it. I'm adding community space.
Well,
is
that
what
is
I've
community
accepted.
space.
Multi-use space.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Certainly. Anyone else have a question who's contemplating not voting? Yes,
Alderman Shannon.
I'm obviously not contemplating not supporting this. This is like 90% of what I talk about. But I'm sorry if I'm getting a little deja vu here. Did you bring this up in last year's budget, or was this brought up? Yeah.
It passed.
What's the update on that feasibility then? Is this just continuing the study, or is this like adding more money to put the equipment in?
No. It is in the same place it was last year. Because we had to focus totally on Annapolis United, the plan was to, once we got past the report that we gave to public safety in February, that in March we would go ahead and follow through on this, because we knew that the money was for fiscal year '23. We've had a change in director at that point, so everything just kind of got scuttled.
Yeah, so in my paraphrasing of it, we approved this last year. We just didn't get around to doing it. This is just continuing that promise that we made last year for a really cool way to add community space.
Exactly.
Sounds great. Please add me as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. Because I had an amendment in that I was probably going to withdraw because of the director of Parks and Recs had basically said that they have $500,000 to do assessment studies for Parks and Recs, et cetera, and included in that would be would be some initiative for fields, open space, et cetera. And so I'm wondering if it's redundant to use the $10,000.
It's $5,000.
Well, the 5 from the last one too, because that has to do with open space, it says in at least in the amendment. And just allow them to do the
We've
research.
already passed the last one.
Okay, well, if we want to waste taxpayers' money.
Waste $5,000 on,
I'm just asking.
spent several hundred, but that's okay. Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
So would it be worth just to wait until the director does their study?
Well,
on
then I guess that's a corrective that's a question for Director Johnson.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. And the Alderman is correct. It's $240,000 for a master plan study that would look at all of the amenities within the city and determine where we are lacking. This would have to be added so that they could look directly at this area and these 2 spaces that are mentioned. If the decision of the council is to do it in the master plan, if it's to do it separately, it would be realized a lot sooner because the master plan process has not been started yet. So there are pros and cons of each.
Thank you. Alderman Gay, do you still have trepidation?
I mean, me personally, I'm just going to vote no for it because I'm pulling my amendment for open space.
How much is your amendment? And this is, like I said, this money's already in the budget.
Yeah, I know, mine's is $150,000, but I just thought it was redundant, and particularly if they are already in the process of trying to put together some open space study. But please, yeah.
Yeah, the money's already there.
Can I ask Katie something? Can it be converted construction money if we don't? Can it be converted to construction money if it doesn't need to be? If a study doesn't need to be done on it, can you use it for
Capital money?
Yeah.
You mean capital reserve? I'm
No,
sorry.
$5,000 that we're setting aside now to work out whether the 2 parking spaces can become a half court. I don't think you need to do a study. I think you can build a half court for $5,000. I know exactly where you're talking about. Can you use it for that? Director Dickinson, sorry.
I think that this would be too, if you're talking about moving it into the capital,
Yes.
no, it's too small for a capital project. Depends on how much it would cost to do the court itself. It might be-
I'm just saying it's
You mean
corner
if there's enough left over after the study is done?
Right.
Yes, it could be used to, we might have to move it to a different place in the budget, but maybe to capital outlay, it depends on what you're doing. We can move it to wherever it's going to be spent from.
I'm pretty sure they're encompassing that into the Robert Eads plan anyway, so just saying.
Robert Eads' plan wasn't contemplated when we first discussed this because Mr. Eads was not.
Right. Okay. All those in favor?
One thing,
Yes.
I saw Director Johnson comporting with her staff. I didn't know if it was something she wanted to add.
We like the mayor's suggestion to just go ahead and put it in. I think it would be a lot quicker. We are looking at purchasing a robotic field lining piece of equipment. So my question to my team was, could we just line the parking lot with the field lining equipment that we are looking to purchase? And the answer was yes, we could, which means we would just have to install the basketball rim and pole.
I'm sorry, Director Johnson, I don't think Alderman Gay heard the new explanation that you gave. please. Could you repeat that?
Sure, absolutely. We like the mayor's suggestion, which would be to spend the $5,000 to put it in on the parking lot, if that's the decision and we get the approval, because we are looking at purchasing a robotic field lining piece of equipment. And my question to the team was, could that robotic field lining piece of equipment actually line the basketball court off for us? In which case, we just have to install the pole, the sleeve, and the rim for the half-court basketball court.
Does that change your opinion, your mind?
I'll vote for it, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. So we are going to break in 30 minutes. Can you, or maybe 15 minutes, and we'll do an hour. Yeah. For 5 o'clock. Yeah. So it's
What time is it?
4:45. 4:30 now. At 4:45, we're going to make it an hour and a quarter. Is that all right? Because no one gets back on time.
Say that again.
So another 15 minutes, and we're going to recess, right, for dinner. Yep. Okay, amendment number 29, thank you.
This amendment adds $1,600 of funding to the Department of Recreation and Parks Administration Division for A Child is Born, using the reserve for one-time uses.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second? Second. Thank you, Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this was voted on last year, and I could give the long story, which would take an hour, but I'll give the short story, which is we had a for-profit vendor who was going to provide these services for A Child is Born. It's going to be prenatal to birth to 5. However, that person is not available and moved out of the area. And so instead, we had made the decision to do pop-up baby showers, which would also include what this profit vendor was going to do anyway, which is provide books, Pampers, pop-up baby showers, and prenatal to breastfeeding information and that sort of thing at these particular communities that we have around the city, anywhere from 5 to 9 communities. We had planned on doing it this summer at the community days, but like I said, the person who was originally, the organization originally going to do it, has moved out of the area, so we did not have an opportunity to do it. The money, again, would just be moved from fiscal year 23 to 24, and that is the plan for fiscal year 24. 1,600 is already there. Any questions on those who may think they can't?
Alderman Gay had his hand up.
Voting for $1,600 is already there.
Because again, there's a nonprofit that I know that serves, and they do this literally already.
And that's what I'm talking about.
So wouldn't they just apply for a community grant?
If they didn't do it.
Well, they didn't apply for one. So.
I know who you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, and we can certainly arrange to do that, but we were going to do it in-house as part of the community days. We can talk about this offline, but if you feel the need to vote against it, Alderman Gay, then you do. But it's a very long, convoluted story. I explained it to Alderman Savage for a half hour yesterday. I really don't want to take up everybody's time today.
Well, I have a half hour, so.
But I don't want to take up everybody else's.
I'm kidding.
We have 15 minutes.
All right. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Thank you. Number 30.
This amendment adds $1,000 of funding to the mayor's office for the African American Equal Protection Task Force, using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Thank you.
We don't have to talk about it, we can just vote.
Okay.
What is it?
Yes.
That's another kind of long
What can you do
But
for
anyway,
$1,000?
this was a task force that we had based on a resolution 2418, which passed. I've attached to what it is. There were 9 components. We studied them. After we studied them, but when we got to March of 2020, the group could not meet anymore due to COVID. Everyone was supposed to provide a report for each area of concentration. Then the vice chair of the committee was going to compile the reports and do a one report to the rest of us. Well, what happened was the report was not completed. Last year, I asked I was told not to submit an amendment for 1,000 because it could be done internally. This was from the former director. And so I decided not to, but the report has, I've asked several questions of the city manager, and I haven't gotten an answer about this $1,000. But, so I decided I needed, yes, Mr. City Manager, we talked about this at several meetings. And so I had to put in the amendment. The consultant will do the report, the complete report, because this has not been legally satisfied, this resolution. So the consultant is willing to do the report for $1,000.
Can't we just take it from police?
You know, at this point, I'm almost ready to do that. I'm ready to do that.
All right.
But trust me, I want to get this off my plate as quickly as possible.
Alderman Shannemeyer,
It's a long story, and you don't want to be bored behind it.
Not to be penny wise and pound foolish, because it's $1,000. That's like that's a drop in the bucket.
Bless you, child.
But for $1,000, as a former consultant myself, $1,000 basically gets them to answer your phone call. We're sure this is enough to do what we're wanting?
She's willing to do it. I've spoke with her. She was the vice chair of the committee. She said she'll do the complete report for $1,000.
All right, that's a darn good consultant,
Thank
guys.
you.
Let's do it.
thank you.
I come cheap.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, withdraw.
Amendment 31, Katie,
I
thank
will
you.
pause and ask the Alderwoman if she would like to withdraw.
31, yes. My understanding,
It just go away.
yes, because it was in the mayor's budget.
Thank you. Withdrawn. Do you need to vote on that? No. You can just withdraw it, right? Okay, great. Okay, great. Amendment number 32, Katie. Yeah.
This amendment adds approved state grant funding of $100,000 for construction on Northwest Street Park to the citywide public water access improvements project.
And this is a grant that we pulled down from the state. Delegate Dana Jones reached out to me and said, is there some needs in the city? I pointed out that we needed some money for the street end kayak dock and water access. I asked for 50 to 80, and they delivered us 100. So it's just, we have the money, it's not money anywhere else. Alderman Cameron Neal.
Thank you. So if it's a grant we already have, why is it an expense?
Director Dickinson.
I think the word is, it's a grant we have been awarded. We have not taken the money in hand, and I don't even know if there's been a completed signed grant agreement. It is a grant that's been allocated by the state for our purposes.
We're adding the appropriation to the project. The appropriation authority to spend it.
So it's just the description that's confusing.
In the form of a capital project.
Maybe.
We're adding funding, we're appropriating the grant funding to the project.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
100,000?
Funding source will be the state.
That's correct. If you look at the second sheet, it'll show you the project page.
Awesome.
Nope, good.
Let's take a vote. Do we have to vote on it? Oh, yeah, sorry. Good. No vote?
No. The grant?
You gave,
Just,
oh, go ahead. Mr. Mayor, you gave us the clarification at the work session about it,
Yep.
just like you did this today. I wasn't quite sure how it was.
yeah, okay. All those in favor of taking $100,000 of free money? Say aye. Yeah.
It's still.
It needs to be.
it still needs to be added to the budget.
Yeah. So we're voting on it.
But it's
yeah.
grant funded.
That's what we're doing.
We're
Point
voting
of
on it.
order, we do need to first and second it, though.
Yeah, we do need
Motion,
Second.
take $100,000.
I think we need a
Sorry,
break.
I apologize. I thought that had been done. We've got a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Please add me as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Put that in.
Sorry about that.
That's 32.
Amendment 34,
33.
33.
33. Sorry about
This
that.
amendment adds $100,000 to the Department of Public Works Traffic Control and Maintenance Division for a study on reversing traffic on Main Street using the reserve for one-time uses.
So
I
moved.
think you're going to get a motion.
Second.
Seconded there. Alderman Arnett.
Motion.
So this, as I said at the work session, one of the best views in the state is looking down historic Main Street into the harbor. We're getting ready to spend tens of millions of dollars to improve that view even more. And I think that one of the things that would make this even better is if we allowed our traffic to go down Main Street and view that wonderful view. So this is a study to look at that, the feasibility of doing that.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney first, then Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you. I had heard that this was previously studied, and I might, oh, there he is. And that was previously studied, and also I think, I do have an opinion on it. I think we have to look at making Duke of Gloucester two-way and the impact of what that would be, and then also the future of Main Street. I know some people don't want to hear this, but we really, with Hillman, we have no need for parking on Main Street, so in essence, it will be almost like a boulevard. Yes, going up, but not down, but I just think you really have to consider the restraint on Duke of Gloucester that will happen. But I'd like to know if there was a study done before and what it was.
Before I go to you, Alderman Schneidermeyer, I'll just get a clarification from Director.
David Gerald, Director of Public Works. Yes, the study was done about 15 or 20 years ago. It was before I was here. So we would just freshen that up. But it would require Duke of Gloucester to be at least the opposite direction, maybe two-way. So that would be studied. And if I could just add that this should be instead traffic control and maintenance. That's the division that actually does the red curb painting and signs. It should be the engineering division that would do this study.
Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna do you one better on the beautiful view going down. I think the only thing that would make it better is if we do with our historic Main Street what Charlottesville, Virginia does with its historical Main Street and make it a pedestrian mall. Like I really want us to get to the point where Main Street's just entirely walkable. We can pick points here and there, and I think the up or down is just kind of irrelevant. And I'm gonna vote against this because that's where I want to go, and I think we're just kind of circling the how do we stay car dependent but slightly nicer car dependent. It's just I don't know.
And I think the study would look at that as well.
Given that, okay, I'll pull it.
Alderman O'Neill.
That's all you had to say to me, man.
I just wanted to give my 2 cents that when I ran this particular amendment past several constituents at an event last week, a little more than half of them, and there were about 20 people in attendance, said, do you know how many accidents that's going to cause? Because people are going to be looking at the water and not the people walking across the road. So
All the more reason to make it pedestrian only.
Exactly.
But we need to study it. We need to update the study.
Yeah.
And it will affect, and I think that there are other reasons to look at Duke of Gloucester. We still don't have, as far as I know, the last I heard, any solution to sea level rise on Compromise Street. So it would be nice to be able to come across the bridge and hang a left and come up Duke of Gloucester. But that all would have to be part of the study.
Still up there?
Thank you. Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this also, is that you have to look at it, from an engineering perspective, what are the givens? And one of the givens is that because of the historic layout, we really, first thing you're concerned about the turning radius on Church Circle, right? How do you go down and look out for the people going up and all that craziness. We can't change the circle, that's a given. So I just want to make sure when we do the study, we're aware of the, the layout restriction,
Yeah, that would actually be the biggest change. We would have to change the circle. We would have to reconfigure the circle to make this work.
But HPC would never agree to that. Sorry, unless it's like totally life
When did they
safety.
start running the city?
Yeah, there's some respect for the Nicholson plan.
And I think there are fixes to that.
The Nicholson
as well, 'cause
plan-
It's mainly big trucks.
Yeah. But the Nicholson plan had nothing to do with the circle at the bottom of Main Street.
Yes, it does. That was the layout, the circle and the radius coming down from the circle, but.
All the more reason why we need a study.
We'll do a
This is why a study would be good. So,
Right.
yeah, yeah. I'm not sure who had their hand up next. I think it was Alderman Gay.
Like church and state.
I think my concern has already been addressed by the alderman's comment. I just was worried about, what do happen to businesses, commercial trucks and all that stuff, and he's answered that, so thank you.
Is anyone voting to bring the gas station down to the circle again on the bottom of Main Street?
I want to put big fuel
We
tanks.
need to put that in the study.
Come on, you can't, you gotta respect the layout of the
I think we need a
historic
coal
district.
yard
Come on. Jesus.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Information is a good thing, and it is 4:45, so we're going to do an hour and a quarter for lunch because we have to leave the building potentially, right? Is that okay? Last time we had an hour for dinner, Last time we had an hour for dinner, we didn't all get back on time. So are you okay with that, or do you want to make it short?
Let's finish.
Okay, if you guys don't want to break, let's take a...
Can we take a 15-minute break?
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 5. I'm happy to power through if you guys want to power through.
Yeah, no dinner.
Okay. Yeah, I'm great. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and I have a lot of...
Mr. Gerald?
My Nicholson.
Charger, but it also has this.
So where was, or what about?
All right, let's resume the meeting. Thank you. Amendment number 34.
So moved.
This amendment adds $86,100 of funding to the city council for legislative aid using ARPA.
We're going to move in a second on it already. Yep. Thank you. And you have the vote, so you could explain it or just vote on it. Alderman Savage, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just quick, if people, this is meant to potentially just, for the moment, it's going to be contractual, short term. We'll see how it goes this next fiscal year if we want to keep it or add to it. It's meant to not overlap with the existing positions, such as particularly the legislative policy analyst as well as the council associate. It's meant to be different. So just to highlight a few of the duties would be to, and this can certainly be expanded, refined as HR finalizes it, but the ideas I had was to receive phone calls, screen and respond to emails if we need it, open review, distribute mail from the council, and assist both the positions I mentioned with anything they may need. Keep track of requests made to each department, keep track of council member priorities and projects, keep track of all the reporting requirements in the code. So it's meant to really just kind of help us, because I think especially those of us who have a full-time job, I think we can need more assistance. It would certainly be helpful. And I think our existing staff is doing an excellent job, but this is just meant to kind of expand on that a bit.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and I definitely support this. I do have a question and wondering if we, because as I understand it, currently the council clerk is not allowed to participate in any activities that have nothing to do basically with meetings. So if we needed somebody, like you said, to show up at a town hall with us and sign in or whatever, similar to the mayor's staff and how they do events and all that stuff. We don't have that. We don't have anybody to check emails when we have 350 emails because, you have to work or whatever. A phone, just all of these things. I think it's critical important that we either have an individual do it or we just take the funding and add it to the existing position, increase their pay grade and give them more responsibility. But I do think that this is definitely needed in some way, shape, or form, maybe even on a part-time level. I don't know if a full-time is necessary, but yeah.
Alderman Finlayson.
I think I need some help, explanation. We have I don't know whether we call her our legislative aide or not, but I know when we created the position, that was part of the discussion. We have an administrative assistant for the council. And one of our concerns was how she was going to divide herself amongst 8 people, maybe 9. I'm not clear how this position, because by title, I would think that it deals with legislative issues. I'm not sure I would define emails and phone calls. They could be, but they may not be. So how does this position differ from the position that we have now? That's my first question.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so, and I did ask for I have the job description for the council associate position, and my understanding based on what I'm reading here is that that position has been designed to really function as facilitating our meetings, as far as making sure everything's set up, everything's tracked that happens at the meetings. And so in this case, the top three functions are assisting city attorney and providing administrative support. So administrative support, support for the city clerk, recording secretary, sure standing committees are scheduled, gets everything posted to meet with Open Meetings Act. And so administrative support for city elections, attends reports on city council meetings and work sessions. And so, yes, I think what you're saying, maybe legislative aid is the wrong name. I was kind of comparing it to what they have in the General Assembly as far as, or in the county council where they have somebody, and I did pull some of these duties from different jurisdictions, what they called a legislative aid, but it would, I think, include some of, as I think one thing that the HR director recommended was perhaps just calling it office associate or something along those lines for the council. But I thought it would be more appropriate to call it legislative, since it's going to be providing, I think, some of the support for some of the traditional services provided by legislative aid that they may have on the state or county level. And so, because we don't have, maybe the positions have more capacity than they do currently, but my impression is that the staff we have is already kind of at maximum. And so I know in the past, Alderman Arnett's mentioned wanting to have somebody to help with emails and technology and just some of those, yeah, right. And for me, I think it'd be helpful to have somebody keep track of some of our individual priorities. If we have priority programs we want to help keeping track of deadlines, being a liaison with some of the city staff to keep track of those things. That's kind of what I'm envisioning. But, kind of similar to what we said on other issues, this would set forward the money placeholder for this position, and maybe we should have a work session of some kind later on to give it more definition, to make sure it's meeting all of our needs and make sure it fits in, more importantly, fits in with our current structure.
I think what would be helpful for me would be for us to decide what our needs are first. And I think all 8 of us would have a different need. I've been paying someone to do my emails for me because out of control, and I know that. And I think everybody could use that kind of help. But I think I need more definition. I heard what you said, and I heard a lot of what you said being exactly what our assistant is doing now in large part. And so if what she's doing now is not enough, then we should be looking at what we should be doing differently. But I think we need some more. I would like for us to sit down and talk about what our real needs are and then figure out who can provide those for those needs. My second question and last is line of supervision. So to whom does that person answer? To all 8 of us? To the city council member? To the
senior.
Oh, to the senior council member, or to the junior council member, or to the city attorney, or to the city clerk. I mean, we could go down the list. So what when Mr. Senior Attorney is turning around, so he can have.
We have no more room.
No more
for
room.
any people.
Oh, no room, so can't, okay. So anyway, I have a concern about that. I think we're putting the cart before the horse here.
Alderman Savage?
Yeah, just so as far as structure and where this would fit, yeah, I think that, again, that can be, I don't know how the council wants to proceed, but I guess one thing, as far as where this may reside, an option which Alderman Arnett mentioned, we do have the ability to create a contract for anything per code, and that would put the senior most council member as the, again, kind of immediate supervisor of that. That's one option. But this would just, so there is work to be done as far as identifying where this goes. It's not gonna, if the council, if it's the will of the council to take more time with this and flesh it out before we identify the money, I mean, frankly, the proposal is using ARPA funds, so we could frankly do this anytime. I imagine modify the budget to add this once we flesh it out a little more, or we take the approach of just having a placeholder for money, and if we don't go down that route, we could always, reallocate the money and if we need to. I'm kind of fine with either approach, just see what people want to do.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Pendle Charles, then Alderman Arnett, and then back to.
Yeah, I am reluctant, I guess was reluctant to add a position when we really haven't optimized or studied the existing positions and resources that we have. What's weird about this is there's really no department head that we can go to and say, I mean, it's the Office of Law where the city clerks are, and we don't really have any input on where you want your resources, Mr. City Attorney. I mean, isn't this ultimately your employees that we're talking about that assist us?
It's your decision, but the folks that we have work for you, we work for you.
Okay, so that's how that's what I'm saying. It's different than a department and a department head. So we define what the work is. Okay, well, that's difficult. But so that is really difficult because we want to use your staff, and we don't know what their workloads are. So I don't understand. Anyways, I think we have to define. I think we have to define the existing job descriptions and what they're doing. And to Alderwoman Finlayson's point, any administrative aid would be a different definition for each one of us. I don't know what's not happening now that would happen with this added position. What's not happening that you would like happening? I mean, I read your job description, but I personally think it is our job to respond to our emails and our phone calls. I mean, those are our constituents. I don't think we are at the level of county where they have incredible amount of constituents. So I think I disagree with that administrative part of it, but I think this is a big unknown. Yes, sir.
If I might add, as a person who is functionally supervising folks that work with you directly,
yes.
I would just add that the $86,000 may not be sufficient, only because you need space that we currently don't have. You need probably a loaded salary and wage to include benefits, if that person were to be an employee at some point in the future. So even if it's a contract now, and you want to think about an employee, staff person, you may want to have loaded benefits, but at least you need some kind of space. And right now we're kind of short for space, and that may be some kind of modification of current space, which may have some amount of money attached to it. We're getting ready to take all those off.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a very logistical person. And so when I received this from Alderman Savage, I immediately started to think about how I could utilize this person. Now I'm looking at the county, and they each have someone, and every county district is different, just like every city ward is. And I look at myself and I say, I get up in the mornings, I do what I have to do, and then I check my emails. Do I, if I have this person, allow this person to see my emails? Are they responsible? I mean, we're all getting 75 to 100 a day. Are they responsible for looking at everybody's email and determining? Suppose Alderman Gay's got something going on that's very important. They have to determine what the importance level of this is. Do I have to go back to that person and say, have you taken care of this task? Then I might go to the grocery store or to a funeral, and people say, well, Rhonda, have you done this? How do I communicate to this person? Are they responsible for taking care of that part of it? Do they go to meetings with me? Do they write the notes? Suppose we have competing meetings. There are a lot of logistical and conceptual things I'm thinking about that if I was this person, I would be totally overwhelmed because we all work differently. And even to the point of some working full-time, some part-time, some retired, the priorities in the different wards, to me, and I'm using this in the loosest sense possible, it could be a logistical nightmare. I could see each of us having a person, or maybe we sharing a person. I can see that. But one person to take care of 8 people who have different work habits, work abilities, residents, I'm just really grappling with how I could best utilize the person versus, say, Alderman Arnett. And I see some of the emails even that come through him in his ward. So how do we do that? I just, in my mind, I can't see it. I understand the concept. I understand what you want to do, but I see it as a real challenge to get it done, at least from my end. How do I utilize this person knowing there's 7 other people here who are going to be utilizing services? And sometimes, and it's like on any job, if you're training somebody, and I hear people say, oh, I don't want to train anybody, because it takes up time and you getting your work done. And a lot of what I find that I'm doing, if I don't get a response within, say, a month or a week, I know I've got to go back again and reconnect with the person or the situation. How do I do that with this person? It's just kind of all over the place. That's kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think we need to work on refining the concept, but there are some things that I think, and maybe we just haven't properly specified or asked Galen for all the things that I think we need, but some of the things that I think can be done for the council writ large are a tickler file. So for example, we passed 25-21, the revisions to the maritime zone, and in that, it required an annual report from every one of the marinas about the composition of their business. I have never seen a single report, and in fact, I think, if Stephen is here, I heard at the Maritime Advisory Board that he sent the form to them and only 25% of them came back yet with their annual report. I remember when we did the contract for the Market House, we were supposed to get an audited financial report every year, we, the council, for how the Market House was doing. I've never seen that. Now, my problem is these things go in and out of my mind, and I'm not doing the tickler file for myself, but I think there are a number of things that we do with virtually every piece of legislation that require some kind of follow-up, some kind of an annual report, some kind of an analysis of what that report is. And for me, those are things that really are not for me or for you, they're for us. And they're things that remind us of the things that we've requested be done, and then it just goes out the window. So and it may be that that is something that we can do with current resources, but it isn't something that we have now. There isn't a tickler file of, on June 30th, you're supposed to get, in fact, on June 30th, I think the Market House lease has to be renewed. And I think in the Market House legislation, it said that we were supposed to, 6 months before the lease was up, we were supposed to get something from them saying whether they were going to renew or not. Pardon?
That's an administrative process.
Well, I don't know about that.
Director Gerald, can you just clarification on the Market House?
The point is, we don't have that. The administration might have it, but we don't. And if we're doing this whole dance about separation of powers, this side of the powers needs to have the same information that the administrative side of the powers
I'm going to get
has.
the information just at the same time you do.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, this is something that, when these annual reports are due, there ought to be a way that it automatically is distributed to us. And it isn't. And I think that's on us partially because, you know, I keep forgetting to ask Stephen, do we have the information for 2022 from the composition of business for each of the marinas in the city?
It was just a
So-
question on the Market House lease
Yeah.
and Market House reporting. Yeah.
Right, David Gerald, Director of Public Works. So I'm aware that we had that requirement during the previous lease with the multiple lessees, but I was not aware that that was a requirement today with the current vendor.
You're actually making my point. Thank you. I think that's what we need is somebody for the council. If the administration already had it, it'd be nice if they shared it, but if they don't, we need somebody on our side of the aisle that keeps track of those things. They are kind of, their administration, not administration with a capital A, but administrative sorts of things that reminds us, you passed legislation last year that says this time this year and every succeeding year, you're supposed to get something. And we don't have that. And I think that makes us less effective than we should be. It is out of mind, and we're on to the next hot topic, you know, parking lots or whatever. And so we need a function and possibly a person to administer that function that does this tickler file of reminding us the things that we've required in legislation that we're supposed to get on a routine basis. And when we sign a 5-year lease, reminds us that that 5-year lease is coming up and we need to do something. Or we have a decennial requirement to do a charter revision review, or a every decennial review of our ward boundaries and things like that. So it's really a big record keeping and then reminder of us of things that we're supposed to do that we quite often, I certainly do, forget about. And I think it would make us more effective.
Okay. Anyone else? Alderman Attorney?
Just real quickly, don't forget that we now have an assistant city manager that can, you know, translate, you know, some of that to us upon request. And then we also are adding admin assistant to the city manager's office as well. So we could lean more towards that department to give us information that you've talked about. That would be one avenue, just to have everything in concept.
I would just say, we've
From past
really
experience.
had this big separation of powers discussion been going on for a while now. And we don't have any power on the council. And this is one of the things where we need somebody to keep track of the things that we've said we want done and reports that we want to get. Like we get the annual report from all the boards and commissions. How many people have read those? I would like to ask this administrative person, can you go through the 25 or whatever it is annual reports that we get and tell us if there's anything in there that you think we might want to pay attention to, since we're not? So it really is a function that strengthens our capabilities. It is really what I had as a senior manager in the federal government. I had an administrative assistant that not only kept my calendar, not only triaged my emails, which were not as much even as I get now, but also does the schedule of one of my offices produced quarterly peer-reviewed journal articles, and there was a regular schedule for that. And this person would remind me, make sure that such and such a division or branch is doing that work and that they're meeting their schedule.
That's why I wanted to revise the charter.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Start
it's,
from the beginning.
yeah.
Alderman
So-
Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. I think the Alderwoman just made the point that he's making in regards to you saying, oh, everybody else is getting assistance or getting ombuds persons or whatever, and the council's got zero. We make $15,000 a year. We have to work full-time jobs, and it's a lot. Now, obviously, we signed up for this, and so we're capable of doing the task, but at the very least, we could have a part-time person helping out with some of the stuff that we go through on a daily basis. I know you do. You go through some of the same stuff I do with emailing and all of that stuff on top of your work. You as well. Rhonda emails us at 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, and so there is a lot going on for us as older persons, and you know, we need some sort of assistance. I've asked previously, and either the city attorney or the city clerk can correct me if I'm wrong. The city or the clerk associate's roles and responsibilities does not allow her to do those things. We can't. If I wanted to give her my passcode right now and say go through my email, she wouldn't be able to do that because that's not her in their job description or roles and responsibilities. If I ask Kaylin, hey, could you drive here Saturday and meet me, you know, to spend an hour at this community event because we just got to go over, you know, something that just happened or a shooting or whatever. She can't do that. So it's typically just us going by ourselves or bothering the mayor's staff and having them come with us to assist with projects and responsibilities. We need somebody. And that's all I'm saying. If it, you know, as the alderman said, you know, maybe just put the funding aside and work on the descriptions, work with HR to improve the job description and all of that. But if not for us, then maybe for the next group of council, you know, members that are coming in. Thank you.
This is not personal, Kaylin. Just and just to let everybody know, they have
Or Cynthia, or
full
Cynthia.
access.
Yeah, don't forget.
Full access to all the mayor's people who, whenever you want, and I know all of you do reach out to the mayor's office is your office, and I know plenty of you use that. So, you know, I'm just going to hold until next budget on this one. So, I think we'll probably have to do a roll call. Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Buckley?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Yes.
Alderwoman Pimentel Charles?
No.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
Nay.
Alderman Chandler-Meyer?
Nay.
Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney?
No.
This motion is defeated.
Lots more coming up, Rob. Yeah. We're on the same team.
I'd fight for a raise.
Amendment number 35.
This amendment adds $50,000 of funding to the Planning and Zoning Department for a conceptual study of a hiker-biker trail that would connect Bay Ridge Avenue to Tyler Avenue using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second? Yep. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You had me a bike, you know that?
So I don't know if this is a possibility, why it's called a conceptual feasibility study, but I do know we have some remnants of railroad right-of-way or easement, I'm not even sure which one it is, going between two communities. And so it would connect, I sent out a map, but it would connect Bay Ridge Avenue with Tyler Avenue. And it would allow people to avoid having to go down to that hard, sharp corner at that corner there. And they could go right into Truxton Park. And so I think there could potentially be some benefit, but I think we need to look at who owns the property, if we can even do it, what kind of easements would we need to pursue? Would there be too much community opposition? Could we address their opposition? What are the cost benefits, that kind of thing. So this is very preliminary just to see if it's even feasible.
I think Alderman Tierney's hand up first, then Alderman Chandler-Meyer,
I'm assuming that this could be a bike or trail. So I call attention to the project, you know, the WE, and that it's a huge project, and there's, you know, total project cost of 6.9 million. So I just can't help but think that this scope could be included in this project. I know it's a different, you know, we should have bike lanes all together in one project, and this is yeah. I think we should add the scope to this project. David just left the room, Director Jarrell, but
I can offer a point of information on that.
there's a ton of money in this.
Alderman Savage, and that's money we pulled down in grants, right? Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, so the totals, it's just $50,000, but it's not a huge amount of money, but it would, I spoke with, is Plan and Zoning still here? Yes. So I believe Mr. Lashinsky's already doing a bike study on Tyler Avenue, on Bay Ridge Avenue. But when I asked him, he said that project did not include this little spur. And I believe the conversation I had with him was that this money could potentially be used to supplement that particular study. So it would be used to supplement an existing. If we don't need all of it, we don't need all of it, but it's.
Well, I think you're talking about the master plan, and what you're.
No, this is a.
Okay, but this should be part of the master plan.
I don't know what the master plan is, but I know they're doing a specific bike corridor study on Bay Ridge. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Maybe Acting Director Smith could come forward. I mean, I know Tom, probably Lashinsky's probably the
Best
better
person,
part, but
yeah.
I think we're studying all those separate areas under the umbrella
Under
of
the
what we're
umbrella
doing
of
already,
the-
but I think that he wasn't aware of this, and I think Alderman Savage made him aware of that greenway, and this is a way to bring that into the plan.
Yeah.
And it's not just about bikes, it's about pedestrians and creating the infrastructure
Yeah.
that we all want in our communities. It's the same as sidewalks, it's the same as
Yeah.
bike paths and trails, you know, and it's about connecting our communities.
Yeah. That's all.
Are you aware of this section? Probably you've done it in a few. It's the one that goes through Central Park, right? Is that what it connects through?
I think it's more.
Is it?
Yes, it would theoretically connect with the Central Park. I know they tried to get
It's a
it.
capital project. Isn't
trail
that
incorporated.
David Jarrell?
Yeah, Alderman, I must admit, I'm not intimately familiar. I've heard Mr. Lashinsky speak about it, which you seem to have the right recollection as far as the study on Bay Ridge Avenue for the bike trail connection or hiker-biker connection.
And I'm not sure if Director Gerald might be more up on that, or has it all been in, and I think it's mainly been Lashinsky, right? Yeah. Okay, I've just seen if you had any additional knowledge there, so, okay. Alderman Savage,
Yeah,
and
I
then
just
Alderman Chandler seems to have something that he knows.
I found a response from Mr. Lashinsky. I haven't had a chance to look at it. If only I had staff to help with it. But
that wouldn't get to you.
he sent me a project scope document for that Bay Ridge Avenue corridor project. It does not address the former railroad right-of-way that I'm referring to. They're only focusing on bike pedestrian improvements. And he said he can confirm that it would be, okay, so he's saying it would be a separate project to that. Regarding the current project, the current project would be an appendix to, as far as the one he's working on, would be an appendix to the 2011 Bike Master Plan, because that plan did not include basic standards as far as standards for the roadway and the bike lane, that kind of thing. And so, so I stand corrected. He said it would be a separate project, related but separate.
Under the master.
And that is the 2011 Bike Master Plan, so remembering that we are adding on to that. Alderman Pindell Charles is next, but Alderman Shanamai, did you have some more that you thought, anything that you knew about that?
What I know is part of the main budget that's being included is there are safety studies for pedestrian and cyclist improvement that are going in on Hilltop, Chesapeake, and Compromise. I think this is a really cool idea. I have spent many a time biking down that little part of Bay Ridge that this would shave off, and it makes me feel like I'm going to die every time I do it. So this is cool. I'm really excited about this.
And I will point out that it is Alderman Shanameyer's and my bikes are the ones that are out front right now. So, sorry, Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know where Bay Ridge Avenue is, and I know where Tyler Avenue is, but I can't, in my brain, conceptualize where this biker hiker trail would connect the two.
Alderman Savage.
In the documents I sent you.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Your
I have
assistant
not
has
seen
them.
I did not look at them. Exactly.
I'm trying to find it so I can resend it to you, but
Okay.
it would be in between, if you know where Timber Woods is.
Yes.
And to the west of that is, or south of that would be Ambridge.
Yes.
So it'd be coming up, basically right in the headwaters of Back Creek. It would be coming up in between those communities. So that's where the railroad used to go at an angle, and then it would come up and end kind of right where it goes into Truxton Park.
Okay.
And we had actually, one of the reasons this came up is one of, I think it's my one of my constituents who has a house at the corner of, that'd be a corner of Tyler and I think Primrose or Hilltop, wherever it cuts over. They actually acknowledge that they have land in the backyard, which they, I think, have been trying to or may have deeded to the city or donated to the city in some fashion. They actually want to see it have more of a public use. And so that would be one of the things we'd have to look at. I'm not sure all the neighbors agree, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to at least figure out if it's possible.
My trepidation is how this all fits into the whole I'll use the words, master plan that we quite haven't gotten to yet. I guess that we haven't gotten enough information. I know Acting Director Smith gave us a little bit, but we need a little bit more, I guess, from Mr. Lashinsky and how this all is all part of that. And this is a concept study again for 50,000. So I don't know how that all integrates with what they're already getting and the other trails that we have around the city. Even if this is part of something Rec and Parks would be a part of as well. So that's another component and another department which would be involved. So I'm not quite ready to get to this yet.
I just sent the email to you.
Thank you.
And we're doing an extensive amount of stuff, so we are doing a lot of that, Alderman Pindell Charles. Alderman Gay had his hand up before. Alderman Tierney, I know you're busting too.
Thank you so much, and I'll be quick, because this is literally cutting straight through my ward, and I'm wondering, I ride through every day. I know what you're talking about. I can get from Bay Ridge Gardens, cut on to Forest Hills Drive, go past Tyler Heights Elementary School, and I'm on Tyler Avenue, and I'm completely safe. So why do you feel the need to add a hiker-biker trail when there's already existing biking infrastructure?
Alderman Savage.
Well, we don't have dedicated biking infrastructure. This would be dedicated, because the route you're talking about, which I frequently took too when I lived in Spot Cove Apartments, this would be converting it. So even on that trail, and on the road you're talking about, you're still on the roadway, going around cars, going through, communities where this would be completely dedicated to bikers and walkers and that kind of thing.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a school and everything, so kids walk there and all this, so it's presumably it's safe enough that if kids can walk to school there, both to Annapolis Middle and to Tyler Heights Elementary School, I would assume it's safe to ride a bike. But I'm not a bike rider, so.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Shanamai.
Yeah, I just want to get on the same, I think we all should be on the same page here. There's a project that I referenced before in the capital budget. We got, from the Maryland Department of Transportation, $865,000. From the Maryland Recreational Trails Program, we got $2,002,000. And from the Maryland Transportation Alternatives Program, we got $2,750,000. So we got a big chunk of money, and this project is started out as the we, I think we should rename it because it is misleading. It just says West East Express Bikeway, when the overall project, as it says here, will become the spine of the city's trail system and connect numerous diverse communities to important services, conveniences, destinations, jobs, and recreation. I mean, this is going to be the mother lode of the bike system. So, knowing that, what I believe Director Jarrell did is he allocated the money to design. This fiscal year 24, it says that planning is complete while the design planning continues. So now is the opportunity to get that scope of work into the design. And I'm confident that we do not have to add to the budget. I just feel that. But you need to get that scope of work into the design process, which is happening in 2024. There's a plug for construction fiscal year 25, and that number is $5.2 million. So again, this is it, right? Am I right?
Well, I think that the way you describe it's not just the we, it's the we all the way connected to the bridge, and that money has been used to go all the way through to the Severn River Bridge and on the other side of town as well. So it has been used in various parts of the city.
But it's in this capital project.
But in the grant applications, this area wasn't named in the grant application, so it's not eligible, I'm assuming. So it has to be, because it's not eligible to use the funding for that, that's what we're talking about. The grants are specific to the areas that we asked for.
So we would have to, we can't add, what does Eric Lashinsky say? Like, does he want to deal with it separately? I can't see that.
I think he wasn't aware of this until Alderman Savage made him aware of it. So when our original grant applications went in, it wasn't included. And I'm going to fight for dedicated biking, hiking trails, because that's how you get more people on bikes and you get more people walking. Sharing the road is not the optimal thing, and many of our seniors don't want to do that. Many of our children, we don't want to send our children out on those roads, so I'm going to fight for that. But that's just my opinion. Sorry, Alderman O'Neill? Nope? Okay. Alderman Shandelmeyer next, and then...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just kind of looking at the potential map for this, and it's really exciting, and it has a lot of ability to shave off what is one of the more dangerous areas for people to walk or bike on. There are portions of it, if you're walking, that don't have a sidewalk. There are portions of it, if you're on a bike, the lane is incredibly narrow, or you cut by areas that are being taken up by parked cars on painted lanes. This would really open things up for walkability and cyclability and just general mobility outside of cars. Like, this is a really short line that can open up a lot of gateways for folks.
Thank you.
Please have me as a co-sponsor.
Alderman Arnett, I think.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was just looking at Chesapeake Avenue and also Bay Ridge, and the cars are parked where the bicycles would normally go. And I was thinking about how the district has handled this. Their bicycling is now beautiful. And what they have is the cars parking on the outside, and the bicycle lane is between the cars and the sidewalk. You still have to worry about people opening their doors, but you're protected from the automobiles. And what I was thinking about on Chesapeake Avenue is it would narrow the car lane, which makes cars slow down. And so there's a lot of spin-off benefits. It's not what the area that Rob is looking at, but I think we need to look at all of this, and we can really learn a lot from what the district has done. But anything we can do to make the car transit lanes within state laws as narrow as possible by making parking and biking take up that roadway, I think the better off we're going to be, and it'll slow down the traffic.
I think we should look at all those options. Alderman Savage.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, I want to clarify, this is, as the mayor said, different from the we's that are on a different part of town. This is complete. I thought the we was only West Street and
That's
part of.
True.
It's the we's the Poplar Trail, so it's behind the Graduate Hotel, and then it's on the other side of the Graduate Hotel, the easement behind Annapolis Gardens, and then it's a connection through to this Monarch Academy, and then through to Double T Diner and all that sort of stuff. So that's the connection there. But the money that Alderman Tierney cited is money that's not just used for that, but it's also being used for the College Creek Connector, for the connecting to the 450 from the bridge and getting into West Annapolis from that. So
Yeah. And that's much more further along. This is, again, just preliminary, conceptual, to see if it's even a possibility as far as land ownership or acquisition, easements. There's a lot to figure out, even if it's, and plus just to, in general, look at the potential barriers and challenges that it might have. But until we do this basic analysis, we're not going to know if it's a possibility. And we need to get this done if we do decide to pursue grant funding. Something has to be done. And it's something that connects, I think, a number of our wards. And to my colleague's point, I do know some of those neighborhood roads do have speeding issues, because I've been contacted by constituents who live back on, what is that, like Janwall and Ellington, asking for speed bumps over the years because they feel like people come zipping through there pretty quickly. So anything we can do to prevent another bike death, I think would be good.
Tierney, yep.
I just wanted to
Wrap it
add
up.
that in that project that I'm referring to, there's also $1.3 million of bond money for revenue. I don't feel comfortable that this capital project has been totally scoped and estimated. So all I'm saying is it is a great opportunity for that scope to be incorporated in this, so we know what we have for a master bike plan. That's all. It's the engineer in me.
Okay, we're going to take a vote. Probably might need to be a roll call.
Mayor Buckley?
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
No.
Alderman Finlayson?
Aye.
Alderman Shannon Meyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
Alderman Tierney?
No.
That Amendment 35 passes.
Okay, on to Amendment 36.
This amendment adds $105,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning to establish a grant program for African-American small and startup businesses using the reserve for one-time uses.
Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Well, let me first start here. I know that there have been concern expressed because it says African-American. I am puzzled as to why the confusion, why there is confusion, using the term African-American. I've been asked to change it to minority. And my first question is to the Office of Law and trying to get better understanding. If the verbiage states this amendment is for the use or for a grant program for African-American small and startup businesses, is that unconstitutional?
It would have problems surviving a lawsuit because the implementation of it would be seen to be discriminatory based on race.
Okay. Well, if I can, I put an amendment on the floor to change the term African-American to minority. I don't think it's any secret that the African-American businesses in the city struggle finding capital, finding space, in addition to the financial literacy programming that could be added to our Economic Development Office.
Second.
I really don't know. I think it's that self-explanatory. I asked actually the Hispanic liaison, should I include, programs for African American and Hispanic small and startup businesses? And the response was they're doing very well at developing Hispanic and Latin businesses in the city of Annapolis. You see them all over. So are Caucasian Americans in the city. The one ethnicity that's not is us. And I think it is troubling. And I think that goes back to, the city's issues in the 1970s of literally destroying African American communities and robbing any economic viability that we had. And it has not been replaced. I don't have a single business outside of the seafood market, which is no longer there, and Admiral Tire in my ward. We did have an African-American business, Sankey's, which is a small like grocery option on President Street, Madison, I'm sorry, shut down. People are very much interested in it, but they need capital. And they need to be able to have access to the financial literacy program that the city and county offers. And so I would just encourage us to support the amendment. The plan is to provide 10 grants of $10,000 and 10 grants of $5,000 and host an event with the county, the Anne Arundel County Chambers of Commerce. I also intend to invite the state and just put on display. These are the grants that we have available. These are the loans that we have available. These are the financial literacy programs that we provide for you. And I think in regards to the application process, I would like to use a similar application process that the Office of Community Services created, using their, I forget the system that we use. I think it's partnered with Tyler Technologies on MuniCode or something like that, but it's very simple. And we can work with our economic development staff to create any policy that might be necessary.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
I did want to correct something with respect to African Americans. You can create the program, but as we suggested last year, maybe the year before, there needs to be a study, and so some of the money here could be directed towards that.
Why would there need to be a study?
Because the Supreme Court has said that in order to discriminate against or for a particular racial group or gender or national origin, you have to prove that they suffered a particular disadvantage that puts them in that category that needs some help or affirmative action.
Can we just send them pictures of Harbor House and Eastport Terrace? I mean,
you could do whatever you want to in the study. I'm just telling you, in order to survive a lawsuit, it's a study that everybody that has a small disadvantaged business program goes through that process. That's why you see them all over, but they don't jump to putting the money in front of the study. You got to do the study first, and you have the money potentially in the money. So I'm not saying it can't be done. You can keep African American. It's just with the study would show that they fit into a disadvantaged program that you're trying to correct for historical patterns of discrimination.
I would probably just keep the amendment on to change it to minority, just because I'd rather not waste money on a study. Barring that's the right thing to do, obviously, to not be sued. But I feel like it's something that every single person breathing in this room knows, is that African Americans have been racially, economically, socially discriminated against in the city of Annapolis since, what does that say, 1649? And so it's about time that we start to rectify some of those wrongs, by providing opportunities, and particularly for young people in our communities to create an economic basis for themselves.
Thank you. So Alderman Pindell. Charles had a hand up first. A lot of hands going up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Gay, you've kind of put us in a conundrum. On the one hand, you are advocating for the name to be changed to minority, which means that it opens up to several different groups, but you want it targeted towards African American. So I don't know if there's a way of doing that without going the route of having some sort of study done, because you may run the risk, and I'm not saying you would, of very few African American businesses applying, and then you thwarted the program and the intent that you had for the program to start with. So you may have to put out the little bit of money initially to ensure what we all know is true around here, but we don't want to run into a legal impediment and then nobody gets anything. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Because you could be talking about women.
I
you
know,
could be
and
talking-
that's the trick. That's what they do every single time it comes to us. It's like you got to break it up. You got to throw in something else in there because
But the study will help you with that, but we all know. So that's why I'm saying you may have to put out a little bit of money for that to make sure you ensure that that's
and
done.
I get your point, and I'll, you know, I think we should move forward with that. But again, we're just taking money that could be going to, and I get it. So
So let's not end up with nothing, or very little, is my point. So are you willing to do this? I mean, I'm willing to support it, but I want to ensure that your intent is proposed.
I'll keep it as is, and we can do the study. And because I think, you know, eventually that'll open up to more opportunities because, listen, it's housing, it's transportation, it's employment, it's environmental infrastructure, it's everything, physical I mean, I just can't believe that there is no study that already proves that. And so I'll keep the language as is and take the advice of the city attorney if possible.
Okay, fine.
But I believe that we have a first and a second on the amendment to the amendment, so we probably have to vote it down, but it's still open for us to discuss, so.
Yeah. So the amendment was that we were going to change the language.
Yeah, you got a first and a second on the amendment to the amendment, so we need to vote that down. All those in favor, you're with me? Say aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
Thank you. Now we're back to, we're back to Alderman Arnett was next, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have several questions. I think I heard you, first of all, I assume this will go to Mr. Rice's group in planning and zoning. I heard you give some things that were specifications about amounts and so forth. One of the problems that I have is the money before the program. And so I guess I would like to see that there's a program, maybe it can be done through rules and regs rather than through some kind of legislation, which would be fine with me. But I think it would be good to have a little more specificity about how much and who's eligible and that sort of thing. And I think you have it in mind already.
I do, to the Alderman's point. And, you know, I think one of the things, once we actually get in the process of drafting the policy and the rules and regulations, the legislation that you passed will come into effect because that'll have to come back to the council, if I'm not mistaken, and then be published for 30 days, I think. So there'll be ample opportunity for us to discuss with the Office of Economic Development, you know, because they have some ideas and concerns as well. Stephen Rice and Hope Stewart have both emailed me about the program and, you know, ideas that they have for, I guess, minority businesses and, you know, moving forward. And so I'm definitely open to all of that once we get to the policy process. I just think that we needed the funding to say, yes, this is what we look forward to.
So that goes to my next question / point, which is, this is one-time only money, but I'm pretty sure you don't want this to be a one-time only program. And so, and the same thing with things that are being funded by ARPA money will go away, but the need for the program doesn't. So can you give us a sense of how you see this becoming a permanent part of the budget? And do we need to talk to the mayor, make sure it gets into the budget permanently? How do we keep these things going over time?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Alderman. And I didn't, when I included this in the budget, I didn't intend for it to be a reoccurring expense. And particularly because I'm big on trying to find or produce our own revenue. And so I would like to work with, you know, the Chamber of Commerce and the state's Economic Development Office and try to find either federal or state grants that we could, you know, provide and administer within the community. For example, I think and Stephen, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, is the BALT grant a state or federal loan and grant program? And that, like, so for example, just using funds like that so that we could, not have to do recurring expenses.
The VOLT funding is a state program that is managed locally.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
I appreciate
Through the county. Just identify yourself, please, Steve, sorry, because we can't recognize you with that mask.
Zorro. Stephen Rice, Economic Development Manager, City of Annapolis.
Thank you.
And I might also add that I do believe that we will have to have conversations with nonprofits for capacity assistance as well, because everybody knows we only have 2 people in that office, and so they've got a long list of projects ahead of them as well. So.
Somebody go, Alderman Channemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Savage, then Alderman Tierney, and then Alderwoman Finlayson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, please add me as a co-sponsor to this. This is a really cool idea, and I'm super on board with it. Second, do we know how much these studies usually cost for?
I've been a part of several. They range based on the population you're trying to study. Annapolis is a smaller city, so estimates could range, depending on how detailed, from 40 to hundreds of thousands of dollars, but 40 on the low end for a city like Annapolis would not be unreasonable in my view.
Man. That's too bad.
I know.
Anyway, I do think we should really bring this forward. This is classic invest in the community, get a great return on investment. We all know just the burdens facing small business owners. You combine that with the fact that African American small business owners come forward constantly without that access to generational wealth to get the funding for these startups. And that really hurts innovation, that hurts flexibility, that hurts building up the community. I'm not going to call this a small bet, but this isn't exactly a giant bet either. And this is just kind of a small scale focus of what we did with economic gardening, and that had huge positive impact. So this is really, really cool. It has some potentials to really build some great things. And I think it can even end up kind of paying for itself, because if we can get some successful businesses started up, that comes back in tax revenue, that comes back in revenue dollars coming into the city, and we could really see something cool grow from this. I'm really in favor of it.
You, Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Gay, just wanted to thank you for the explanation. It makes sense as far as why you want to focus on African Americans. Totally get that. And so my one concern, though, is what we've talked about staffing capacity. So I guess my question for economic development or planning and zoning would be, do you have staff capacity to administer such a program, or would you need to get a consultant or nonprofit? Because I know we have other nonprofits maybe who do this. I don't know, frankly, but if we do, maybe we partner with them. Have you had a chance to give this any thought as far as what direction you might want to go?
So staffing and managing a grant program would be a challenge given our current configuration. As it stands, we project to have two-ish new programs to administer next fiscal year. The economic gardening program, which we did have this past year, but it will be slightly different, a different iteration in the new fiscal year. And in addition to that, a workforce development program that has been talked about and I believe discussed today. So adding a third program would surely be a challenge for us. We would likely have to work with consultants not only on the disparity study, but also on the administration. I have managed loan programs in a previous life. There's a lot of work that has to be done there, although this would be a little bit different because it's a grant program. But when it comes to reporting and making sure that you have transparency and record keeping with regard to where the money, when you give money away, you want to know how it's spent, so that there's an audit trail and all these different kinds of things. And that takes a lot of time and effort. And we definitely have a lot on our plate as is. So we would be looking to get some help on this front.
Well, thank you. At least it's good to know there is a path forward that you just might need to get a contractor or consultant or something. But okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not sure who was next. Who thinks they were next?
I think she will.
Oh, me? Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson, I think, had a hand up before you. I think.
Oh, okay, no, fine.
I thought so, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question, I have a question for Mr. Rice, but the idea of this 105,000, originally I was thinking that's the money you were gonna loan to the small businesses?
Well, we're not loaning, we're granting.
I mean, granting.
Yeah.
Yes, which is no money.
Well,
in the big scheme of things of what small businesses really need, if we want them to perpetuate, we want them to continue. So is part of your thinking that the department would create the program that would then seek, because I am sure that there's federal dollars for small and minority businesses, and that's Mr. Rice's job description. So would this be a launching pad to finding other grant opportunities for Annapolis businesses?
Well, this possibly could be an opportunity to leverage these funds to procure or to access other funds that could be used or deployed, so to speak, to support African American businesses. That is a possibility, but I'm not quite sure what, if that's the vision of the alderman.
I think, look, as I've mentioned previously, this is to provide capital to African Americans seeking to either assist with an already established business or to help with starting up a business. For example, when we just did this with, this studio, which you helped open up as well, we walked the constituent through the entire process. When it came down to then, this is, to try to find loans or grants opportunity, which everybody thinks is just falling from the sky, there were none. There were none. At the time, the Vault grant had run out, which was coming from the county, I think. The application was not accessible. The county, the city does not have grant funding. And so you can apply for state funding, which he did, and he still has not heard back. And so when I hear that, and when I work with constituents on issues like that, I'm thinking, okay, well, how can we assist individuals who otherwise they got the credit score because he's got the building, he signed the lease, but they need help with some of the smaller costs, first month's rent, et cetera, all of those things. That doesn't exist currently. And so we should be able to just provide that, even if it's on a smaller level, for those businesses or for those individuals to, try to get their business open or off the ground. I do think that it could be an opportunity, yes, to go out and find other grants, both, as I mentioned earlier, on the state, federal, and county level. But the reality is that they just are not there right now. Unless, you do know of any grants that maybe?
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Rice, because that is his area. As to whether there are, the SBA, I assume, and maybe I'm wrong, does not do grants, or do they?
The SBA does very little in the grant arena. Years ago, they used to do more when it came to grants. Now it's primarily loans.
So are there no agencies and maybe, I can't think of the financing authority that I'm trying to come up with, but I just feel like there must be some federal programming that we could tap that's what I just asked you about, the SBA.
Yes, they have their 8A program, which is their bread and butter when it comes to disadvantaged businesses. And of course, at the federal level, they look at things a little bit differently, and so they categorize DBE, disadvantaged business enterprises. At the state level, it's minority business enterprises, which includes, of course, women-owned businesses and other categories. So it, different levels, you know, the perspective is slightly different. And at the federal level, of course, service disabled veterans and what have you. But yes, it's the 8A program at the SBA.
So I'm not saying that this isn't valuable, but it's really a small amount of money for a huge problem. And thank you.
Alderman Tierney, then.
Just in response to that really quick, Mr. Mayor, obviously it's a small amount of money. We're a small city, and I'm not trying to break the bank. However,
I'm sorry.
Well, sorry.
I know, you.
Sorry, Alderman Finlayson, I thought you'd finished. My apology.
I know,
Yeah.
because he looked to you and was not.
I was moving to Alderman Tierney, so I'm sorry. Would you like to just finish up? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll let you respond, Alderman Gay.
yeah, no, I'm just saying it's a small amount because it's a small city. I don't think we have the $500 million that it probably would take to pay back African Americans in this city for all that they've been through over the last couple or hundreds of years here. So you got to start small before you just get big. But to your point where, you know, you're talking about redundancy, and I think some other people are going to mention on that too. We just gave money to Brooks's group, which was for businesses that are in the city, and particularly marinas. If I had to be a betting man, I'd bet that there were grants and loans for marinas. But did we say, oh, the federal government and state has grants for marinas, let's not assist them, or let's not try a pilot to see if it would be helpful? No, we did it and it worked.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to this. And again, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. And perception is reality, and I find it very sad that 59 years after the Civil Rights Bill was passed, that we say, oh, wow, we have an African-American business on Main Street. I mean, that is pathetic, right? So why isn't Main Street accessible to everyone? I mean, yes, you could say real estate costs, but again, that would be discriminatory, right? So yes, we have a problem. This is just pennies, but I just want to have confidence that it's going to be a startup of something. And the other thing I find is that when you talk to the businesses, one is still in the process of getting permitted, and one is, struggling with trying to get use of his second floor. The perception there is that there is bias. And I know that's not what you intend to address, but we want to show, we want to do this, so we want to show that we understand and we want to make it happen. Otherwise, it's like I said, it's pathetic. I think it is.
Thank you. Four African-American businesses on Main Street.
What's that?
Four.
Okay, right. Well, 3.5, right?
Trying to figure out the lot.
I can give you his number. Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I think that we can all agree that this is a great idea and a good opportunity. My worry is when I hear that the study, in order to keep it, to prove that there is a disadvantage, is $40,000, and then we hear Mr. Rice say that their office can't handle it, so it would be an outside consultant that's probably going to be more than $50,000 to cover and take care of the program. My worry is that administratively, we don't have the bandwidth to do this. I think it would be prudent for us to do the study without the program, in turn looking for the grant opportunities and opportunities for us to park this in either a state or federal area so that the monies that we set aside, maybe not this year, but next year for it, actually go to the program instead of administratively. That would be my suggestion.
I appreciate your suggestion, and I would hope that you would support this, because I know for sure that there are individuals, African American, trying to open up businesses in your ward, and they're having a very, very tough time. And so I think it is important that we, move forward with this program. Obviously, we have to, unless I change the language, we have to include that study. And so I would just hope that you would support it.
I would just say that it's not going to be a program. It's going to be administrative. It's going to take up the $105,000.
I am open
Can you
to.
let me recognize you, please?
Oh, I did.
Alderman Gay.
Okay, yeah, if you would.
Alderman Gay.
I appreciate your concern.
Thank you. This is a good chance for me to plug my new business, $10,000studies.com. We're going to find a $10,000 study for you. Right. Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rice, I'm thinking through this, especially as Alderwoman O'Neill is speaking. Would the Ventures program in the county, first of all, would that assist Alderman Gay in what he's trying to do? Number two, has there been a study done already in the county or surrounding areas? And/or would a study through, say, Anne Arundel Community College or Bowie State or Morgan, because we had the Morgan group here earlier, which would be a lot cheaper, but would satisfy maybe the legal requirements and/or?
So a couple of things, just for, I guess I'll start with this. If you come in contact with any businesses that are having trouble or looking for assistance, please send them our way, full stop. That's what we do. On average, we probably, I think it's about 30 businesses we help per month. So that's, on average, one business a day. So any businesses running into problems, send them our way. We will do what we can to assist them. Also, just real quick with regard to, minority businesses, we have, as Economic Development Office, been, advocating for a disparity study. We do think that that would be value added to the city. To your
What kind of
question,
study again? I'm sorry.
disparity study.
Okay.
And to your question, Alderwoman Pindell Charles, I'm not familiar with any study that has been done for the city historically.
Or the county either?
The county, I know the county has had some studies done. I don't know if they were technically disparity studies. I think the study that I saw that most recently that the county did was more of an availability study, which looked at the availability of minority businesses within particular industries in the county. With regard to the question concerning the Inclusive Ventures program, which is the county minority, women, veteran-owned business program, that program, actually, Economic Development has supported that program financially. We've provided $20,000 or $30,000 towards that minority business development program over the course of its lifetime. And we've also done that in part to ensure that Annapolis-based businesses, get participation and can reap the benefits of that program. But that program would be helpful, but it's not specific to what Alderman Gay is trying to do, because it's not specific to African-American businesses. It's much more inclusive.
We had Morgan State here doing some projects. Would they or Bowie or Anne Arundel Community College satisfy this, possibly the work that some interns there could do, satisfy a study that Alderman Gay is looking for?
So I think it's possible when it comes to some of the statistical analysis. There might be some local colleges that could provide some manpower or people power, so to speak. However, to make the study legally defensible, it needs to be spearheaded typically by a consulting firm or a law firm that has expertise in this field, and there are a few across the country that are well-known and that have a good track record, and they've had their the basis of the studies that they've done have been challenged in court. The study, of course, is done, and then based upon that, the program is designed and then implemented. They've been challenged and they've been successful because the studies were done well. So I would recommend one of the top tier firms that has expertise in this field, but there definitely might be some opportunity locally with college students for some statistical analysis or something of that regard.
Thank you. Alderman Gay, did you hear what Mr. Rice has
I did, yes,
indicated?
ma'am.
Your options?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I think also, if you can find somebody to do a study for 1,000, I could probably find them to do it for 500. So we can compete.
But could it thwart a legal challenge? That's the thing. Thank you.
Did you want to speak on the Shannon Wire and then we'll
Yes,
call the
please,
vote?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I understand the concern that a lot of this may end up getting spent by a study. That gave me a bit of a sticker shock as well. But delaying the funding until we wait that just kicks the study down another year of us just spinning our wheels. I say we go for this, folks. Like, this is an opportunity that we can go, and it's just like similar with kind of trying to go, well, we need the big, perfect, giant plan for the earlier thing with the Phragmites. Like, maybe, but if we don't approve this funding now, we can't even get to that point for another year. This is a step forward. We get some momentum. Let's try it out.
Okay, so we're going to not call the question, but we're going to do the votes. I think we need to do a roll call probably.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
Yes.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
Yes.
Alderman,
Yes.
Alderman Finlayson?
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Stoudemire?
Yes.
Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney?
Yes.
Okay. That,
Okay.
Amendment number 36 passes.
Thank you. Amendment 37. Thank you, Katie.
This amendment adds $300,000 to the mayor's office for a consultant to develop basic income programs using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thank you. Can I get someone to move it, please? A second, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I
Okay.
appreciate the opportunity to present to the council again, universal basic income. I am the Marxist of the group, well, that's what they called me at least, but I prefer AOC, Bernie. I'm a democratic socialist, not a socialist. But the unfortunate thing is this city, even though we know that poverty is the main cause of so much of our crime, we don't have the appetite, and I'm gonna pull the amendment. You know, I'm looking at faces, personalities, I can just tell it's not gonna pass. I appreciate so very much my colleague from Ward 8, Alderman Arnett, being a consistent supporter of this and assisting me with and pushing me in new ways to find research for programs like this. You know, my plan is to go back to Wells Fargo and say, hey, is there any way that we can just find public dollars to start this? I'm sorry, private dollars to start this instead of using the public dollars, because we just don't have the appetite. What I do want my colleagues to walk away, though, is just do some research, really, because it's sad. It's sad when, you know, you put together or propose ideas like this and everybody's throwing out stuff that's just not factual. I sent the SEED report. I sent Baltimore's economic impact study. I sent the one from New York. I sent the one from Colorado. I mean, there's just so many of these projects across the country changing lives. And it's not, you know, as I mentioned previously, you know, most of the costs go to insurance, healthcare, car troubles, maintenance was number 3, food, and less than 1% of the time, any of the funds were spent on drugs or alcohol. I would just hope that we get to the point where we realize that a large portion of our city live in legitimate poverty. And if we do not help them, what happened Sunday night, where you have people sitting in a car and they get run down on and shot to death, is just gonna keep happening. Because crime breeds poverty, poverty breeds crime. What does the chief of police say all the time? Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Your hands, Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Alderman Gay is correct. I'm very enthusiastic about this program. I worry that people think that this is, when it actually is implemented, it's going to be a big draw on taxpayers' dollars, the way it has worked in many other locales is that you partner with foundations, philanthropic organizations. They have the real money. And so the only one question, because we have so many people who have done this, Baltimore the latest with Stockton and so forth, although listening to the city attorney and getting sticker shock about how much studies could cost, do you think that the study to get this program fleshed out, we really need 300,000?
So what I did was I reached.
Alderman Gay, I'm going to try to recognize you. Just please put your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he put up his mic, so I just assumed that he was.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
Sorry. What I did was reach out to the Cash Campaign, which is the group that's partnered with the Baltimore group. I've directly emailed with staff from the City of Stockton's mayor's office and the council person who introduced the SEED, Stockton Economic Demonstration Report. And when I also talked to Wells Fargo, who I met a representative from there when I was going to see Kamala Harris talk about the housing insurance stuff that they were doing. And this was, the general consensus was that it would be about $250,000 to start. And so that's the numbers that I use, and that's why I put that forward. Yeah.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support these programs. I think they've been proven. I've read the research you've sent, and I've done my own, and they do work, and they're not abused, and they're not just giveaways to people. There are requirements associated. And I think last year we only lost by 1 vote. But I'm just thinking, one thing that might help folks is if we can get a firm idea of how much it would cost to put together a program. So I don't know. I don't know if you've received specific proposals from anybody, but another route might be to, I don't know if it's the appropriate avenue to do it, but maybe we pass a resolution that calls for, maybe we don't even need to, but calls for the city putting down a request for proposal from firms to basically come up with a framework of how we would structure such a program locally. And then we could figure out, but we'd have to figure out how much that might cost, right? But those proposals would help feed and tell us how to.
I think Alderman just told us how much.
Well, he's saying $300,000. Have you received any estimates from?
Yeah, I could send you the exact report that I've got from both of those groups, and I'd be more than happy to share with you the contact and the email threads that I've had with the bank as well, because I thought that was the important, and it was the foundation of it all. It's like, without the bank's partnership in this, I don't think we get anywhere, because it's like, you need financial literacy pieces, and then you also need them to handle the bulk of the process. And one of the things I also did was talk to one of our small, or it's not small because they've just got new locations, but local owned banks here to the city of Annapolis. And I'm like, hey, if we start this program, would you have the capacity to assist with providing financial literacy, debit cards, and bank training to the families, the 100 families that sign up for this program? And they were like, yes, let's do it in groups of 25. We can have them come in, sign them up, create special accounts for them so that they're not paying the monitoring fee for the debit account and all of this stuff. So I've had very, very much in-depth conversations on what it would look like to run a program like this in the city without exhausting the taxpayers' dollars and the limited staff that we have. And so, yeah.
I'm just wondering if what the next step would be. Like, if this were to pass, what would the next step be for that 300,000?
I think like you said, we put it out for requests for groups to create a plan and get back to us on the best way to move forward. With especially identifying philanthropic organizations, because that's the backbone, really, the bank and those public dollars or private dollars.
Alderman Tierney.
Just very quickly from the few emails that I received, there's ignorance there. I mean, they, just sort of lash out, not really knowing the facts. A rising tide raises all boats. But I think it would be really helpful if you had, we need evidence how it's been successful. So if you'd have a representative, I'm not sure which city would be best, but a representative from Baltimore come in and talk to the city council in a work session that's public, right? And say how it's been successful and that taxpayer dollars weren't used, et cetera, et cetera. So, it'll be easy to implement. I'm not sure what your timing is now.
Alderman Gay?
I appreciate that as well, and I will definitely, take that into consideration and try to come back, with additional information. I think I think the fear from some constituents have made it difficult to sell this because the impression is that taxes are going to be raised so that we can pay for our low-income neighbors to live in the city. Exactly, which is not the reality, and so I think I've exhausted, my opportunities on UBI with this council, but I will definitely, move forward independently because I think there's money there where we could, have somebody write the city $1 million check. I know a couple billionaires, so.
So I love the intent, but I'm supporting him up to 200,000 or 300,000, and so this is a big ticket item. So I'm not going to vote against it. You've withdrawn it?
Yeah, I said that at the beginning. I'm withdrawing.
Oh.
Wasn't it? No.
The very first thing I said is I'm going to withdraw this, and then everybody had questions.
That was a good debate.
Well, we got to talk about it. That was good. That's good. Cool. Is that voted down?
Well, it was voted, it was, Alderman
wasn't it
Schneidermeyer
seconded?
adopted on second reading.
Yeah,
So we got to vote it down.
Okay, wait a minute. It was before he
I don't know.
spoke to withdraw it.
Oh, no.
Alderman Schneidermeyer adopted it, moved it, and it was a second. And then he said he wanted to withdraw it, but he didn't make a motion.
Move it. I went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Moved it.
Before you
You did move it.
I moved to 37.
No. Yeah, we're on 37.
So they not meant to
So now he has to, you make a motion to withdraw this.
I'll make a motion to withdraw Amendment 37.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We don't have the votes.
I was ready for my RFK speech.
We got a motion and a second to withdraw. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna do a roll call?
What did
But
you
they
say?
don't need a majority.
No.
He wasn't. So what did you hear?
Well, we've got a motion and a second to withdraw, right?
And you had a vote?
And so we're gonna,
What did you hear?
I heard the majority of people supporting the motion to withdraw.
Okay, that's what it is.
It is withdrawn. That's it.
Alderman Gay. So I heard just you, Alderman Savage, and Alderman Arnett not supporting the motion to withdraw. Is that 4 people not supporting the motion to withdraw? Can we do a roll call?
Yes. Mayor Buckley.
If I could, as a member in the majority, could I make a motion? Okay.
Okay.
Roll call, Mayor Buckley.
I support the motion to withdraw. I'm a yes.
Okay. Alderwoman O'Neill.
Support the motion to withdraw.
Okay. Alderman Pendle Charles.
Support the motion to withdraw.
Okay, Alderman Finlayson.
Support the motion to withdraw.
Yeah.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
I would support the motion to withdraw.
Okay, Alderman Gay.
Sponsoring the motion to withdraw.
Okay. Alderman Savage.
No.
Okay. Alderman Arnett. Alderman Tierney.
No.
No.
It's just
The motion to
Gavin.
withdraw passes.
It's just being a Democrat. How can you?
I like the idea, but Amendment 39, Katie, thank you.
38.
38.
Oh, did I go through that again? Sorry, Amendment
This amendment
38.
adds $3,000 of funding to the Office of Emergency Management to allow the warming center staff to be paid $15 per hour using ARPA.
So moved.
Can I get a motion and a second? And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Motion 39, Katie.
Amendment 39.
Yep.
I'll
amendment.
pause to see if the Alderman would like to withdraw this one. No?
I need a second to ask the director a question.
Okay.
Amendment 39, this amendment adds $150,000 of funding to Recreation and Parks Administration Division for a consultant to study uses and modifications of, how do you say it? Collison, thank you, field on Pump House Road using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thank you. Get a motion for that, please, and a second.
Second.
Okay. Alderman Gay, and then I'll pass it over. You can ask the director.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Obviously it's self-explanatory. My question for the director is the $254,000 that you have for the, what is the title of the project that you're doing?
Citywide Recreation and Parks Master Plan.
Okay, so it's citywide. Would and you don't have a timetable on that. You said it could be really, because you haven't even started it yet, so it could be like 3 years?
No, traditionally master plans usually take a good year once you've identified a consultant and that it's been awarded.
And would you say that the department is interested in, creating spaces for youth sports to thrive in, because that's kind of was the intent of me creating this, was, we had all of these conversations about a lack of space for youth sports. And so I would like to withdraw it because I'm believing, that you are, well, I shouldn't say that believing that you are. I know that you are capable of leading the department and moving forward with this study, but I just am nervous about the timeline. And would it be detrimental to the goal of us, trying to enhance youth sports?
So I think we really need to, thank you for that, first of all, but I think we need to really take a holistic look at the city and a holistic approach to how we're gonna address those challenges. I think doing it piecemeal, onesie, twosie, looking at this area, and then maybe, this other area is an opportunity. I think we have a greater interest and good and value that we can bring to the communities that we serve when we look at it holistically.
All right, I'm gonna give you, because I got 2 years left, so I'm still be here. I will make a motion to withdraw this.
Can I ask a question before that goes through? What's the current condition of the field?
Baseball.
Because every time I go there, it looks pretty good, no, isn't it? But it's just baseball, is that the problem? It needs to be multi-purpose? Yeah, okay.
So it's not large enough to do a rectangular field, which is for football traditionally. In order to do a rectangular field, we would have to get rid of some of the trees that are surrounding it and just expand the area. So we need a study in order to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a motion and a second to withdraw. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right, we're in the 40s.
Amendment number 40, this amendment adds $1 million of funding to finance non-allocated inter-fund transfers for a new loan program to assist landlords with deferred maintenance on properties with lower income tenants using the reserve for one-time uses.
Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Alderman Pindell-Charles had a hand up first, then Alderman O'Neill.
Amend it.
You're going to amend it, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to have to abstain from this because I'm a landlord.
And before I go to Alderman O'Neill, I think there's an amendment coming. Is that right, Alderman Gay?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I plan to put an amendment on the floor. Would you like me to make it now?
Yep.
I make am I making a motion? I'm sorry, I move that Amendment 40 be amended from the total cost of $1 million from the one-time reserve to $500,000. I would like to use $250 from the one-time reserve and $250 from ARPA to cut down on the one-time reserve cost.
Okay, and got a second from Alderman Arnett. Could I just get a little clarification from Director Dickinson? Is money there in both those funds?
So yes, again, there was 968,000 of ARPA that after all these amendments would have been carried to 25. And I'm trying to track what we've changed, and I believe there was a $30,000 and an $86,000 change. So that would get us up over $1 million. So currently there's $1 million, a little over $1 million of ARPA monies that could be carried to 25 that would be available for this. So this would then take it back down to somewhere around 800,000 of ARPA to carry into 25.
And then there's enough in the one-time money as well?
Yes, this would definitely, if you change it to 500 total and make 250 from one-time reserve, that'll definitely bring our one-time uses back into line with what we have.
Thank you. So Alderman O'Neill was next, I think.
My question is going to be again, who would manage this and what the cost for managing it would be?
Thank you. I should have asked you that for all of yours. Who's going to manage the sidewalks? I'm kidding. I've had extensive conversations again with the Office of Community Development. As you know, anytime you start a program, we don't have staff for anything. We have 2 people in each office. It's insane. So it will have to be outsourced. Either whether that be through a nonprofit, similarly to what they do like with Blessed in Tech, where they monitor the application process and the disbursements, or it could be with a group like Community Action Agency or ACDS or any of these housing organizations within the county. We have the expertise in Teresa Wellman and understanding how revitalization projects and programs have been managed, but we just don't have the staff. And I'll be honest with you, I talked to her as soon as I was crafting the amendment, and I'm like, are you able to run this? And she's like, well, the application stuff is fine because, you know, similar to what we do when I created the application for like our child care program or whatever, the person fills that out and you can look over, see if they qualify or not. Dispersing funds and then having to, you know, keep track and make sure that they're meeting all the requirements. And also, whenever you're doing revitalization projects, you know, if I'm trying to fix my steps, I just can't apply to this program as a landlord and say, give me $10,000 and I'll go out and buy the wood. The city is coming out, looking at the steps, saying, yes, this needs to be done. This is the type of material they would need. This is the cost. And so there are steps involved in it to make sure that, one, we are not excessively giving away money to landlords, but also two, to make sure that, you know, we actually are managing the program effectively. Because like I said, we only have Teresa really, because Denise is, I'm sorry, Ms. Richardson's focus is HACA. And so, yeah, I do believe that we will have to outsource it without question.
All right, and I have a second question for you. What assurances do we have that if money is used by a landlord, that property remains a moderately income rental property?
So again, when we get to the policy process, where we actually have to sit down with the staff and you know, write out policies and procedures for this. For me, and I've used the state legislation on Whole Home Repairs Act, which was passed in Pennsylvania, and Maryland just tried to pass it this year. It fell short. But essentially, if a landlord is willing to accept the loan, then they would be required, you know, based off of whatever our appetite is. I think in my initial proposal, I put for 5 years to rent the unit. I'm not rent capping, or we're not specifying that you, so say if you accept a loan, right? I'm not saying now you must rent your apartment for $1,700, because I just think that disrupts the market and the landlord's ability to maintain the building. But what we will say is that if you accept this for 5 years, we ask that you rent to someone within 60 to 120% of the area median income, which is also updated every year. When I talked to Teresa, I believe that is from $60,000 to $99,000 in income. And obviously that's adjusted based off of the size of your family and the size of the unit, et cetera. But I do believe that there's a process for us to, make sure we can get our funding back from the landlord, similar to the sprinkler fund that Alderwoman Tierney has, but also make sure that we are creating affordable housing when we're doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finished, Alderman Neal, you finished? Yep. Alderman Arnett, I think, was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So
Alderman Shannemeyer, and then Alderman Tierney.
I do get considerable calls from constituents about rent. Often it's precipitous increases in the amount of rent, but very frequently it is also lack of repair on the part of the landlord. As Alderman Schneidermeyer said on an issue earlier, I think it's important to get this funding approved, but I think the devil will be in the details. I've heard various different things from Alderman Gay, including you can get $10,000 given to you. I'm particularly, given this is one-time only money, I'm much more inclined to think about a revolving fund, although the sprinkler fund, I am concerned that we will not get very many takers if we make a condition that this only go to people that are doing low-income rental. However, I understand the desire to increase the availability of rent. So I think there's going to be a lot of details we're going to have to work out. I'm supporting this to get the money in place, and then very much want to work with you and whoever else on the council about the details of the program. As I say, my going in preference is a revolving fund, and I worry about not having many takers if we make it only for affordable rent. But those are things that we can work out as we do the legislation to run the program. I also do share Alderwoman O'Neill's question about, who's going to manage this and how are we going to manage the people that are managing this if it isn't our staff. So lots of details to be worked out, but I think this is necessary thing to do.
I'm just going to go through the council because we're saying a lot of the same things. So I'll come back to you to finish up. Is that okay, Alderman Gay? Alderman Schneidermeyer? Because if we do a one-on-one for everybody, it's a lot of conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, please have me as co-sponsor of this. Second of all, one of the biggest hurdles when it comes to lower cost housing, not necessarily affordable by the HUD definition, but just things that cost less either by market factors or by subsidy, is that it's very difficult to maintain and update properties to a safe standard while still charging that lower cost. So by giving this money as a potential source, I'd like to see some little ties to it, but we'll figure that out. We get this funded, we have the potential to potentially open up some properties that are not currently safe and make them safe for families. And that is a huge blessing if you ask me. So I'm gonna ask our colleagues to give this a favorable vote.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Savage.
Yes, thank you. Of course, I support this in theory, but being a realist, we have to consider, legal implications, definitions. The details are, the devil is in the details. What defines deferred maintenance? What if it's challenged? Do we have the legal bandwidth to address that? Who's managing the loans? Does the finance department have the bandwidth to do that? And then again, who will be managing the overall? It's sort of a complicated thing, and we have to be set up to do it right. And just to look at evidence right now, we're a little bit shaky, and I may be wrong, but I know you were Dewan Gay was instrumental in getting money for rental assistance from the state. Do we know that that's being handled well with what we have? I mean, I think once we get into some of these things, we don't realize what's involved, and it hurts us and them, the people that we're trying to serve in the end. So I think a lot of thought has to go into this before it's presented before us.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
I'm kind of torn on this. I think because I do think it needs legislation at some point accompanying it, if not preceding it. I just, I guess it depends on if you think this might become, and maybe this is kind of a trial as opposed to becoming like a permanent, because if we do set up a revolving fund, that's going to be more permanent, right? But I guess, on the other hand, I think this is an appropriate use of ARPA money, because I think in many ways this is still responding to some of the backlog coming out of COVID and people unable to pay their rent. So I can certainly see the value to it. So I guess that's not too much to add in my comments, but.
Okay, I'm gonna let you wrap up. Alderman Gay.
I just quickly want to clarify, the Alderman mentioned it's being rented to low-income residents, or that the focus is on low-income residents. That's not true. As I mentioned earlier, 60% to 80% of area median income is $60,000 to $99,000. Now, that's low income to some of you all on this dais, but for the majority of people in our city, that's a working wage. And so I don't want to scare off any landlords or prospective applicants because they think, oh, well, I'm gonna have to rent my house to somebody from HACA, which, by the way, is nothing wrong with that, because last time I checked, there's no study or report that shows that if you rent your house to someone from HACA, something will happen. And so I just wanna, the intent is to help working class Annapolitans and the landlords as well, who often struggle, with the cost to maintain a home. There are several, and if you go on like apartments.com or whatever, you'll see even in the Alderwoman's district. And when I wrote this, part of this was because I'm thinking of Ward 1, where you see these places that they're renting, and it's like, oh, this is great. I would, love to live here. It seems to be appropriate rents. And then you start to look, and it's like, it's a shoebox. It's got half the carpet from 1960 still here. The appliances are from 1922. It's like these facilities are not updated, and we're asking our working class families to live in these. And so I guess the hope is similar to the intent of the state legislation, is to just provide an opportunity to create safe, affordable housing. And so I appreciate it.
And Ron Hollander and Harvey Blonder just texted me and asked me to support this. So, just joking. That's just a joke. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep some ARPA money, some money. Like I've made a commitment to all of you. I'm going to cap it, so I won't be voting for this, even though I think it's a good idea.
Roll call. Mayor Buckley?
No.
They don't like any.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Yay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Alderman Pendle Charles?
Abstain.
Alderman Finlayson?
Yes.
Alderman Shadowmeyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney? Okay, it passed.
Motion passes. Next one.
Yeah, no.
Another Rob Peter to pay Paul.
Motion passes.
That was for the
amendment.
Oh, that's the vote on the amendment, is it?
That was the vote on the amendment, yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the amendment,
My
when he changed
apologies.
it for- yeah,
That's the
that was
vote
the
on the amendment. Now let's vote on the actual amendment as amended. I'm sure you got the same votes.
Yep.
I'm a no. Thank you.
Okay, Alderwoman O'Neill? Yes, okay.
I keep forgetting. the
Alderman Pendle
amendments.
Charles?
Sorry, I missed.
You just voted on.
Oh, yes, abstain. Thank you.
You voted on this. Okay.
Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson?
Yay.
Okay, Alderman Shadowmeyer?
Yes.
Okay, Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Oh, okay. that
Alderman
was-
Arnett?
Aye.
Thank you.
Alderman Tierney?
That's what we get to talk.
Okay. So that passes.
Thank you.
Carried.
All right. Amendment number 41. Katie.
This amendment adds $100,000 of funding to the Office of Community Services for the Family and Children Success Grant. It reduces general fund contingency by $50,000, non-allocated by $50,000, and reduces the Fleet Replacement Fund capital outlay by $50,000.
So moved.
Second?
Alderman Gay.
Sorry, I appreciate it. Again, this is a program that we ran last year, and it was, in my opinion, wildly successful, I think. Let me just first commend the Office of Community Services. As soon as it passed, I immediately started meeting with them last summer and over throughout our recess in August so we can create the application. And we put it out, and a ton of groups applied. And I think what was so good about this, and to the with the points that were made earlier in regards to community programming, we had like over 70 families being able to take advantage of childcare throughout the course of the summer. And it kind of lasted a little longer than the summer because churches like, gosh, I'm blanking on the church name, on Forest Drive, which is directly across the street from Alderman, Heritage, Ward 4, they applied. They have a daycare. And so they held their funding through the school year, actually, and they provided scholarships for their youth there. We had a summer program in partnership with Eastport United Methodist Church that not only helped serve Ward 6 in the Eastport, Terrace, and Harbor House communities, but it also helped serve Ward 8 and the Madison Apartments, which is a largely Hispanic community. And so, look, my purpose of bringing this back is because it was successful. The organizations reached back out again and were like, hey, look, we have these families interested in trying to provide childcare, for the summer or for the school year. Will the fund be available? I said, I don't know because it was one-time funds, but let me try to bring it back. And so I'm just hoping that we could move forward with this and give it one last go around for the opportunity for kids to get camps. And it is from 0 to like 17, by the way, because I think one of them is an infancy scholarship. So.
Alderman O'Neill had a hand up first.
Thank you. I would like to offer a friendly amendment to change part of the funding from the fleet replacement to one time.
That's a motion. You got a second for that?
Second. Sure.
Do you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Alderman Pendle Charles had a hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please don't take this the wrong way, Alderman Gay, but do we have any report or data or something on this report? That seems to be the proverbial question with these programs. Is there something in writing that we can take a look at? I know you said 70 families were served, but is there more?
Absolutely, I can get that data for you. Obviously, I'm not the department or chair of OCS, and so I can't produce it for you right now, but if you'd like, I can. Obviously, we manage the grant, so yeah, we have all of that information.
And the reason I'm asking, because that keeps coming back to me about what's the data, what's the success, and all of that. And not that I'm disputing you, not at all, but let's kind of be fair here and try to see how successful the program really is. I think that's really important, but that's what keeps coming back to me.
I'm going to go round if I can. Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, could I just have some clarification from the Finance Department on what the status of the Fleet Reserve budget is? Is this money that's non-allocated presently, or is it, taking away?
Director Dickinson.
Each year, we take some money from the general fund and we transfer it to fleet replacement fund so they can buy vehicles, and this will reduce that amount by $50,000. If it is as worded, that's what would happen. And the reason that we put it as, tried to take it from continuing sources is because this is the second year in a row we did the program. And the way we handle these amendments, if a program from last year had one-time funds, and then you've asked for it again this year, we made sure it was ARPA or other sources in the budget, not one-time funds. So that's why we had tried to find
I understand, yeah.
recurring funds to take from.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager?
Michael Malinoff, City Manager, and I think I mentioned this the last time on this amendment and the next one. Taking it from the Fleet Reserve Fund would be, I think, a mistake.
We did it 4 times today.
We've had times in the city when we couldn't buy Packers, we couldn't buy buses, and we now have a schedule that we created then that we've been actually able to maintain our fleet. So I would say don't go down that path, because that's the path that tends to lead governments towards other uses of funds that you then will have a problem.
Yeah, understood.
And can I just, for clarification, does the amendment from Alderman O'Neill fix that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just takes it from one time, right?
Right.
Not that it's fixed, it's
Yeah. I just wanted to know what the logic.
So, yes, it does fix that. It takes it from one time. And then next year, if we end up trying to allocate the same amount of money for this program, then we've got to find an extra $50,000 in the budget somewhere to pay for it.
okay. Thank you. Any who had their hand? I'm going to finish with you, Alderman Gay. That's good. Anybody else? Yeah. Alderman Arnett, Savage, sorry.
Same thing.
Sorry if this was addressed when I stepped out, but I guess the question would be, so this was done last year, you said? Last fiscal year?
Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
And so I guess I'll have to look to the city manager. That was, presumably, that means it'll be within their ability to administer this current fiscal year, or next fiscal year?
I believe the division can, and we'll get the information from the division to report back to the council to see where it is. I can't comment on that. I don't know. Is Laura still here? No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, this is specifically to the amendment. I would love to talk on the amendment as a whole after this, but I'm going to try and keep my statement narrowly focused. I appreciate one, protect the Fleet Reserve Fund. I'm going to be voting against it because we were asked if we're adding recurring programs, we got to cut here to pay there. That's just reality of recurring costs in the budget. I think that's good of a place as any, and this is an important program to continue.
Thank you. Anybody else? Alderman Gay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everyone's, the quick questions and concerns. Geez, I kind of forgot what everybody said. In regards to I appreciate the amendment from the Alderwoman. I did see a couple of amendments passed earlier today, though, that use Fleet Reserve replacement funding, unless they changed it on the floor. Okay, just to be sure. But I appreciate very much the amendment, and I appreciate the article that the city manager sent me of Pittsburgh, who they don't have a Fleet Reserve Fund, or they don't set aside funding in their budget, and they're now having to wait 2 years to buy fire trucks and ambulances. So the good thing is we do have a Fleet Reserve Fund, and we do have a good finance director that replenishes it. So I don't think $50,000 is gonna, kill our hopes of, buying any vehicles. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Pindell Charles?
Yes, concerning the Fleet Reserve Fund, and I've heard from the city manager, would Chief O'Malley come forward, please, to kind of enlighten us on a on the ground assessment of this issue? Fleet replacement. I'm sorry, Fleet Reserve. I got it.
Wait, did you say Did you say chief replacement fund?
That's right. Doug Romali, Fire Chief. I don't want to speak for Director Gerald or the fleet manager, but I can tell you that any cuts to the fleet replacement fund is going to hurt us. The prices for any fleet replacement, from automobiles to the fire apparatus, is extremely high. A medic unit, which is in this budget, which cost us under $300,000 a year ago, is costing us over $400,000. So even that $50,000 cut is going to be detrimental to it. You cannot upfit a fire department emergency vehicle or a police car for $50,000. You can't buy the car and have it upfitted with emergency equipment and the stuff that goes in it. So any amount, and I know the council's desire to get electric vehicles, the electric vehicle fleet, those costs are up. They actually cost more than the hybrids and some of the others. So I would just caution you on that, because it makes a difference to us. Even that little, I know you say 50,000, but that's one vehicle, and it takes some time for us to be able to replace that. So thanks.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the amendment with a second. Oh, sorry, Director Gerald.
I can't believe that I'm prolonging the meeting by adding a comment, but I will add one. So with fleet maintenance, it's pay me now or pay me later. It really and truly is. And the later, if you make it later, then you have higher repair costs during that later period that you're waiting to replace vehicles. So I can't recommend any more strongly that we stick to the schedule that we have for fleet replacement. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we have an amendment to the amendment. Everybody clear on that? Alderman Savage?
So the amendment to the amendment is to
Use the one time.
use the one time instead of fleet replacement, right?
Yep. So I'm going to be voting against all of them, because I know you're going to become $1 million man by the end of the night, but you know, I'm stopping at quarter. You know.
Let's vote.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, I'm going to say no.
No.
Oh, can we get a roll call? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
I'm a no.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
No.
Alderman Finlayson?
Point of clarification, it's voting to not take fleet replacement funding, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Aye.
Wait a minute, I'm confused.
That's what I thought.
I thought that we're voting on the amendment to the amendment, right?
Right.
Yes.
Which is to take 50,000 out, to use
One-time
50,000.
funds instead of fleet reserve.
We're in a
Instead
vote.
of fleet reserve.
To not take it from fleet
We're in a
reserve.
vote.
To not take it from fleet reserve.
Yeah.
Then I'm voting yes.
All right.
Okay. To not take it for
thought
fleet
you
reserve, right?
Right.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And
We can't hear down this end, I'm sorry.
I'm just confused. I can hear it.
I voted yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Alderman Shandemeyer?
Nay.
Nay?
I can't even hear her.
Alderman Gay?
Yes. I think your mic.
Alderman Savage?
Sorry, how did you vote?
I voted aye.
Aye.
Keep up that practice, I like that.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now we're going to vote.
Alderwoman
Oh,
Terry?
sorry.
No? Okay, that motion did pass. He was correct.
Okay, now we're going to vote on the amended number 41. Can someone move? Oh, it's moved already and seconded. Alderman, and up for discussion. Alderman Shandemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Even though the amendment didn't go my way, I'm still voting for this. I'm going to be pulling the millennial card here. One of the biggest challenges to my generation, and I'm not some kid, I am 33, I'm getting gray hairs, and there are a lot of people my age, and we're a thriving part of the city, or a key part of the city, is the cost of childcare. The average cost of childcare in our area is over $2,000, and without getting into why we believe that is the case, it is really holding back not just working class and working poor families, middle class families as well. This program made a life-changing difference in a lot of families, and I really, really think we need to keep it going, because it's such a lifeline and such a great opportunity to access for folks around my age or younger.
Okay. So we're going to take a vote. Probably do a roll call. I'm a no, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
I'm against this because
Aye.
I don't want to take it out of fleet reserve.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
It did.
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson?
Aye.
Alderman Shandemeyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderman Tierney. Yes, okay.
you.
Amendment number 41 amended.
Okay, got it.
Look. This is my last amendment.
All right. Katie, number 42.
This amendment adds $100,000 of funding to the police department for a neighborhood watch program. It reduces general fund contingency by $50,000, non-allocated by $50,000, and reduces the fleet replacement fund capital outlay by $50,000.
Can we have a
So you want
friendly?
to move it? You want to move it?
So move, yeah.
Yep. Second, please.
Second.
Alderman Gay, you wanted to say something or not? No.
I'm assuming, and I hate to keep doing this because I really didn't want to use the ARPA money. I wanted to let the finance director use it for fiscal year 25. But in light of what Director Gerald just said, the chief of the fire department and the city manager, I would make a motion to amend Amendment 42
Yes.
and use $50,000 of ARPA funding instead of the fleet replacement fund capital outlay.
Second.
Okay. Alderman Savage.
A question for APD. So this would add $100,000 to APD budget for Neighborhood Watch program. But I'm curious, do you already have money budgeted for Neighborhood Watch? You don't?
No, we do not.
Okay, so if this is approved, how would you have in mind how exactly the department would utilize the money for Neighborhood Watch? What kind of things would it go to?
As we were talking with Alderman Gay, most of that would go towards programs that utilize technology, like the overall ring programs, tying in our neighborhood watches into our city watch programs. The gentleman that sits at night and watches the camera, it would put another, we would task another person to during the day and look for technological solutions that would be a force multiplier for us for things like those auto thefts, where we could citizens could call in and say, or the neighborhood watch can say, somebody's breaking into cars, or we see this and that or the other, and we could do one or two things. We could dispatch a unit, or we could task the cameras to move over to capture that, so they wouldn't have to go to court and testify. It would be our person that sits in the city watch that would do that. Another, or myriad of things, but most of those programs would go to technological solutions.
Well, I thought that, because we had one Neighborhood Watch meeting in my neighborhood, it was a while back now, probably about 10 years or so. No, not that long. But anyway, most of it was just about kind of helping educate the neighbors about what to keep an eye on out, but also how to make their own properties less likely targets, right? So I thought that's more what it was about, as opposed to just beefing up the camera program.
It is some of that, but I would say the criminal element has evolved along with everyone else, and they use very cunning and slick ways for thefts and other things, and we need to keep up with technology, to keep up with different ways to solve crimes. The police cannot be everywhere, and we need the eyes and ears of the neighbors and any technologies that they have, just tying into, all of their ring systems. If, this was agreed to get up on a program, that program called Neighbor, that you can, get into the ring and tying the police into it, and us being able, to respond to crime or get evidence of the crime would be a beautiful thing without having to task an officer, to it, because they can't be all places at all time. This is a wonderful solution
for something that we need, a technological solution to a problem.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson had a head up first.
I guess I need further explanation as to the intent of Neighborhood Watch, because what I'm hearing is very different from what used to be our traditional Neighborhood Watch, which was a community-based program that organized and encouraged neighbors to come together to kind of keep an eye out on their neighborhood. And almost every community in the city back in the day had a Neighborhood Watch program. APD trained them on the types of things to look for. They gave them contacts within the department with whom to reach when there were things that they were noticing in their communities that weren't right, like strangers walking through who may be casing a community, or strange cars being parked in their community over a period of time, and that kind of thing. So what is the program? And I've heard from Ms. McCoy from the electronic or technological piece of it, but is that your intent, Alderman Gay?
Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't have explained it any better than what Ms. McCoy just did. And as she mentioned, I think when I've initially thought of community service, community police, Neighborhood Watch, I'm thinking of the same thing that you were. I'm like, oh, this will be good for neighborhoods to meet up at the community center for a couple hours, talk, chat about crimes. But that's not the case anymore. It's not effective. It doesn't work. And when I've had further conversation with her and then during research, I realized that, in particular, I hate to use particular cases, but let's say like if it's on Frederick Douglass Street, right, which is a one-way in, one-way out. It's townhouses. You can create a community watch program where they are still engaged, meeting maybe monthly or bi-monthly. I did include funding in the program for training as well, where they can be trained by police department. But what is so important about this, and as she alluded to, is we have to be able to tie into some sort of tech or some sort of tech group that's already established, or some startup like, Arlo, Ring, all of these things. It's just it makes the most sense in regards to the safety of the resident, in regards to providing evidence for the police department in a quick, timely fashion. And I think also what she hinted at is, protecting witnesses. That is so important, and particularly in our communities. I was out this weekend, during the unfortunate incident. And one of the things that did make me, the silver lining, obviously, and all of it, was that the community was there. I got there around like 10:30. They were there, and they were talking. But people were immediately like, well, that's all I can say, because I don't want to, talk anymore. I don't want anything to, happen to me, or I don't want. So just imagine if, we had, Arlo balcony cameras or Ring doorbell cameras where we know there's a lot of drug dealing going on directly in the building, and you can have that on surveillance, or you can have the parking lot surveilled, and that's tying directly into the police department. If I'm not mistaken, Colorado, in Boulder, Colorado, started the Ring program, and that's where I first heard about it, and that was in like 2014. And so this is nothing new. I think it's just new to us. And so, but yeah, she said it much better than I could.
May I follow up?
Sure.
I have a Ring doorbell, and I have one at my house in Wisconsin, and they are tied into the police. So is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, the police can get the Ring, technology, but, most of the time, they have to go, through the company and, or, get a subpoena, for it. But, with a program that we can, that neighbor program that partners, with the police department, we could get those things a lot sooner. Plus, with the cameras that we have existing, and sort of saying the same thing that you are saying, Alderwoman, that, we could have people saying, hey, there is some, creepy guy, in and around my neighborhood that's doing this. And old style, what would happen? They would call and the police would come. New style, new 21st century style is that, we turn and task the camera to capture it. you know, and, but someone has to be there to turn and task the camera. You know, if you understand how those cameras operate, you know, they're set, you know, they pan, you know, but you can task them to a specific area. This is happening right now, and the camera operator can task it, you know, right there. Those are the type of things. Yes, we still want, you know, the people to be looking out and say, hey, this or that. But we want to leverage some of that technology as well, you know, to be able to do that.
But we are doing some of that now, I assume, because I've heard officers say, we're going to go look at the Ring doorbell
Yes.
footage and see
Yes,
what.
but they knock on the individual doors, and with that neighbor, you know, program, and it just allows, without permissions, you know, officers to be able to, like, when they post something up, to get it.
Great, thank you.
Alderman Savage and Alderman Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not going to support this one. Sorry. This just sounds like more of a Big Brother approach of having somebody sitting in an office looking at cameras, what's going on. The whole purpose of Neighborhood Watch previously, yeah, you get your neighbors together, you have a dialogue with the police department about reducing your vulnerability, reducing threats, how to identify things. That's a good dialogue to have as a community, but this completely detaches the neighborhood from Neighborhood Watch. It's Big Brother Watch, and I'm not going to support this.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Pendle Charles.
Yeah, what I'm learning from this conversation, and thank you, Ms. McCoy, is that the Neighborhood Watch program that, you know, we have existing in physically right now, you know, we have the signs on, you know, Prince George, where this is a Neighborhood Watch and has a phone number, and that's why I was supporting it, because that's what my constituents want. Is basically defunct and replaced with other tools, and those tools are, you know, the Ring and what have you. And it sounds like right now we haven't connected the dots to how to make that work.
Well, we're not saying that they're defunct. And again, you know, and let me, you know, be clear to say that, you know, we're mixing old and new school. You know, the old school would be, yes, your neighbors come together, they talk about, you know, what happens with, you know, with the crime, and, you know, something's happening right here. They call the police department, and then the police come from the end of Taylor Avenue, and they go all the way down there, and that person is gone. And what we're trying to say is that we have to be smarter about this. We have to start leveraging technology to be able to say, hey, something is happening. We task the camera, we get evidence, the police go, they can, you know, they can see it, they can apprehend someone, you know, they can get someone, but not if they don't have the evidence. You know, you have to go to older methods like sitting an officer, you know, there, where we're just looking at different ways that we can cover the city. Work with our community partners. They can call us and say certain things and tell us about things. We can get evidences, because the old way is Alderman Tierney tells me, the police, Rhonda, that something happened and this person broke into a car, and, you know, you know, you give me a description of the person, I go, I get that person, and then me and you both go to court.
Right.
New ways is we test the camera, they report, you know, we use all technologies, I see this, we have evidence of it, and then I go to court.
Right. Yeah, I mean, stand corrected, defunct is probably the wrong word. It's been replaced, or, you know, but the fact of the matter is that I think this whole thing is to help us help you, acknowledging, Rhonda, that you are short of staff, that we don't want to pull you from a crime scene to look at, you know, to run to Prince George Street for somebody breaking into a car. So we just need to work on this so that it does help you. I mean, that's the objective, is to help you.
And we're not reporting sound, you know, or anything like that with the cameras, but, you know, and I know that most people think that it's, you know, anytime you talk about cameras and you know, and technologies, but, you know, some of the crimes, some of the homicides, some of the things that we solved in last year when we did solve a lot of those homicides, how do you think we solved them? We didn't get any witness information. We got those, you know, we got most of that information from cameras. Technology, we have to be smarter about things.
Thank you, Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pick up on what Alderman Savage said about Big Brother. And I guess we'll go back to all the auto thefts from autos that we've had the past several weeks. And about a week and a half ago, my neighbor came to me and said that a gentleman with a stocking cap over his head was trying to get in the cars a couple of houses down. And one of the other neighbors' dog, who's big and barked loudly, frightened the person. And guess whose fence the culprit jumped over? Mine, in front of my family room window, about 4 in the morning, when I was probably up doing emails.
In your nightgown.
So, bring on Big Brother.
All right, so we have an amendment to the amendment that substitutes the financing, a part of this, takes it not from fleet replacement, but takes it from ARPA funds or one-time funds. Alderman Gay, so. ARPA? Yeah. Okay. So there's an amendment to that amendment with the second. All those in favor say aye. On the amendment to the amendment, yeah.
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to vote on the amendment. That is amendment. I promised I'd support everyone to $250,000. I'm going to support you on this, Alderman Gay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call.
Didn't we just have a life clause?
We can do a roll call because I wasn't sure where that vote fell. So supporting amendment 42 as amended.
I didn't.
Everybody with me? You with me, Alderman Gay? Yep.
Ready? Sure. Mayor Buckley?
Yes?
Alderwoman O'Neill? Alderman Pindell-Charles?
This is as written or?
As amended.
As amended, okay.
Which restores the funding.
It still funds it.
It keeps the fleet replacement.
It takes.
Yeah, it doesn't use fleet replacement money.
Okay, yes.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
No.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
You know what? Yeah, let's try it out. Yay.
Okay. Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett? No. Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't feel the love. No.
It's no problem to me. You take that up with these criminals that are running amok in your city.
And my stocking cap bandit.
The amendment is defeated.
Okay, motion's defeated.
So do we vote on it on
We go.
second reader?
Moving on to amendment 43, Katie.
This amendment adds $25,000 of funding to the Human Resources Office for the proposed internship program using ARPA.
Okay.
So move.
Second.
I added this just because I had capacity concerns about the internship program. The way they've currently, and I have not been involved, but I've heard, details and stuff, the way they currently have it budgeted, I just don't think that considering the success of last year, they won't be able to have the same amount of interns come back with the $95,000 that they requested. I've asked that $25,000 be added so that, if she's not going to pay them at minimum, that at least we can have, a full class of interns, 50, in between 43 and 50. I do have concerns about the internship program in general. They have some kids now going to basically a summer camp at Annapolis Walk. They're using some of the funding to pay the recreation staff, which is questionable to me because I thought it was all about the internships and providing the best opportunity for our youth. And so I'm not getting into the details of the internship program because it's drastically changed from when we created it last year with an emphasis on ensuring that African Americans had access to African Americans and Hispanics, really low income and minority students in the city of Annapolis had access to the experience and knowledge that city government has to offer. They are on a different, trajectory now, but all I'm hoping is that we can just be consistent with the numbers.
Alderman Neal.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions, and I think that HR Director Hawkins could probably answer them. My first question is, do we have an accounting of what was spent last year on the internship program?
So there was a total of $200,000. 95 went to the county for that grant. We used $105,000 for our city program. And consider that a substantial amount of that, I don't know, probably a couple, maybe $20,000 carried interns past summer into the year, and a couple of those interns now have been funded another way for the Office of Community Services. So that 105 was used to pay those interns for most of the year. So now they're funded in another way too. So yeah, there may not be, we may not need the 105, and then there's a pay rate. There's a change in pay rate as well. So I don't think it's going to cost as much as it did unless you add more people to the program.
Okay. My second question was, how many interns did we have on the books?
Started with 43, I think.
So we had people that stayed a little bit of time, people that clearly stayed longer. We probably had on average 25, 26 that were programmatically in the positions that were in the departments. And we were able to use the internship program to support a lot of programs. And as Director Dickinson has said, we tried to move that out of the arena. And I think the Finance Committee recognized that, and a lot of the conversation that you had during Finance Committee showed that Office of Community Services clearly needed that support. You've addressed that separately. So the program is a summer internship program. We are not in any way trying to not meet the expectations that it was conceived by. Very, very supportive of that. But what we're recognized in providing those opportunities to kind of the 14 to 16-year-olds is that the feedback was that you can put people in some challenging situations that they really can't do a ride-along in the fire department, to have some exposure. So we wanted to make sure that we spent more time on that employment and career development component. And so I'm greatly fortunate to have the opportunity to work with Director Johnson in Recreation and Parks and build a program around that for youth that I think will get at some of those objectives for sure. And then for older youth, to be able to have more of the job shadowing experience, the developmental engaged opportunities for youth that have the higher skill sets, that have already had maybe some employment experience or academically have already had greater experiences where there's transferable skills that we can use in the workplace. It is a summer youth program, so we've got it set up so it's a defined period of time. We're building those opportunities, as I said, for those that aren't in the 14 to 16-year range. We are having a kind of a learning academy on the front end, so that what we're focused on is teaching some very real skills that are part of the work world: customer service training, workplace behaviors, mock interviews. Before that, build your own resume, so that when we get to the point where the youth are engaged in seeking and getting matched with opportunities in departments, that they actually have an interview for it. They've spent time learning and exercising those skills, and then are going to go through that, so that what I hope they walk away from this whole experience with is a greater understanding of what others will expect from you when you go and seek employment. And And that's not to say some youth aren't already going to have that experience. It's that we want to make sure that we're consistently providing that across the board. Talk about what kinds of, if there's a background investigation that goes with employment, what are they looking for? What kind of personal decisions can you make and not make that may affect your ability to seek jobs that require background investigation, things like that, security clearances and so on. And the idea, again, is to make sure that we are providing the kind of resources that we can bring to bear in that, and then make that bridge into the experience with the city just one that they hopefully will be greatly memorable. Not to say that anything they've done in the previous years hasn't given them a lot of that. We're just trying to make sure we're doing that for all that are engaged in it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The last thing I'd like to say is that I do support the internship program. As we saw through our budget process, at least 2 of those interns we have converted into contractual positions, which is really the intent of an internship program, right? You get in, you learn about it. Right, exactly. And I'm saying, it's not that I don't support it, I fully support it. I had some questions about the overall structure of the program.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, I think was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what would this, so we currently have money budgeted for 25 interns at a time. And it sounds like it's kind of rotated out, but generally 25
I'm sorry, I can't
sorry, it sounds like it's rotated out, but it's generally 25 interns through the course of the summer months. Some might work the entire summer, others only a few weeks.
Well, what I was responding to is what happened last time. Because we were asked the question of how many were there. You asked the question, somebody asked the question, how many were there?
Well, so is the funding currently in the budget then enough for 25 interns, or how many would that?
So we're looking programmatically at the 14 to 16-year-olds being in an experience at Recreation and Parks that is 12 individuals with staff. So there's a staff person and an assistant staff person that would oversee that program. So I welcome, and thank you so much for even thinking about adding more money, because at the time we were looking at just the cost of the interns in our budgeting. We are going to have staff that would be associated with that. But it's again, we want to start this before July 1, so we're also looking at how to make sure that we can provide that opportunity and get a full 8-week experience out of this. And so I think ultimately, to keep this going over time, we want to make sure that we've built in maybe the 6 weeks that are part of the beginning of the fiscal year, and then we allow ourselves 2 weeks at the end for the start of the next program. Because we want to grab youth when they're finished with school. And, they finish, Anne Arundel schools finish on the 13th of June this year. And so we're hoping to get them the very next week, have that first week be, again, what I described in terms of the preparation, and then the 7 weeks remaining be actually in the programmatic element.
Okay.
Whichever
But bottom line, 12 interns are currently budgeted with you set in this?
No, that was 12 in that program, and then probably another 8 would be in the departmental assignments.
Okay, I'm confused then. So there are 12 interns in what program?
Recreation and Parks program.
Oh, just Rec and Parks. And then another.
So that's the 14 to 16-year-olds. And then the older youth would be in the placements within the departments. So the departments are creating opportunities. And again, the process we hope will be that the youth will have the chance to prepare themselves and then interview for placement and selection in the departmental assignments.
And how many would that be, you said?
About 8.
8, okay.
Yeah, with the funds that we have currently.
Okay, and what would they be doing with that many interns with Rec and Parks? Like what kind of activities, work duties would they have?
I'm going to ask Ross Johnson to help out here.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. With youth, we've found it's about exposure. Many of our youth, particularly our Black and brown youth, have not been involved in environmental activities. For example, if you look at the Conservation Corps, which is a program that the state of Maryland has, youth have never dug in the ground. I mean, it's unfathomable in some aspects, but they've never dug in the ground. They've never planted things. They've never had those experiences. So how do the youth know what they want to be when they grow up if they've never had those experiences? So each week will be different experiences all over. One of the examples is the youth will be traveling to St. John's University right here in Annapolis. Many of them have never been there, didn't even know it existed. So going to the museum there, exploring those things, but just giving them exposure to different aspects and different pieces. Prior to them starting in the program, there's a survey that we're creating so that we can create a program around their interests. If they're interested in gaming or coding, then we'll have that piece added to the weekly setup and the weekly program. So it's really about exposure for them and opening their eyes, and so that they can say, hey, I like this, or oh, I didn't like that. And then that will really kind of help them in the future. They will start off with customer service training. They'll start off with interviewing. They'll start off with their resume. Many youth haven't had exposure to creating a resume, putting their volunteer experience on it, and then coming to us, and then a follow-up at the end of the summer. So we're getting them ready to really kind of be in the workforce. Many of us, when we were growing up, I'm probably dating myself, but our first job was McDonald's. Nowadays, for many youth, their first job is traditionally recreation and parks, particularly in the larger jurisdictions.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds similar to, I think Baltimore, I think it's called YouthWorks. I supervised a group of kids about 20 years ago doing that, and yeah, a lot of them hadn't even been outside to that extent as far as in the dirt, like you said, and there was a component of that where they would try to group the kids with appropriate departments if they wanted to do something else. So it sounds like it's what you're thinking is something similar to that program. Which is good, I think, because I think for an internship program to be successful, you need that ability to have mentorship and supervision. Because that was one of my concerns about last year, is whether or not the young adults were being effectively utilized and had enough work. But it sounds like there's a lot of preparatory work being done this time to make sure that's not going to be an issue this summer. So what would the $25,000 do in addition to that?
For the 97th time on this question, the $25,000 is for capacity. As she just said to you, she's only got 8 interns.
She said 20.
20.
No, she's got 12 that are adolescent, and she has 8 interns that'll actually be going to departments and gaining experience and working with our directors.
Did we have adolescents last year?
We did, but they were actually in departments working. We had a 16-year-old who was phenomenal, Andrew Baker, assisting running the program. And I wish we would have had an opportunity to hear from Will, Laura, Andrew, and the other staff that worked on the internship program last year and help put it together, because we did work hard on it. We were intentional in the way that we designed it to assist those communities, like I said. And to me, I just think it's offensive. And but at the least we can do is just make sure that we have more than 8 interns working with the departments and gaining new experiences. The way, and I don't want to get any staff when the way it is written currently, there is concern. Maybe not from the HR director, maybe not from the Rex and Park director, but there is concern the way that the program is framed. There is concern about the effects on minority communities, and will they be truly learning and gaining the experiences that we, hopefully set up last year. And so that's why I put this on here. I think we definitely need more than 8 interns that are actively working with the department heads. What Director Johnson just pitched to me, that sounds like summer camp, except for I'm being paid. Going on tours and or traveling to the college and all of that stuff. So it is what it is.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson, and then we'll vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have always had, and correct me, Trish, if I'm wrong, we've always had, and I always called it a summer jobs program. And I started one with the city in somewhere around 2015. I don't know when it was. But the city has always hired young people for the summer. Some worked along with counselors at camps through Recs and Parks, and others were in various departments, like the law department. And the young African-American gentleman who was in the law department is a lawyer today. So I know it's been at least 6 years ago. And so each department, as far as I knew, paid for their intern.
Well, that's how it was in the past. We had to find a few $1,000s in order to be able to bring a youth in. But generally, our youth experience was individuals that were graduating from high school and were older to start, and so they were able to meet a lot of the ages associated with opportunities that we had. We hired EJ Jones in our office, in the HR office, and she started out as a summer intern.
That's right. She started out in the
She did.
program also.
But I mean, I don't want to get this into a debate that polarizes an expectation here. I want to be very clear that we're absolutely committed and understand that the purpose of this program is to meet the needs of Annapolis youth who wouldn't otherwise have those opportunities. I'm completely in that vein. What we want to try to do reasonably is to have opportunities that can build the skill sets that will be given the best footing for a young person moving forward. That's not to say we didn't have amazing individuals last year, and the departments did what they could to work with them. It's just that I want to make sure that what we do in placing individuals in departments is going to be realized. And unfortunately, sometimes the age of an individual has a huge impact on that realization. We've recognized and we've benefited from using the intern monies on a longer period of time and then turning those into opportunities that are realized in ongoing employment in community services, the mayor's office. And so we have already turned them around, have already done that level of engagement. But then again, those individuals are not in the age group that we're talking about here, that we're trying to give an opportunity that's just cohesive, building a team of individuals and giving them some additional life skills that are kind of that early employment stage.
Thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, call the question.
Yep. I'm going to call the question.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We call the question, right? So now we have a vote. Alderman Gay.
And I just have to say also, this is important. I didn't even get, they have been marketing this. I just got the link last week, so
yeah.
We didn't even have
sorry,
people
Alderman
in
Gay.
Ward 6 signing up. I mean, it's just.
Thank you. We called the question. We're going to vote now. We'll do a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles?
No.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
No.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Yes.
Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett?
She's just
Yes.
in this fucking.
Alderwoman Tierney?
So we'll have 8 interns. It's fantastic.
That motion was defeated.
Okay, Katie, amendment number 44 for Alderman Gay.
I will pause and ask the Alderman if he would like to withdraw this one.
No, I'll move forward.
This amendment reallocates $10,000 of community grants from Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency to the Lighthouse.
It's
$10,000. I think they apply.
Can I just make sure? So we're going to vote on community grants later. So is this?
Well, I was here, but you carried Finlayson's amendment. This is separate. And at the last meeting, we decided, and I thought the director said to us.
So you want to get a motion? Yeah.
So moved.
Can I get a second, please? Second. Okay. Alderman Gay.
Thank you. I think the group applied for. So I'm moving $10,000 from the Community Action Agency. They would still have $10,625. The Lighthouse would have a new total of $30,000. I'm not going to get into the importance of the Lighthouse Shelter. They do fantastic work. Ever since COVID and the pandemic and all that stuff, the numbers have drastically increased. They need the assistance. I appreciate the Community Action Agency, but a couple of things that puzzle me. One, they are sending, if you're a citizen of the city of Annapolis and you apply for rental assistance there, they're sending you here to our rental assistance program. So they aren't helping with rental assistance anymore, and that can be verified. But if we can get OCS staff in here to confirm what I know, that would be great. Additionally, they did not apply or they did not submit their monthly check-ins. I think they submitted all 3 of them like a week before we submitted our amendments. And they didn't apply for a new application. So, I mean, it's just like, I'm trying to be fair to the nonprofits and organizations that applied and have followed through with the program requirements.
And the Finance Committee did a lot of work on Friday, so I think we should just vote on this.
Can I say something?
Alderman Pendle Charles?
Yeah, irregardless of what's been said, I had a meeting with the executive director about 2 weeks ago for almost 2 hours, and they are really in need of this funding. It's in my ward, and there have been some issues, so yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to vote on this now. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against say no.
No.
No. I think the noes have it. I think that doesn't pass. We'll do a roll call.
Port Lighthouse.
Okay. Mayor Buckley?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles?
Yes.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
No.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett?
No.
Alderwoman Tierney? That motion is, amendment is defeated.
So I have never mind, I'll exit later. I'm wondering if it's what the rules in the code say as a regard. I mean, because if you can just apply and never actually meet the requirements of the organization, that's lit. You get free money from the city and you can do whatever you want with it. That's awesome.
Okay, Katie, number 45. please.
Yes, sir. I'll pause and ask the Alderman if he wants to withdraw this one.
No.
This amendment reallocates $5,000 of community grants from Maryland Hall to the Live Water Foundation and $5,000 of community grants from Maryland Hall to Charting Careers.
So move.
Second, please.
Second.
Okay, ready to vote? Alderman Gay.
Again, you got an organization that's loaded, getting money from the state, county, and us. And when we have these smaller organizations doing the work in the communities directly, Live Water is actually in Eastport Terrace and Harbor House in the pool with the kids, helping them learn how to swim, taking them out to Spy Creek, get them on the paddle boards.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no.
No.
No. Amendment fails. Amendment 46, Katie.
Pause again and ask the Alderman if you'd like to withdraw.
No, ma'am.
This amendment reallocates $10,000 in community grants from Annapolis, London Town, and South County Heritage Area to the Center of Help.
Q, can I get a motion?
So move.
Get a second?
Second.
Again, this is some organization. We did get an email from the executive director earlier. She's essentially said that if we do not give her this, she misses out on another $25,000 from CDGB, which is Community Block Grants. I'm not sure who authorized us to get into a long-term grant matching agreement. There's technically really no agreement. This is just a verbal thing that's been going on for the last 4 years. We've been matching their grants. The group that I'm moving it to, Center of Help, and I spoke with Laura on this. Their new mental health platform has this is Ola. Their new mental health platform has 84 Spanish-speaking psychologists to provide mental health services for Latinos. Center of Help had a wait list of 1,000 plus for their mental health provider. Supporting this platform and the work will go a long way to addressing gaps in mental health services for low-income, limited English proficient families. And so that's where if passed, the new funding will be going to.
Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this. Getting extra funding into low-income access to mental health services can make a really great, huge, and significant difference in folks' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
No. Amendment fails. Katie, Amendment 47.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. Katie, amendment number 48.
This amendment adds $70,000 to the transportation fund to add solar panels on existing bus shelters using the reserve for one-time uses.
All right, everybody. Ellie hasn't asked for much.
Marcus.
Can I get a motion, please?
Thank you.
So moved.
And a second.
Second. Do I talk?
Alderman Savage first, then Alderman Annette, and
Were we gonna let this?
Just to talk about it quickly. The objective is to provide lighting for the shelters during nighttime and low light situations to promote safety and security and to increase advertising revenue because advertising can be then seen at night. Even though the lights will be lower, we have data here that it can be controlled and again, provide an overall green image. Market Director Moore estimated that there would be
I can't believe it.
there would be 57 that are owned by the city. This is just within city limits to add the solar lights. And he added installation for a total cost of $70,000.
okay, thank you. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a few questions about this. I applaud the effort for wanting to add solar, but I guess I just want to get into more about the why. If it's to add security to, lighting to the shelters, I can understand that, and I think that's a good cause. But I'm not such a fan of having it there just so we can keep the advertisement lit up all night. I think that's a bit of a light pollution issue. So there's the environmental part of that, but also I just don't like the idea of having to see these lit up advertisements all night. So can you tell me how would that be handled? Would it be something where you could shut the nights off? Because the buses don't run all night anyway, right? I mean, would you be able to shut them off once the buses stopped operating?
Thank you,
Is there
Marcus.
anything else I should know?
Yep. There's a little handout coming over to you, to Alderman Savage. Thank you, Marcus. Yep.
Yeah, good afternoon. Marcus Moore, Director of Transportation and Parking. Just kind of answer some of the questions about solar panels and how they would work. The power will be stored to illuminate the shelters at night for advertisement. I'm not sure what the actual luminance are as far as the candles, foot candle, whatever, but it being so much shorter than your light that's on the street. So it's not gonna really impede onto someone's house or area. A lot of the places that you see, it's along the main routes of West Street, Forest Drive, and the areas like that. We do get quite a bit of money from advertising for the bus shelters that we own. So going back to 2012, when the city bought 40, Decibel. They come with the whole structure and all, then you'll see these others that the plastic ones are owned by Creative Outdoor Advertisement, COA. That was a 10-year deal that we get very little to no money advertising dollars. And we've told by our partner, Vector Media, who puts the advertisement on our shelters and on our buses, that our clients would pay substantially more than double digits, like 20, 30% more. And I think that's an investment that we could make and that we would get our money back over a period of time. So not only safety, security, even though our buses aren't running, but you don't know what's happening there as far as other activity in a bus shelter. So as a safety, security officers driving by, they can see what's actually there. So just with the green look in itself, but the main thing is this is a return on our investment over time. What you see here in the packet that I prepared was kind of the lower end, and the solar power that was stored would only give us about 5 or 6 hours, up to 8 possibly, on a summer day for overnight. The other bids didn't come in so much later than this document was presented. It's quite a bit more, but it'll store up to 5 days. So on those gray days, those winter days, when you don't have the sun up as high to gather as much, it's going to cost a little bit more to get them, but the investment in it will do a dusk to dawn kind of a thing, and it will store power up to those 4 or 5 days. So in our opinion, that I think this will be a good investment in the city that is an actual return, and in 3 different ways.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And would these be tied into the grid at all, or would they just be completely self-contained as far as the power?
The ones that I've seen are all self-contained for each of the shelters.
Okay.
The configurations are pretty much all the same that will be attached to it. Those shelters that we got back in 2012, that particular builder of the shelter had, like the right side of, if you're facing the shelter, there's a glass where you can actually put in, between the advertisement, then others can go on the other side. So they created one that will fit that shelter. The ones that we have here that we have proposals for are more of a universal. So, we'll have one that's right there inside the shelter or right outside or nearby. Okay. So it's kind of hard to see which configuration we would decide to go with. But for each one, not sure if this is something we could employ our public works to do or outside vendor to do, because the cost that we have here is just for the equipment alone.
Okay, and can I take this?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly which one you have, Alderman Savage.
Well, I guess I think everybody's getting impatient. So could we just maybe talk about this more environmental matters sometime, just to go over some more details?
I gave him the one you gave.
Oh, the one the most recent. That's our second one. The third one, we're still waiting to hear back, but also who's doing the solar panels in our garage. I plan to meet with that gentleman or that organization next Wednesday. They're very, very much interested in partnering with the city for another initiative. But I think it's kind of the way to go for us with a lot of things that we're doing with bus shelter amenities for our people.
Yeah, thank you for the initiative. I think it'd be good. Just want to, at some point, get more details.
We'll make sure that gets to environmental matters. Alderman Schenemeyer, I think, was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As someone who has gotten off at many of a poorly lit or non-lit bus stop late at night, it is really scary, and I am a 6'2", 250-pound dude. Putting a little bit of light makes a huge difference in making our transit more friendly and welcoming. Please support this.
Can we call this the dude amendment?
Let it be known, dude is now on the record of a city hearing.
Anybody else have their hand up? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Katie. Number 49.
This amendment adds $41,000 of funding to the mayor's office for Annapolis United using ARPA.
Could I get a motion for that, please?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Pindell Charles, you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. as we've all heard about Annapolis United this year, and I want to turn your attention to what I had sent to all of you. What we did last year, we're looking for level funding again this year. Once we looked at all the numbers, our finance director recognized that we need $41,000 additionally this fiscal year 24 in order to have level funding. And from that, I've given all of you a packet of information. Our Public Safety Standing Committee meeting that we had on May 22nd included opening remarks by Chief Jackson, PowerPoint and a video, and Chief Simmons' testimony, as well as testimony from Director Johnson. The introduction regarding the data was given by Chief Jackson, and then we had the ensuing testimony. The Standing Committee heard information again from Director Johnson. She provided an outline for a very robust, extensive, and tested, exciting team program. And then I have involved in your packet the Excel spreadsheet with the program and activity event, the number of participants, number of hours per participant, number of hours per program activity, and activity type. As you can see, from July 1st to December 31st of 2022, we had 1,438 participants, number of hours per participant, 472 hours, and a number of hours per program, 10,978. That does not include the Kunta Kinte Festival, which was attended by at least 10,000 people at that time. So there's the preliminary data that we have. In your packet also is information that Chief Jackson provided to us. The raw crime numbers for Annapolis United are being withheld for now because they are inconclusive. Instead, a robust qualitative study and analysis will be conducted, partnered with Rec and Parks, OEM, AFD, which will be forthcoming and will be very ably assisted by Professional Standards Manager Rhonda McCoy, as well as Christina O'Neill, who's the crime analyst. Even without the formal analysis here, the chief can say unequivocally that there's a direct correlation and correlation. Recreation programming and such activities for young people, especially during the summer when school is out, directly impacts crime reduction, and Annapolis United is an example of that, which has had a very positive impact. All scholars and criminal justice practitioners, community leaders, and clergy will agree. These initiatives steer young people away from criminal and mischievous behavior. Our programming for fiscal year 23 was directed to younger children, which is prevented. Our programming will evolve and should evolve in fiscal year 24 to additionally focus on the older youth, late middle school and high school. Our program should evolve also to focus on trigger pullers, as the chief has said, those youth who may be contemplating committing violent acts and or entering into a life of crime. And he did receive this information at the career and job fairs that Alderwoman Finlayson recently had and initiated at Annapolis High School. The most impactful part of Annapolis United 23 has been the regular Facebook Live broadcast, Annapolis United Protect and Serve, which has resulted in amassing more tips and cooperation from the public, unlike in years past when it's been very hard and a struggle to engage the public, and this has provided updates on crime to the public, and I provided to you the reference within the meeting. Another impactful part of Annapolis United has been the messaging, getting the word out that Annapolis United is here to protect and serve when it comes to non-criminal matters, city engaged the community in a positive way, and relationship building, informing the public about community events and APD's involvement. Also, partnerships with the Police Executive Research Forum, HBCUs, resulted in APD participating in a summer upcoming 2023 internship program for young persons interested in pursuing a law enforcement career, and the chief also is always looking for possible city recruits. We also had Director Johnson come before us, and she responded to questions from Alderwoman O'Neill regarding after-school programming and increasing the number of students served, hacker community centers, and the inability at this point to fully utilize, which would cut down on transportation at that time. And also, we now have the program at PMRC. In alignment with Chief Jackson's recommendation that Annapolis United move into fiscal year 24 with an additional programming focused on older youth, which would be late middle school and high school, Director Johnson, her ARPD team is planning teen nights, which are forthcoming. Teen nights and more robust teen programming will, among other things, encompass a teen symposium, will involve affinity groups, such as LGBTQ, etc. Teams will be co-planning these events along with ARPD staff. Note level funding in fiscal year will be very helpful in moving forward in these initiatives. Also, we have had 22,000 likes and viewers for Protect and Serve. So at this time, we do have the data, but we're looking for the analysis, the qualitative analysis, which will be forthcoming from the police department, and they will be looking at OEM, AFD, as well as Rec and Parks to provide that final report. This is the initial report. At this time, I'd like to call up Director Simmons, as well as Chief Romali and Director Johnson as well, to give their assessment of what we talked about at the Public Safety Committee meeting, as well as anything else they would like to add.
And while they're coming up, I'd just say that Alderman Pendle Charles only has the $13,000 worth of requests here.
I'm sorry, sir.
You only have in front of me 13,000 worth of requests. So
That is correct.
It's a very small amount so I'm
But
supporting.
I
I'm
remember
supporting you.
last year I needed this.
And if you don't want to see the dunce cap, I'm just saying we're just.
I brought it back.
For a brief description, thank you.
It'll be brief.
Just in case you're hungry.
I am. Kevin Simmons, Director of Office of Emergency Management. I urge you to support Annapolis United. One of the things, the premier programs that we have in OEM is where we take the neighborhood and community kids down to Patriots Point on the Eastern Shore. And that's a great day. We expose them to crabbing, surfing, water sports, four-wheeling, and all. And it's just a great atmosphere. And that's our crowning achievement with OEM and Annapolis United. So I hope you guys support this. Thank you.
Also, Chief Simmons, with the intentionality of all of this, we were all at the Kunta Kinte Festival, and the opportunity that you all to serve and be present for over 10,000 folks there. Did you want to add something about that?
Yeah, and we're at all the festivals. We have substance use disorder, and we have Annapolis United that we actually push out to the public. And every festival that we have, whether it's the Pride Festival, whether it's the Kunta Kinte Festival, whether it's the Juneteenth Festival, we're there. We're very appreciated from the community for this program, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And Chief Romali?
I'll just echo that the events allow us to go out and do Your Life Matters. So we're able to teach the hands-only CPR, the Narcan distribution, and it gets us out into the community. These events allow us to engage with some of the community, especially the younger members of the community, and it helps us because it's all about saving a life. And as we all know, early CPR and hands-only CPR can help. So I urge you to.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Director Johnson?
Thank you. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. And at the public safety meeting, we also discussed kind of the next phase as well, working with the older youth. We've done a tremendous job working with the youth who come to Pitt Moyer, to see the smiles on their faces and the interactions, and they otherwise wouldn't be at Pitt Moyer. But I think this is kind of the building on the foundation that's already been set. So I would love to see the program be able to continue so that the good things that are being done here in Annapolis can continue, particularly for our youth, particularly for those not really at risk, but disconnected youth. And I think once we get them connected, I think that will make a world of difference for them.
Thank you. And one other thing, I hope you all had an opportunity to just kind of look at the video and the PowerPoint from the Public Safety Committee meeting. And I think that really brings it to bear. And I know Alderwoman O'Neill was very impressed by what we saw. And oftentimes we can narrate this, but when you see the visual and the children and the activities and all the people that we have listed on this preliminary assessment and analysis and data sheet, I think you would be very impressed.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Thank you. I have a quick question. And maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought you said the program didn't run last year.
what happened was the program ran starting July the 1st.
The fast version? So it started July the 1st?
It started July 1st of last year, although we started Protect and Serve back in April of last year. So when we got to the end of December, what we decided to do, because the weather was getting colder and there weren't a lot of activities going on, I think there was only one activity to the Wizards game in March. Former Director Trader had made the decision, and I agreed that we were going to ramp it up again once the weather got better. Easter week would be good. And then we had 2 weeks before July 1st for school closing. So therefore, the rest of the funding would have been used. But this, once we looked at the numbers and Director Dickinson gave us the numbers, then we realized that what we need to level fund it next year is $41,000 for fiscal year '24. When Director Johnson came to us about the teen program, that was perfect.
Thank you. Finished, Alderman Gay? Alderman Gay, is that okay? Finished?
Yeah.
Yep. Alderman Nat?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To quote you earlier in inquiry, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but it bothered me last year and it still bothers me. As far as I know, we do not have a city council recognized program called Annapolis United. We have been funding things and we've seen some things, but it would really feel like with a program that is of this size and is ongoing, it ought to actually be a presentation brought to us as legislation and create Annapolis United. One of the misgivings that I have is, and I think you said it in your presentation earlier, the relationship between this investment and reducing crime is really not known and is fairly ephemeral. So I'm having a hard time convincing myself to support this money. I would like to see much more data that shows us that this is a program that has a purpose and is accomplishing its purpose.
I'll be honest with you, Alderman Arnett, no disrespect, but I still do not understand. We voted on some programs this evening and today that we haven't had the data for, and I don't understand. It sounds like this does not mean much of anything. And so I'm really confused. I really, truly am, and I don't know really, to be honest, what you're asking for. I don't. I mean, like I said, we don't have the second part of this as far as the qualitative analysis. I don't really, and I have never really, I'm not being disrespectful. I really don't understand what you're asking for, and I never did from the beginning.
So what I'm asking, the assertion as I understood it last year, and this year too, is that this program reduces crime. And I don't see that being verified. It may occupy people, and you may have attendance at all these programs, but that doesn't mean to me that it's reducing crime. And so that's why I would really like to see a legislative program called Annapolis United put before us, explain what the goal of the program is, and then give us parameters to make sure that the program is succeeding.
I don't understand about the legislative part of it.
You call this a program Annapolis United. There is no Annapolis United program in the city.
But I don't you mean you want legislation to make it possible?
Yeah.
Is every program that we have here, is every program here that we have legislatively enacted?
I don't even know how to begin to answer that question, but this was presented last year and seems to be ongoing this year as a specific program that, again, my understanding was going to be reducing crime.
Okay, I guess.
I can see how it occupies youth. and how people will attend and go to things, but I don't see the connection, and I think you've said that the results are not ready. They're ambiguous at best, and I think it's going to be very hard to make a case that is doing that objective.
Okay, what I will say is this. Last year, we had one homicide in January.
We had what?
One homicide in January last year. We had one in January. We had one in January.
I know.
Okay. When we started unofficially the program in mid-March, really got the protect and serve off in April the 1st. We did not have any more homicides during the year. We have provided opportunities for children, for adults, for communities, for events. Like I said, I'll be honest, we had started the process to do the study with the chief and with the chiefs and with their departments. Chief Jackson was the one who was going to spearhead it. However, he had 2 deaths in his family back to back. The deputy chief has been out for several months. So therefore, we did not have an opportunity to do the qualitative analysis that needed to be done. I will say this, and I'll say it again. I really don't understand. I don't understand the difference between this program and the other programs that we've been voting on today. And I'm obviously, today I guess I'm really lost in the sauce.
So how many youth have committed murders? We're not talking about young adults now, you're talking about children. So that's
None.
where I've had, right. And I hope we'll never have that.
True.
That we had that teacher that was shot by a 6-year-old somewhere. I
Point of
forget
personal
where.
privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think we
Point
can
of-
call the
point of
question
personal
here,
privilege.
is it? Because we're just,
Yeah. Going
it's
back and
semantics
forth.
now. So I'd
Second.
like to call a question. I mean, and I would like to take a breath, everybody, and think that we're at about 8:30. Considering all that we've done here and that many of you have not eaten since pizza at lunchtime, this is pretty good. You remember the exhaustion that sets in at many of these things that we've all been through together. So I believe the votes are there. So can I get a second on calling the question? Thank
Second.
you. All right. Can I get a vote on calling the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, let's call the vote now, and we'll do a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson?
Aye.
Alderman Shadow
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
No.
Alderwoman Tierney?
No.
That amendment number 49 passes.
All right, amendment number 50 coming up, and we're so close. 50, 51.
I'm withdrawing.
With
Amendment
50's
50.
withdrawn, so it's not even coming up. Awesome. Nope, it hasn't even been presented, so we don't have to do anything on that.
Point of information.
Amendment 51, Katie.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Do you have the PIO in the part-time?
You just got a vote on coming up. Yeah. The
PIO is-
Finance Committee solved it, right?
Yes, back in Amendment 6, or 4,
Was that part-time or full-time?
part-time.
Great.
Thank you. Katie, 51.
This amendment reallocates community grants.
Okay, so can I get someone to move that? Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Is it which number? So this is reflecting.
This is 51 because we
51.
withdrew that before and we decided to put it on the end because it is the last thing that will be recognized.
Can you tell me who moved?
Well,
It
you all
was the
should
new one
have
that
it.
was just handed
Alderman
out
Gay?
a couple hours
Yeah.
ago.
Alderman Savage had his hand up first.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I apologize, I don't think you were here for the earlier conversation, but I would like to move that we add 19,000, I'm trying to think how to do this. Never mind. What I would like to do at some point is move to add $19,600 to the allocation as included in the budget, which will add all the funding that's been proposed in this budget, in this amendment, sorry. But it would add the additions to the entities that have been, because there's still a number of entities in this Amendment 51 that would lose funding that I think should have the funding restored. So I'm trying to solve. So the Amendment 51 has a number of organizations that would be losing funding compared to what was included in the budget, right? So Junior League of Annapolis would lose $1,000. Let's Go Boys and Girls would lose $1,700. I go down the list, a number of them would. Marshall Hope Corporation, Maryland Therapeutic Riding, South Forest Drive Business Association, Tennis Alliance, Ronald Conflict Center, Ballet Theater, the Annapolis, South County Heritage Area. Those would all, and Salvation Army would all lose funding according to this amendment. And that only totals that $19,500 if we wanted to make that up.
And I'm just going to go back to the Finance Committee to get clarification on that. So you're not moving that yet? You were suggesting you might move 19,000? Yep, okay. And I'll go back to the head of the Finance, Alderman Tierney. Spent a lot of work on this on Friday. Thank you for coming to consensus.
We spent, it was all in the spirit of compromise. We spent 2 days working on this with the givens that we had, the $348,000, and we wanted to give something to everybody, and we wanted to recognize the committee's recommendation. So as you go through this list, you can see where we marry up to their recommendation the majority of the time. But to speak to Alderman, Savage, there are some that we have given more to, and it looks like a substantial deduct, such as the Heritage and others. So I think the best way is to look at, I think there's some hot buttons here, probably wrong word, and that would be London Town, perhaps. And help me with this, my colleagues, but London Town, as I go through the list, if you see any big disparity, Maryland Hall, do you see any others that we should rectify or not?
And can I go back to Alderman Savage on that? Did you include London Town in that? I didn't hear London Town in your.
Heritage.
That would be included in my amount. I mean, yeah.
It is included, it's in there.
Can I?
Director Dickinson?
Yes, please. What was your total amount?
I mean, this was the back of the envelope, 19,500.
Okay, I got a different number, so.
Yours is probably right.
I'm just going back and looking at the ones that went down,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna go back and re-add them, make sure I got them right.
okay. It's probably ballpark going to be, I just think it'd be easier to add ARPA funding as opposed to fighting over what to subtract and increase.
Why not? We've spent it all. We might as well go all the way. Alderman Gay had his hand up next.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, at this point, it's $19,000. Get your amendment on the floor. We can vote on it. The thing that I just really want to say about the community grants, I hope we come up with a better, system next year. It shouldn't be if your family member works at an organization, if your nephew is the president of a committee or whatever, because it should be about who's showing up in the community, really. And we know for sure, because when we had these finance committee meetings, a number of the finance committee members were like, oh, this is crazy, half of these groups didn't even turn in their applications, they didn't reapply, and we're still giving them money. And so it's just hypocritical, the complaining throughout the entire finance committee process that the system is not, working correctly, and then turn around and give money to everybody that didn't apply. Thank you.
And we have said we're going to review that, so thank you, Alderman Gay. And remember, we've made it this far, 8:35. Alderman Finlayson.
Wait a minute.
I haven't voted yet. We're still discussing. Alderman Finlayson.
I didn't have my hand up, Mr. Mayor, but
Oh, I
I
thought that
will
was a hand up.
respond. Maybe you should not recognize me, because I don't like it when there's misinformation being.
Okay, like I said, we're nearly
I will
this
not
way.
say anything.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have their hand up?
No.
No, we don't have an amendment yet. Would you like to propose an amendment? And can we get a number from you, Director Dickinson?
I added up all the ones where the amounts have been reduced, and I got 22,750.
Okay,
Okay.
well, I would move an amendment to the amendment that we add that amount, 22,750,
22,750.
to the community grant program using ARPA funds to bring all the organizations that had reductions in the original amendment up to the committee recommendations.
Okay, can I get a second on that? Thank you.
I will second it, but I didn't hear where the money came
Yeah,
from. I heard you
ARPA.
reading through a list.
ARPA,
Oh, it was just ARPA funding that you were saving. So we're adding 22,000 to the overall community grants. And is there a recommendation on how that is to be disseminated? Or would you like it to go back to the committee to have them work on it?
no, it would be matching, it would be, I don't think, it'd be
Restoring, is
It
that
would-
what you want, restoring?
Restore.
Yes, it would, thank you. It would be restoring the funding to the committee recommendations, but leaving the increases that are in the underlying.
So where where the finance committee, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn, but where the finance committee was less than the committee recommendations? Okay.
Yes.
I gotcha. And that was
So
our
we got a
intent.
first
yeah,
and
yeah.
a second on that. We're nearly there. Yep, we got a first and a second on that for an amendment to the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. 2 noes, was it? We're not recognized, yeah, okay. So we have, it passed?
The amendment.
It passed, yeah.
The amendment passed.
So now we have an amended, amendment number 51 to vote on. That is our last one for the night, I believe.
Way to go.
Can I get a drum roll? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. All right.
Amendment 51 carried, as amended.
Okay, so we will postpone further action on 01423 until the regular meeting scheduled on Monday, June 12th. So Jody can add all those numbers up. And Jody? Director Dickinson, sorry.
Yes, I would like to remind everyone that when we come back, later this week, we'll be providing, we have a question here that might be more important than what I'm saying.
I have a request.
Can you let her finish what she's
Oh,
telling us?
sure, she asked me to talk.
Oh, I thought what you, okay. So we're going to come back, propose an amendment that we call the balancing amendment that takes all of these things you've passed in the revised form, if applicable. We're going to show them in the ordinance and in the appendices to the ordinance. And then we are going to fix all the subtotals and totals and make sure we've got everything balanced and bring that final amendment to you to fix all the totals and subtotals and give you the final results. And that should be ready by the end of the week so that you can hear that amendment on Monday for the final vote.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Alderman Pendle Charles?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a request. I know we had several amendments this evening, today, for police, fire, and Office of Emergency Management that did not pass. I'd like a report on what they are and how much the funding was for those. Because I'm looking to see if maybe we can find the funding for some of that. I'd like to see what was passed and what was not passed, and how much.
Maybe you can circle back around with that, Katie, some form.
Jody
Yep.
thought she was
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else for good order? Alderman Shannon had his fist up? Nope. Nope. Okay, sorry. Alderman Savage.
Just a quick, big thank you to staff who hung with us this whole time.
Thank you, and I want to say a round of applause for the directors and all the work they've done. Thank you. Budgets are never easy, so thank you all for all your hard work. Anything else for good order?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
That's what I was doing.